Do you want to say a few things first, Esther, or not? I wasn't sure.
Yes, I am switching Commissioner Jacobson over right now. And here we go. Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, members of the public. Welcome back. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us again here this morning. Um, Chair, we have in attendance, we have Commissioners Lilac, Warren, Piermine, Jacobson. And you have a quorum, although we don't have any voting, I don't believe, today. With that, I'd like to welcome Chair Robin MacArthur.
Thank you, Esther. My name is Robin MacArthur. I'm chair of the commission, and I'm gaveling in the second day of our July 2021 meeting. That's the Land Conservation and Development Commission. Welcome, fellow commissioners, staff, and all those listening in. We have a little bit of a change on the commission for today in terms of availability. I want to welcome Commissioner Piermine. She's here for this morning and I think early afternoon. And Vice Chair Halova has an excused absence. And I think Commissioner Sandoval is going to join us, but he recently had some back surgery, so I think he's going to listen in and then walk around a little bit. So I'm assuming that he will plug in sometime today. I don't see him on the screen right now. But I wanted to start the day by kind of thinking about yesterday, because as after the meeting ended, I thought about my scorecard, as I'm sure my fellow commissioners did too. And so I was thinking about yesterday's presentations and all the staff work. And I was just thinking, wow, I think that DLCD to a person, to an agenda item, to a conversation, knocked it out of the park. And I just want to thank everybody for that. And as I was reflecting on what the elements of success are, I think it really is excellent staff reports with a very clear purpose statement and objective. That's really helpful for us. Great staff reports, great presentations with succinct slides. And I think all that staff work really frames the debate, frames the policy conversation for commission members. And I think that's the right way to do that, because then we can focus on the policy level stuff and not dig too deeply into the details, which you guys really understand and get and everything else. So I really want to thank you, because I think we kind of have to meet each other halfway. And I think what it really does help us understand the issues really well when you have that clarity. So again, thank you very much. You hit it out of the park, and I'm really very excited and proud of all of you for doing that. Today, we have the whole morning actually to focus on a very important initiative, the Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Rulemaking that we initiated last July. And we have about 3.5 hours for that. And if we need that time, we will take it for sure, because we didn't have quite as much time as we probably needed in May. But if, in fact, we don't need that time, I think we've teed up Christine Shirley for agenda item number 14 to go after the climate-friendly work. It's probably a nice little book in there before lunch. So if that works, great. If it doesn't, no problem. I just wanted to give people a heads up on that. So with that, we'll start the agenda item. I note that Matt is on a well-deserved vacation. Normally he gives an intro to the topic, but I might want to turn over to our two commission liaisons to offer a few thoughts on the process. They've been very involved in the everyday workings of the group, and also have attended the RAC meetings. So I will start with Commissioner Warren.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody else. It's nice to see all your smiling faces. So this process, as most of you know, has been very time intensive and very staff time intensive, especially. So I want to give a special thanks to Cody, Matt, Kevin, and Bill for everything they're doing. I'm sure that it has felt a little bit like herding turtles to a certain extent with a 50-person RAC. So it has been a pretty incredible endeavor. But I really do feel like we're starting to kind of hone down our vision and we're starting to get into a place where I feel a little more clear about the objectives and where we're headed with this. So a couple of things I just want to bring to the commission's attention that I think are worthy of everyone kind of putting on in the back of their heads as we start talking about this climate-friendly stuff. Is, of course, we're still hearing frustration about the timeline, and that there's this continued sense of urgency to complete the rulemaking. And I just want to remind everyone that, public process does move slowly, intentionally, and it's how we allow everyone to have a say and how we also do things correctly the first time. So it's kind of that go slow to go fast mentality. So I think patience is going to be key with completing off this, really important rulemaking. But I am hopeful to have something completed before next year's elections. I think that's something we need to consider trying to make as a, an end goal. And then just a few details that I think I have been paying closely attention to is that we need to have flexible standards when it comes to these climate-friendly areas, mainly because every city is different and every city knows what works best for them. But that we also need to really establish some firm baseline requirements for densities. I think that we, if we're going to do these climate-friendly areas, which we are going to do, we have to really set what that baseline standard is, but then also try to work in some sort of flexibility for these cities to create what they want to create. And then one thing I really heard from another planner, I think he was a Salem planner, was that for mixed-use development, they've created the ability for developers to produce that sort of development, but they haven't required it. And I think that's something we need to start looking at doing is coming up with some sort of requirement that creates mixed use zoning that incorporates affordable housing. And I don't know what that looks like exactly or how we do it, but I think it's something to make kind of bring everyone's attention to. And then, with the reduced parking requirements, everyone I think is generally in agreement from what I can understand. But the one thing that was brought up by one of our trucking RAC members, who I appreciate very much, is that we need to consider how we're going to move freight in and out of these climate-friendly areas, especially. The concept is that in this mixed-use zoning model, people don't have to leave to get things. They can walk, or it's a short ride, or hop on the bus to get their goods and services. But we have to really start thinking about how do we get those goods and services to the people in a way that is safe and effective, and a way that we can start to reduce that carbon footprint as well. And the last thing I'm going to say, sorry, I'm being long-winded this morning, I've had plenty of coffee, is that we need to consider that when we look at reducing congestion standards for transportation, that currently that's how a lot of our transportation improvement projects get triggered, if you will. That's what triggers oftentimes funding or just the need to do the project. So if we're going to start reducing or stop using congestion standards to do our transportation system planning and improvements, we really have to come up with another strategy as to how we initiate those projects. And a lot of times these congestion standards are what trigger the projects we're looking to do right now, sort of thing. So we need to be aware of that change as we move forward. And that's all I have.
Great points, Commissioner. Thank you. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And yeah, I'll follow Commissioner Warren every time, because you captured a lot of my thinking on this, which is really terrific. I do want to step back. And I know I don't need to emphasize the importance of this effort to anyone, but some of my opening remarks I shared just kind of off the cuff with our committee early last week. That still just ring true to me to this day, is just putting this work into context. We met just about a dozen days or so after we had the massive heat and the loss of life that was just so tragic. And then the continuous fires that continue to start. Certainly, I experience them right here in Central Oregon, but I know they're across the state and across the West. I love to spend time in water, and everywhere from the Deschutes and the lakes, is so much warmer. It's so much lower. And now we're thinking about Wickiup Reservoir, which is likely going to run dry. They're projecting by August 18th if we don't have really significant rain, but that's not going to happen. And so I think about the impacts that I just experienced in my own life, and which continuously raises the importance of the climate piece. And then during the extreme heat, I volunteered at the cooling center, and I see the people that are most directly impacted. And so that just reminds me of the critical importance of thinking about all of our work through the equity lens, and just how critical that is. So again, I know nobody needs our group certainly doesn't need a reminder of this, but I just have to put that into context, and how it seems to continue to it reminds me of the importance of our work every single day. Going back to our meeting last week and kind of where we're at and where we're going. Again, I'll probably keep this a bit higher level because I think Stuart did such a nice job just talking about some of the specifics. I think we are at the absolute critical point in this project. What the guidance that we're going to provide today, and I'll get into some of that in just a moment, is really going to determine the outcome of this project. The August 18th, there are going to be 2 RAC meetings before we meet again. And they being the RAC and a couple of us serving as the liaisons, that is going to be the meat of the rules of the performance standards of the program that goes forward. When we meet again in late September, we're going to be reviewing their work. And then in October, unless something's changed, which we haven't coordinated on, the draft rules and program will go out to the public for more community conversations. And then we're going to be much more in a reviewing and revising and editing role. So I just think today is so important for the input that we provide to staff, the guidance, and it'll have such a profound impact on the next 2 RAC meetings. Some of the just a couple of the other key elements. I'll just I won't repeat anything that what Commissioner Warren said, which was just nailed it. I thought some of the key points are that I heard also a lot of discussion about is how do we define the climate friendly areas, the CFAs. Are they, is it our downtowns, our central business districts, our mixed use corridors, or are they greenfield developments, or is it a mix of all of those? And what then does that mean for either zoning standards, development standards, performance standards? And then we have very ambitious goals to house 30% of all of our housing in these areas. How do we do that? And the other issue that we continue to hear about, and it's reflected well in the staff memorandum and the memo, of displacement, and just how important it is that we keep that at the front of our mind in everything we're doing. Because as we think about housing production strategies, by the very nature, we're talking about change. We're talking about investment. And when we talk about that, there's the real possibility of displacing the very people that we're trying to serve and to address in these areas. So we just keep that at the front of our mind all the time. So I'll conclude my comments there. I really look forward to our discussion this morning, and happy to answer any other questions about the process. As I've shared with Chair MacArthur and Commissioner Warren, and I haven't spoken about it, but I begin a new position in September. The only 2 days of the week I can't miss are our Board of Commissioner meetings, which will be on Monday afternoons and on Wednesdays, and that's exactly when the September and November meetings are. So fortunately, as the Commission liaison, we don't have a lot to do in those meetings. It's really the prep. The consultants and the staff really just do a phenomenal job in those. And so I'll continue to watch those and participate and serve in my liaison capacity along with Commissioner Warren. So I'm also long-winded. I'm still drinking coffee, and I'll turn it back over to you, Chair MacArthur. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner. And again, I don't think we collectively congratulated you on this really wonderful new position that you have as County Administrator for Deschutes County. So excellent. And you're going to serve the county well. And thank you for your continuing interest in being part of this group, at least for the rest of your term, hopefully, because we really value your input and perspective and representing Central Oregon and Eastern Oregon. So thank you very much. With that, let's turn it over to Bill.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, members of the Commission, Bill Holmstrom, Agency's Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator. All right, we're pleased to be with you here today. I'll go ahead and share my screen. We'll get started. I'm realizing now that we didn't put a slide in here with the names of all the people who will be presenting today. There are 4 of us, and I'll let each of them kind of wave their hands as I say their name. My project manager, Kevin Young, the agency's urban planning specialist, is joining us today, as well as Cody Meyer and Evan Manvel, who are, Evan, wave your hand, Evan, so we can, there, okay, good. We can see him. They'll each be, they're both transportation planners at the agency, and we'll all be having a piece of this. So I think without further ado, I think Kevin actually is going to be leading us off here, but let me just real quickly say what we're going to be talking about. It follows on in a lot of ways on what is in the staff report. We're talking about giving you just kind of brief update of some of the things we've been up to, an update, our schedule a little bit moving forward as well. Cody's going to talk about performance measures and how that work has gone, and some of the things that subcommittee of the advisory committee has been working on. Then we'll get into, I think, probably the meat of it, the rule concepts, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. And also for this meeting, we've added some of the replies and some of the feedback we received from the advisory committee after the last meeting, after each of those pieces of it. So we'll be able to get a little bit more in detail and discuss each of those. And then Kevin will talk a little bit about the connections between our work and the work that I know the Commission's been working really hard on the housing issues for the last few years. So he'll be talking a little bit more about how those kind of work together. So I think with that, if I can get my right part here, I'm gonna, oops, hopefully I didn't go too far. Yeah, there we go. Okay, Kevin, I'll let you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. We're very pleased to be with you this morning. I want to say in particular, thank you, Commissioners Warren and Lilac, for your continued engagement in this work. It has been invaluable, and we really appreciate the time and energy that you're adding to that effort. So I'm just going to give you a brief progress update on what's been happening with the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. So as you perhaps recall, we took a little bit of a hiatus from the rulemaking advisory committee meetings between March and July. And we've been doing a number of things in that interim period to move the work forward. First of all, Cody's been working with the performance measures work group. I can't remember how many times they've met, many times, to develop and refine some ideas for performance measures for local governments to evaluate the progress towards our climate pollution reduction and equity goals. We also held community conversations in all of the metropolitan regions other than the Portland metro area. Over that time, we got some very, very worthwhile feedback from all of those areas. Our staff developed a virtual workshop engagement opportunity that's pretty neat. And that allows really anybody in the state to kind of click on this link and understand better the climate-friendly, equitable communities work and to provide meaningful feedback on that. And then we also held a green infrastructure webinar on May 6th. We had Milwaukee Mayor Mark Gamba, we had Dr. Vivek Shandas from Portland State University, Shante Johnson from the Mudbone Grown Collective, and Bob Salinger from the Portland Audubon Society, speaking with us about the importance of infusing green infrastructure into urban areas. And you may be aware, I think there was a recent article in Willamette Week that featured Dr. Shandas and speaking some of the work he was doing around that heat episode and some of the areas in the Portland metropolitan region that really saw some incredibly high temperatures. So good work there. We also kind of one of the most important things we've been doing is developing concepts in our 6 new rule topic areas. And so Beginning with our meeting just a few weeks ago, we're pivoting from our prior focus. We had been spending a lot of time on regional scenario planning rules and how that would work within the various metropolitan regions. Now we're moving into 6 new rule topic areas. And so we had that conversation with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee just a little more than a week ago, I guess it was July 12th, at the concept level. And we'll be bringing forward to you, sharing with you those concepts, some of the input, the key takeaways that we got from that meeting. And we'll also be seeking any preliminary guidance that you might have in these 6 new topic areas today. So we can advance to the next slide. All right, so this is our roadmap moving forward. You've seen the schedule before, but just kind of a reminder of where we are. So July 12th, we had our 6th RAC meeting, rolled out rule concepts. Also, Cody's good work on performance measures. So we had some conversations around that as well. Today, we're with you to, again, kind of give you a briefing on those 6 rule concepts, seek your preliminary guidance there. As Commissioner Lilac noted, we will be meeting twice with the Rulemaking Advisory Committee before we see you again. So on August 18th, we will be bringing forward draft rules in 3 areas. These are probably the more complex and possibly more contentious areas of the 6 concepts we'll be bringing forward. So we're thinking we wanted to build in a little more time for review, amendments, that sort of thing in the process. And that's why we're highlighting those 3 for August 18. And so those are rules for climate-friendly areas, for reducing parking mandates, and for limiting congestion standards. Then on September 15, based on the feedback we received on the 18th, on the initial draft rules, we'll bring back revised rules in those 3 areas, as well as the remaining draft rules. And those will relate to high quality bicycle, pedestrian, transit improvements, transportation project prioritization, and electric vehicle charging. We'll be back with you in September, again, to share that whole plate of draft rules and seeking your guidance on key policy questions. And at that point, we'll be well positioned to take the full set of rules back to the communities for what's going to be a pretty intensive set of community conversations in the month of October. So we'll be getting that input as well, and then we'll come back to the commission in November. I'm sorry. Our next and possibly final RAC meeting will be November 1st, where again, we'll have revised those rules again. We'll be looking at our final review, as well as impact statements and the revised rules for regional scenario planning. Back to the commission just a week or 2 later in November, again, for that sort of final look at rules, impact statements, key policy questions. Then we'll be well positioned to begin the process of making sure that our rules are in a proper legal format and proper format for publication by Secretary of State. That's necessary for us to hold that first public hearing in January of 2022 with the commission. We're reserving the possibility for a potential RAC meeting in February, depending on the input or the guidance that we receive from the commission. If there's some changes in direction, we may wish to bring the RAC together again to kind of review that. And then in March, we have the final public hearing and adoption of administrative rules in March of next year. So it's quite an ambitious schedule. We've got a lot of ground to cover yet. We're really excited. I think we had a great conversation with the RAC back in, a week or so ago, and we're excited to move forward. So before we move on, are there any clarifying questions from commission on any of the schedule or any of the things that I've just shared?
Thank you, Kevin. Commissioners? Not seeing any hands up. Great framing. I really appreciate knowing kind of where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. That was really helpful, Kevin. Thank you.
You bet. All right, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, so I move my slide here. Next, we're going to be talking about performance measures, and I'll let Cody take over now. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Good morning, Chair MacArthur, Commissioners. I'm Cody Meyer, Land Use Transportation Planner with the department. So we spent about 1.5 months talking about performance measures in a subgroup. We had 11 RAC members volunteer, and a great group of people. I think it's about an even mix of city staff and advocates with really rich, deep experience in transportation and land use planning. So this was put together by myself and Brian Hurley at ODOT, who was listening in. Thanks, Brian. He really pulled in a lot of these subject matter experts from ODOT to help inform the topic areas. Of course, we have our own deep bench of subject matter people at DLCD who helped out there. And we worked with a woman at DQ, Karen Williams, on some of the trip reduction work, who is also really valuable. So we met about 5 times for over 10 hours, really good discussions. We pretty much refined a list of 60 or 70 performance measures, just kind of went by topic, bike ped, transportation options, land use, transit, and of course looked at all of these with an equity lens. So we look at our equitable outcomes statement and try to make sure that what we're doing is hitting at climate and equity. And the result was, at the end, we ranked all of our proposals and came up with a list of 16. And so that's in page 6 of your packet on attachment B is the memo. So next slide, Bill. And the purpose of this group was really to provide input to staff. So they're not giving a recommendation, they were recommending to staff. And of course, we recommend back to the RAC, and then ultimately we recommend to you. The intent here is to come up with performance measures to report on implementation of the actions that cities and counties can take to develop climate and friendly equitable communities. So we're coming up with all these proposals to change plans. What we want to be doing is guiding implementation and allowing for course correction. That's really the intent here. And then we can align policies and work and funding towards getting to these goals that we have for the rulemaking. So the one thing that we are not doing is setting performance targets. We're coming up with metrics alone, and that's enough for right now. But these are intended to have performance targets going forward. But that would happen likely after the rulemaking. We need to get more information and start, implementing the stuff to be able to come up with that. Next slide, please. So just a quick snapshot of how this stuff rolls up. Of course, the state of Oregon has an overall greenhouse gas reduction goal. All sectors, it's every amount of carbon, basically, that's coming out of the state. The STS, or statewide transportation strategies, sets a transportation reduction goal. Our metropolitan greenhouse gas reduction targets, which we've had for some time, are aligned with the STS. So these regional outcomes, we have kind of 2 sets of performance measures here. We have the outcomes that would be necessary to achieve the target as a region. These are very much outcome-based targets. There are things like the amount of participation in a trip reduction program. So, people making a behavioral choice, and that's not an action a city can take. Those are the outcomes of those actions. So our intent here is to really translate these regional greenhouse gas targets and these regional outcomes that are necessary to achieve them to local actions and implementation. And that's the focus of this work group, is the smallest circle. Okay, so next slide.
Excuse me for interrupting. This is a really important concept for me to understand. I suspect my fellow commissioners as well. So I saw your definitions in the staff report. I've heard what you've said. I think it's really clear, but I wonder if you can give an example to understand how these different layers work together. I mean, a kind of what kind of congestion management standard or whatever. Can you just take us through a real life example of what you mean by these different terms?
Yeah, Bill, if you want to jump ahead to slide 14, I think this is what we're looking at here.
I apologize.
No, that's great. I'm happy to roll. No matter how many times you shuffle these things together, it seemed to make sense. I was just thinking I should rearrange them. So this is great. So an example would be on the left is, so first of all, I just want to say there's measures and then there's targets. And so, first you need the measure. What are you measuring? And then you need a target to say, how much of that will I have by when? So on the left, we would have from the STS is a regional outcome and some of the modeling we do at the regional level for scenario planning. is the percent of short trips taken by bike or scooter or micromobility devices. So that's like a trip diversion rate. And so a target from the STS for a metro area would be, by 2040, 23% of all short trips are taken by these modes. That's very much an outcome that we want to get to. So an example of one of the proposed performance measures in your packet would be, to get there, we need to have safe, convenient, low stress walking and biking facilities. So the corresponding local measure would be, we want cities to be measuring the percent of city streets with low stress walking, biking facilities. And then to set a target that would correspond to that. So by 2040, 75% of all their streets might have, and these are just examples, a low stress walking and biking facility. So those are the actions the city could take to get to those measures. And they're not a one-to-one. We don't have, 1 mile of low stress bike network equals 1% mode diversion. There's a lot of work that goes into that. And that's something that we're going to really have to be setting up next year as we roll out the implementation and putting together guidance to do that.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, so if we want to go back a couple slides, yeah, we just kind of hit on this. So we're really just evaluating, the aspects of organization's performance to achieving the goal and setting a numerical value as a target. And we would expect to see a target for the year 2050 and in 5-year targets for every 5 years in between. Those are frequently called benchmarks. We're really trying to just simplify the terminology, so we're all using the same word. So what we are proposing is that there would be targets for every reporting period between now and 2050. So every 4 or 5 years, depending on when those reports come out. And you'll hear a lot of people refer to those as benchmarks. Okay, so next slide. So in the regional scenario planning, we had 3 performance measures that are proposed. Of course, the regional outcomes, and then these local actions. I think that we expect these local action performance measures to be in the TPR, but they will definitely be some crosswalk to the scenario planning and Division 44. And then when cities and counties submit a regional scenario plan, we also included that they should be coming up with their own equity measures as a region, and really defining what it is to be an equitable region, and coming up with some specific performance measures for equity in conjunction with that scenario planning effort. And just want to note here that in our proposed performance measures, we really incorporated equity from the ground up. And so as we're weaving this fabric, we have climate reduction threads and we have equity threads, and we weave those together. So you're going to see climate and equity interspersed in there. There isn't specific standalone equity performance measures proposed. And that's the way we handled that. So next slide.
Chair, is it okay if I ask a quick question?
Yes, Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, can you go back to the last slide, please, Cody? Okay, so I understand, the rationale of why you would want to let, kind of the equity measures come from the context itself. I totally agree with that, but I also see some complications with that, and maybe you'll talk about that later. In terms, because they might not know what an equity measure is, right? I mean, it's actually. It's pretty complicated. Like the devil's in the details when it comes to these things. And so maybe one thing we could do is help provide some examples of what those equity measures could be. And then, the localities can then, start to use those. Because they're going to be complicated. But I love the approach that the localities should be the ones that are, trying to figure out what the equity issues are within their own cities and regions.
Okay, that's great feedback. Thank you. And I think that we're preparing for a whole year of guidance documents next year as this rolls out, and so that'll be one thing that we'll be looking for as well.
Chair MacArthur, Cody.
Hi, Deputy Director Green.
Thanks. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Cody, thanks. And just to pick up on Commissioner Sandoval's point there, Cody, would it be appropriate for the Commission to be using the equitable outcomes document as a part of the scenario plan evaluation? So as a backstop, so we don't completely lose the equitable outcomes draft that has come out from the beginning of the process as a helpful measure for when we do evaluate after the guidance documents and implementations. Just a thought that I can see that the more discussion certainly is warranted around kind of that support and evaluation process.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And that's something I think Commissioner Sandoval had raised last week in discussions, is to use that document as, we're kind of screening things and making sure that what we are proposing is consistent with that document.
Perfect, thank you. And then the submitted scenario plans is also potentially.
Yeah, and that's the intent of the equity measures, is to look at the scenario that they're developing and coming up with performance metrics to say, are we getting to these goals? We know what our carbon reduction goal is. The state's provided that. As a region, we're coming up with what it means to be an equitable community.
Yeah.
So as we put together these different scenarios, we are looking at these measures of equity to make sure we're picking the right one that are meeting our climate and equity goals.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, next slide. Okay, so we know we have to go fast and set targets, and we don't want to wait for scenario planning over the next, 5 to 20 years for the whole state metro areas to have a scenario plan. So we've got the information we need in the STS, and that would be in that interim regional planning we've proposed. And so we have default numbers of what are the various regional outcomes and actions that need to be happening at each metro scale. And we can use that, and we can use a regional scenario plan in Central Lane, MPO, and possibly Salem Kaiser to inform the setting of these local performance targets. So there's just really two methods. And as folks go into the scenario planning, they can, generate that information, and we can update those local performance targets based on if they have a different way of going about it that still reaches the same outcomes. If they want to go harder on transit, lighter on bike ped, we can adjust those correspondingly with that. So that's really the information we need to set these local performance targets. Okay, so we just went on that. And the last slide is we ran this all past the RAC. This subgroup didn't want to meet again until they heard from the RAC and LCDC how folks are feeling, and the intent is to maybe convene them again after we get some feedback. So just, looking at what we heard from the RAC last week was we really want to focus on the actions that are going to reduce driving or shorten trips, reducing VMT. These measures should really be essentially for handing cities a report card to identify the gaps and helping them measure progress and course correction, as I mentioned earlier. We need to come up with metrics that are clear and for actions that local governments can take, so the kind of tools that are in their tool bag. It should be implemented through existing work. So, in conjunction with the TSP or other planning work, and then a strong desire to set these interim targets to 2050. So a target for every 5-year reporting period between now and 2050. And then there was some desire that it's hard to come up with this stuff while we don't have a full knowledge of what these rules and the draft rules are going to be, because ultimately these performance measures are going to be measuring the actions that these rules are going to be asking for cities and counties to take. So there was a thought that we should revisit the performance measures after we have the draft rules a little bit more solidified. So later, maybe in the fall, to take a peek at these and make sure that we're still measuring the right actions. And so that's the end of my slideshow. If there's any questions or anything you want to discuss.
Thank you, Cody. That was very clear. I really appreciate it. Commissioners, questions? Seeing none, hearing none, seeing no waiting on.
Commissioner Warren
Sure.
has his hand raised.
I thank you. I didn't see that.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have really a question as much as I just want to make a comment. This is a big deal, right? There's a lot in here. It's very rich and it's very important. And so I just want to continue the push, if you will, for us to be bold and to really not be afraid of making substantial change. One thing that Sarah Wright said yesterday from the Oregon Environmental Council in her testimony was, everything is changing, so we need to change everything. And I just want to encourage my fellow commissioners to not be afraid moving forward of taking bold steps and really trying to make substantial progress here. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And I was, another thing that popped into my head is the targets or benchmarks leading toward the overall performance. That's really helpful for me to get it in my head. Are there, because we're talking about a joint transportation land use initiative, housing included in land use and economic development, things like that, are these targets and performance measures, do we need any additional ones to make sure we're making progress on the housing land use front? In addition, I mean, these are obviously, to reach these, we need a combination of land use, housing, transportation initiatives within the local jurisdictions, actions and plans and projects. So is there a separate kind of trajectory for housing, making sure the housing and land use part of things is making progress? Or do you feel like they're captured within the context of these targets?
They're captured in here. So we have a category of, getting to compact mixed use development in our CFAs. And so we have, proposed measures on publicly supported housing in climate friendly areas, the amount of, permitted dwelling units in climate friendly areas, the share of priority populations who are living in climate friendly areas. And then retail service jobs. We want to make sure that we're kind of getting to this mixed use. So we want to make sure that there are the services available to folks. And then a large part of our transit performance measures, since DLCD doesn't really write rules for transit agencies, what we're trying to do is get the land use, the cities to prepare for the kind of land uses that's really going to be needed to support frequent transit service. Transit, it's very hard to serve sprawled out, low density developments. Transit really performs best when you have a lot of people and jobs within a short walk of transit corridors. So we have things like the number of households within these transit corridors or key destinations within the corridors. And then the one that's pretty innovative here that's coming from the EPA is the share of regional jobs that are reachable from priority population neighborhoods within a 45-minute transit trip. So that's, want to make sure that people are able to get to jobs and opportunities without having to spend half a day on a bus to get there and back.
Great, thank you. Other commissioners have questions or comments? This is.
I'm sorry, I should probably let Kevin jump in here since he's been spearheading a lot of these land use performance measures.
No, that's great, Cody. Thank you. Just briefly, I just want to note, I'll be talking a little bit later in our meeting about housing production strategies and how we might use that framework to look at housing production in climate friendly areas specifically. But stay tuned for that.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. Again, this is this is essential for us to understand. And so any questions, comments before we move in to kind of build on this conversation to see what else the staff and RAC are doing?
I have a question, Chair. I had a comment about the framing of priority populations. And so I don't know if this is the best time to ask the question or if I should hold off on that, if you're going to talk more about kind of equity issues later.
So Cody or Kevin or Bill, is there? I know that Commissioner Sandoval wants to have that conversation. Is this the right time, or is there a place for it later in your agenda? I don't want to interrupt your flow too much.
Chair MacArthur, I don't know that we have a place particularly carved out for that conversation during this meeting. So if you would like to tackle it now, it's up to you. If you want to wait till later, it's up to you, Chair, as far as I'm concerned.
Thanks, Bill. Then Commissioner Sandoval, why don't you go ahead?
Okay, great. So I think that the way we frame, what we call, populations is really critical. I'm kind of taking some issue on framing them as priority populations because that doesn't really acknowledge, the kind of the past oppression or the wrongdoing that has been done to these communities. And I've been kind of racking my brain in terms of, okay, well, what would be a substitute? Because I've spoken to Cody and the director about this, and I know there was discussion about marginalized communities. So, anyways, I've been also reaching out to some colleagues that kind of do this kind of work, and so I've thought of two things, two kinds of concepts. One would be underserved communities. Because underserved communities would still incorporate all the populations that, underserved populations, all the populations that we defined as priority ones or vulnerable populations. And so I understand that, these, populations, I mean, myself included within these populations, we don't like I guess the framing of like marginalized communities is negative, and so I understand why there is some pushback around that. I actually think that's probably the most historically accurate framing for all this, but I heard there was pushback against that. But what about the terms underrepresented or vulnerable? I just think priority doesn't have that historical acknowledgement of kind of past wrongdoing. So
Chair?
Yes, Deputy Director Green.
Thanks, Cody and Bill. Commissioners, if I may, Commissioner Sandoval, thank you. And it sounds like you guys have had a conversation about this, and you're among us, you're a leading expert in this field and see things we're not able to see. So thank you. And I know you understand that one of our RAC members in particular articulated to us like, wow, she came, she was so excited to come and serve at this RAC meeting. She's a community member and definitely a member of a couple intersecting historically marginalized and underserved communities herself with that lived experience and multi-generational experience. So she was kind of coming, ready for new leadership and ready to be a part of the solution. And she kept hearing these words like underserved and marginalized and vulnerabilized. This just really demoralized her. So that is when we kind of recommended this flip. I think that if we were to continue to use it, which I'm not tied to at all, and I'm just one person here among the team, and certainly these are the commission's rules, I would define priority populations as the reason why they're priority now is because they've been historically marginalized. I think that's critical. But I also, like I said, just a member of the team open to this, and perhaps it is something we ask RAC members about as well. An agenda item, I know the agendas are always, there's so much pressure on them, but a conversation and a poll on this could be pretty quick, 15, 20 minutes, but underserved is accurate. So I think this is a good question to raise. Thank you.
Yeah, especially if it's just based on one person's kind of pushback. Not that that's, it's not valuable, but it's pretty important the way we're going to frame it, because this is going to lead to the rest of the equity issues, right? And so maybe look at what the federal government is using, I guess, protected populations, just something that acknowledges that historical issue.
Absolutely, Commissioner. And so you'd like the term itself, yeah, I think that we take your point. I was at my in between offices here, but we do keep the President Biden's executive order in front of us as well on, I can't remember, it's underserved, historically marginalized community members, but I think it came out on January 20th. So we could, again, look at that as well, because I know we do want to be in line, and perhaps we could consult with our partners at ODOT to see what they're using as well. But thanks for making the point, and let's continue the conversation on this so the commission is comfortable with the terms that are used and that they are clear and accurate and instructive for local government implementation. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, I mean, there's the housing agency too. I mean, they've really focused just on racial kind of equity and justice issues, and I know our inclusion is a little bit broader than that. But that's what the housing agency focused on.
Great, we'll get with them as well. And Kevin and Bill, I don't know if you have anything else to add based on RAC discussions. I'm not sure the term itself has come up much, but I haven't been at all the RAC meetings, and certainly not the performance measures work group. But thank you.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, I think Evan may have had his hand up earlier. I don't know if Evan, you had something to add.
Thank you. I didn't see that. Kevin, please.
There are a lot of terms I'm seeing in the practice all over the map. Socially dominant and non-socially dominant is another phrasing, but I don't think we've solved this as a society, but would love to work through this with the commissioners.
Kevin, did you add something as well or not?
No, thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Yes, Director Rowe, please.
I think we have an opportunity this afternoon. Shannon Singleton, who has served as the governor's housing policy advisor and is currently the governor's policy advisor and liaison to the Racial Justice Council, which has now been statutorily established within the governor's office. Shannon doesn't have a lot of time. She's only going to be able to be with us between 1 and 1:30 today. But there might be an opportunity to get her reflections on this.
I think that's a good idea, and I really want to thank Professor Sandoval for bringing this up. I think there's a lot of good thoughts about it. We have between now and September to kind of do a little bit more thinking about it. But bottom line is the term and the definition of that term is critical to this effort, and that's what I'm hearing. And it influences a lot of different things, and the way it lands on people's ears is just as important as the term itself and the definition and how we use it. So I think there's a lot of different considerations, and it's a kind of a new world to explore, and it's exciting, but it requires more thinking and outreach on that. So let's put that on the list of things to think about between now and September, and perhaps there's staff can bring some more clarity to that conversation when we meet in September. So unless anyone else has any comments on that, we can turn it back to staff to continue on.
Chair MacArthur, thank you very much. Again, Bill Holmstrom. We're going to go ahead and move on now to our rule concepts. So this is going to, I think, take a big chunk of our morning to talk about these things. Let me just I'm going to go over a little bit of an overview, and then we'll get into each individual kind of concept area, and we'll have time for questions and discussion after each of those areas. So there'll be plenty of time for questions from the commission. So real quick, I want to remind commissioners of your charge to us had two main categories of actions that you wanted us to take when we were undertaking the rulemaking piece of our activities. So the first one, number one, was require climate-friendly, equitable land use and transportation planning regulations. It's a mouthful, but basically, rules for what cities and counties have to do their land use and transportation planning when they're updating their comprehensive plans, when they're implementing their land use regulations. And number two is require planning for climate pollution reductions in metropolitan areas. So that's kind of the scenario planning stuff, and that's what our process has mostly been talking about so far, is that really that second bucket of things. What our advisory committee has been talking about in the spring, what we've talked about with this committee, it's been, a lot of what Cody has been working on has been around this scenario planning efforts that we're going to require in every metropolitan area. So far, we've just done it in Portland, and we're going to be spreading that to the other metropolitan areas around the state. That's what we talked about so far. What we're talking about now, moving forward, is this first piece of it, and that's the concepts we're going to be talking about with you today. Is everything that's in this first bucket. So it's really different from this the first category in a couple different ways. It's how local governments plan and implement land use and transportation. So, how do you plan for land use? How do you plan for transportation in your community? And how's that implemented through your land use regulations and how you operate your local government locally. This really builds on existing rules. This is something I always want to mention because this isn't necessarily new. I always like to say it's turning up the volume on what we've got already. We have our transportation planning rules, which is Division 12. They have been around for 30 years, just about. And it's been updated and revised and amended over those decades, but this is not something new that the state is just starting to tackle, thinking about how do we do coordinated land use and transportation planning. It's not new that the state's thinking about how do we find ways of building compact communities where people can use walking, bicycling, and transit to get around. This is all stuff that's been around for decades. The question is, we haven't done enough of it, and we haven't. We need a little bit stronger rules to get where we're going in order to definitely meet our climate and equity goals. We know that it hasn't been enough, right? So we want to build on what we've already got. We're definitely in a better spot than a lot of other places are. We're definitely a better spot than in Oregon that didn't have these rules in the first place would be. So I do want to say that it's not like we haven't done anything. We've done a lot over the last few decades in across the state. So good job, but we got to do more. We got to change. We got to do differently. So these rules, I think, in contrast to some of the rules that I was talking about with the scenario planning, are going to take effect basically immediately or very soon, within the next year or a couple of years, depending on the requirement and exactly what's going on. And we haven't figured out exactly what that's going to look like, how that phasing is going to work, and what's going to happen right away. I think, local governments have legitimate concerns about, how we're going to be able to do this stuff. We have limited resources at the local level, and that's something we completely understand. But we know we have to act with urgency. So it's going to be a balance of like what's reasonable, what can happen, what will, if we can tell someone to do something right away and then it doesn't happen, that doesn't do us any good if it doesn't happen. So some things we have to make sure that they actually happen. And then the other piece I want to make, this applies to cities and counties in metropolitan areas. And most of the rules, as we understand them, really would be within the urban growth boundaries of cities and those unincorporated pieces within those urban growth boundaries within the state's 8 metropolitan areas. So these rules we're talking about don't apply to cities outside of metropolitan areas or county areas outside of metropolitan areas, because I think that's outside really the scope of the work that we were tasked doing. It's certainly, we don't have the advisory committee members that represent those areas very much. The vast majority of the membership is from those metropolitan areas. So that's where we felt comfortable making those rules. And I think, as we move forward over the years and see how things go, we can probably extend some of these things, some of these requirements to those jurisdictions that are outside the metropolitan areas as well. But that's where most of the people live. That's where most of the vehicle travel is. That's really where we'll be able to make, get bang for our buck in terms of investments in pedestrian, bicycle, and transit. It's not forgetting the other places in the state, but it's really where are the places where we can make those changes. And I see, Chair, that Commissioner Warren has his hand up.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, if I just can make a brief comment there, Bill. I think that we actually had a chance to kind of talk about this in one of our little one-on-one meetings, but I understand the desire and need to really focus these in the metropolitan areas. But from my perspective, building basically new city centers, new towns, new infrastructure is going to be, pretty challenging to do inside areas that are already built out. Whereas outside of our metropolitan areas, a lot of these small towns are starting to grow and grow fairly rapidly. So I just don't want us to miss an opportunity to help these areas develop correctly in the first place. versus, letting them kind of continue down the path they're going now and then saying, in 10 years, oh, wait, now it's your turn to come back and revisit this. And I know that's going to add one more completely crazy element to everything that you all are doing already. But I don't want to lose that concept in our conversations as well. So if there's a way that we could somehow, open it up to these different areas and provide, planning assistance or grants or whatever we can do, so that if those areas choose or, want to kind of get on board with it, that we have that help there for them. Thank you.
Certainly, Chair MacArthur and Commissioner Warren, thank you for that comment. We have the state has a transportation and growth management program, which has been around for over 20 years. It's a joint program between DLCD and ODOT, and we provide land use and transportation planning funding to local governments across the state. Doesn't matter where you are, and we've done projects in all 36 counties. That is absolutely an excellent source of funding for jurisdictions of any size, any location to do exactly what you're saying, to plan for the future in a way that looks, it looks good. And that comes from the carrot side rather than the stick side, right? The rules are going to tell the local governments what you have to do, what local plans have to look like in order to be consistent with the regulations. We're not applying those rules outside of the metropolitan areas. Now, right now in a draft that I've got written for how local governments will do transportation system plans, I've written it in a way that says basically, if you're outside of metropolitan area and you want to follow these rules instead of the existing rules, go for it. You can do that. It's not saying that would be their option. So whether or not that survives or not, I don't know. But it seems like it's an option. I don't know why we wouldn't keep it in there. So, if someone wants to go do the right thing, we're not stopping them. We're happy to support them. We're just not making them do the advanced things that we're asking them to do. They still have to do all the things that they're already required to do, which, like I said earlier, statewide, we already have a lot of rules that maybe other states wouldn't have, that what local governments have to do. And so those aren't going away for sure. And Chair, I saw Commissioner Lilac has his hand up.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to return to Commissioner Warren for a moment and see if you have any other kind of reflections on that given Bill's answer.
No, I thought Bill's answer was really great. And, I guess the overarching point I want to make, with mine is that we just don't lose sight of those other, communities as well. Certainly. Because if there's anyone that needs, a lot of help getting these kind of advanced options, as you're saying, built out or included, it's these smaller communities where they typically have no planning staff or partial planning staff, or they contract out. And they're typically, I can speak from experience down here, they're typically understaffed across the board. And so that doesn't mean that they're not developing, of course. That just means they're developing without very much guidance. So I just want to, I love what you guys are doing. I think it's the right way to go, but I just want to continue that kind of conversation, because I really feel like that is a large portion of the population that I represent, as far as being a Southern Oregon individual, and typically, from more rural environment as well. So.
Well, and Commissioner Warren, I really appreciate the question, because it got me thinking about Zoom cities we talked a little bit about yesterday, with people living elsewhere and Zooming into their jobs, unlike what they have been able to do in the past. And we got a great presentation from the City of Sandy yesterday, which I know this rule doesn't apply to the Portland metro area because they've already done their work on that. But City of Sandy, quite frankly, is not in the Portland metro boundary. It's not really, I would call it a satellite city, but that would be not doing justice to the city of Sandy itself. But I suspect there are a lot of people that live in Portland and live in Sandy, as they do and can be in other areas that are not in the MPO. So I wouldn't want staff to divert a lot of their work on this, especially since we set the committee up to look at the MPO boundaries, which is really within urban growth boundaries of those respective cities and counties. But I think it's sort of a placeholder thing to kind of think about. I thought Bill had a great response, though, too, in terms of there are existing laws that are consistent with the direction we're going. So anyway, I just want to thank you for the question, and maybe we just keep that as a placeholder and think about that as we go forward. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Bill, I just have to thank you for raising and stating the fact that we're building on existing rules, because I hear this in my region, and I hear this from professional planners, is that Oregon's already ahead of the curve. We're already doing so much. Do we really need to do more? I mean, how many more? And it's like, yes, we do. It's clearly the current program is not enough. The current rules are not enough. And we're moving as quickly as we can to make sure that everybody understands it, is on board and contributes to this process. But yeah, it is not enough. And so I continue to share that message with my colleagues and with other people that I interact with that talk about this. So I just appreciate you raising that yeah, we do have a current program. We are ahead of the curve. We do more than most states, and our communities are probably ahead as well. And it's still not enough, which is the very reason we're tackling this. So I just thank you for raising that. It really captured what I hear from a lot of people.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any other Commissioner comments, questions before turning it back to Bill and staff? Not seeing any. Great, thank you. Take it back, Bill.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. So let's just go ahead and jump into it. I think so. I think we've talked a little bit about what we're talking about here. There are 6 focus areas, and these are come straight out of the Commission's charge that you gave to us last September. And we'll talk about each of these. The first one's climate-friendly areas. I think we've already talked a little bit about those, and Kevin is going to go over climate-friendly areas. For each of these, we'll have some slides. We'll talk about kind of what the idea is, what the concept is, and then we've added a slide since the advisory committee that says basically what we heard from the advisory committee, so that you can have a flavor of what people are saying to us. And then we'll have a chance after each of these 6 things to have some questions and answers. So invite those folks, those commissioners who are at the advisory committee, know that we kind of powered through these real quick with the advisory committee and just kind of went all through 6, and then people were kind of like, okay, that was a lot. So we have a little more time, a little more space with the commission today. So time for questions and answers after each of 6 of these things. So the second one is high quality pedestrian, bicycle, and transit planning. I'll be covering that piece. The third one is limiting minimum off-street parking mandates, that Evan will be discussing that with you. He's got a great abbreviated version of his presentation for that. The fourth one is limiting use of motor vehicle congestion standards. I'll be talking with you about that one, as well as E, which is the prioritize and selection of projects. And then Evan will close us out with supporting electric vehicle charging. So unless there's any other questions about that, we'll just go ahead and I think jump into climate-friendly areas, if that's okay. Kevin.
Thank you, Bill. Yeah, you can go ahead and go to the next slide. Fantastic. So first of all, what is a climate-friendly area? You've heard that term a lot. And so I want to provide a little bit of discussion about what these areas will be. Essentially urban mixed-use areas. But there's a number of important components to that. A mixture of housing, jobs, businesses, and services, of course, so mixed uses. High quality pedestrian, bicycle, and transit facilities are going to be necessary if these areas are going to function the way they need to be functioning. We also need to, from an equity standpoint, we need to make sure that we include affordable housing, a mix of employment opportunities within climate-friendly areas. I'll be talking a little bit later about, displacement concerns that may occur and a strategy for how we might address that as cities are looking to designate climate-friendly areas. Another key component, as we heard from our green infrastructure webinar, is abundant tree canopy, vegetation, shading for a comfortable and inviting urban environment. The last thing we want to do is create urban heat islands in these areas. So fundamentally, underpinning all of this, the key goal of a climate-friendly area is the opportunity for people who work and live in these areas to meet most of their daily needs without a car. That's fundamentally what we need to get to. And so hopefully that helps to kind of frame what what the goal is. Go ahead to the next slide, Bill. In order for those climate-friendly areas to be successful, they're going to need to meet certain requirements, both on the equity side and on the climate pollution reduction side. So some of the key elements of the rules, as Bill mentioned, these will be working on a different timeline from regional scenario planning. We anticipate that we will include deadlines for cities to designate climate-friendly areas. So as we're thinking about it, we would, this isn't something that we're going to necessarily designate for the cities, but allow them to, look at the areas that they have, determine what makes most sense as a climate-friendly area and plan appropriately. And so I think to a point that was, or a question maybe that was raised or referenced earlier, as we're thinking about climate-friendly areas, these might be existing areas within that are developed currently that are moving in this direction. They could be what we might call greenfield areas. So areas that will be planned with a certain, mixture of allowed uses and so forth that will facilitate climate-friendly areas. So both existing and also areas that will be planned for this level of development in the future. Another key component is requirements for local governments to consider and address potential displacement of priority populations, or, well, we'll work on the term, but folks who might be negatively impacted if we don't consider potential negative impacts that might occur with the entitlements that would come with climate-friendly areas. Next slide, please. All right, so another key component as we're thinking through what is a climate-friendly area, what is our expectation for a climate-friendly area, we know that, again, for them to be successful, certain development standards and related requirements will be necessary to that in order to support good transit service, we need certain residential densities. That's one potential use. I see that my internet connection is unstable. I may turn off my video here, sorry about that. All right, and then lastly, and importantly, I'll be talking more about this a little bit later, a process for local governments to develop and implement strategies and incentives for desired development in climate-friendly areas. This is where housing production strategies and some of the other things we've talked about in the last year or so with the housing team will come into play as we're proposing. All right, next slide, please. Fantastic. Okay, so we brought this out at the concept level on July 12th with our rulemaking advisory committee, and some of the key feedback, some of the early feedback that we received, of course, and I think we heard, I can't remember if it was Commissioner Warren or Lilac kind of referenced the need for uniform definitions and standards. So they need to be clear, but there's also a desire for flexibility in citing and context for those local government designation of climate-friendly areas. Of course, it's fundamentally important that we ensure that benefits from the climate-friendly areas prioritize, again, priority populations and minimize displacement. These areas must include supportive transit and active transportation. Again, in order to be successful, we need people to do things differently than we do today with too much reliance on the single occupant vehicle to get around. And then, of course, lastly, the areas must be inviting and must include parks, trees, other amenities to create an attractive place that people want to be. They want to live and work in these climate-friendly areas. So that's at a concept level what we're thinking for climate-friendly areas. And this is probably a good opportunity for any questions or discussion on this topic.
Thank you, Bill. Really clear. I really appreciate everything you're describing and the whole team. It's really helpful. Commissioners, questions for Bill about these concepts he has just presented.
Or Kevin.
Kevin.
I'm back.
Hi, Kevin. Any questions for the present Kevin? Sorry about that. I've had those same problems in the past, so I have a lot of empathy. Commissioner Warren.
Sorry, I'm not trying to be a hog of all the conversation here, but I think maybe, Kevin, it might be useful for us to have, or at least for me, to have maybe some concepts around, what these uniform definitions and standards might be, just to kind of put things in perspective for us.
You bet. You bet. So, some of the things we're thinking about are, first of all, what are permitted uses in these areas? We need to permit a variety of uses. So higher density residential development, we need to permit employment opportunities. We need to permit, civic uses, services, all of that stuff, again, with the goal for people to be able to get most of their daily needs met using different modes of transportation, that they can walk, they can bike, they can take transit to get to those key destination areas. So we're looking at the allowed uses. We're also thinking a little bit about the process. So the approval process that local governments would use for this kind of development. For this to be successful, it needs to be fairly streamlined. So that's a consideration. We've definitely gotten some input on that issue as well. Looking at building heights. So, more intensive development, that kind of thing. You'll hear a little bit later about parking requirements or I should say, parking mandates. And we know, and we heard this some with the housing team work that we've done over the last year, that the cost of on-site parking can be a significant inhibitor of development. And so that will likely be a component of the regulations that we'll be applying within climate-friendly areas. We'll be looking at green infrastructure, putting in place requirements conceivably for some level of urban shading, tree canopy, again, creating both attractive and livable environments. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you. Super helpful.
Good.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren. Commissioner Pearmine.
I just want to commend the group on doing this, Kevin and team. This presentation is, the level of detail that you're providing is essential. And I'm particularly excited about the, obviously, parks, trees, and other amenities. I think that this gets forgotten pretty regularly in planning, and that I lived in one of the communities that was most impacted, 116 degrees, by this recent heat event, and know that with more trees and green space, it would have felt really different. And so I just really love this framing, and I'm excited by this aspect of the work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Pardon my ignorance on this, but do we have the authority to encourage kind of the building of green buildings, or LEED buildings, energy kind of environmental friendly design? Is that beyond our kind of authority?
That's a great question, Commissioner Sandoval, and one that we've heard from our rulemaking advisory committee. Unfortunately, the answer is that we really don't have that authority, both within the purview of the department and commission, but also under the structure of statewide building code. Our understanding is local governments, the state, is not able to require development standards that are above and beyond the basic requirements of building code. That's the framework we're working under. Whether that might be amended in the future, I can't really speculate. But
and if I may, this issue came up when Cody and I were doing a briefing with the chair and vice chair Holova asked this very question: what's the role of building codes? And so I committed to her and to you all that I will work through the governor's office and with the building codes division. That this building codes issue hits so many of these critical points. When Robin and I were meeting over a year ago for the first time with our fellow directors from DEQ, ODO, and ODOT and their commission chairs, building codes was one of the first things that came up, whether it was electrification, whether it was building green building standards for energy efficiency, whether it was height standards, frankly, for things like CLT and other building materials. So it's critical to the discussion. Kevin's exactly right. It's outside of our purview, but we're going to make an attempt to bring it in.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate your reflecting on that conversation we had last week with Vice Chair Halova. Kevin, you might get to this later in your presentation, so I don't want to interrupt your flow, but you talked earlier about displacement strategies, because I know I'm going to want to really live in a climate-friendly area, and a lot of other people are. And then there's those residents that are already in those climate-friendly areas, and I'm, particularly aware of the fact that that interest in being in those wonderfully tree-lined, accessible neighborhoods is going to benefit the person who can afford to be there. And so if this isn't the time, don't do it in this slide, but I would like some examples of what you might think are successful displacement strategies that we can put in place, well, to avoid displacement strategies. So any thoughts about that now, or if it's later, feel free to do it later.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I will be talking in more detail about this later. And essentially, I think that what I've gleaned from the literature, from experts that we've talked to on the topic, there's no one perfect solution to the displacement issue, but there are a number of tools that can be used to ensure that populations aren't displaced. So density bonuses is one. So you might allow for a density bonus to for a developer to include affordable housing in a multifamily development. You might use construction excise tax dollars to focus construction of affordable housing within climate-friendly areas. Vertical housing tax credits are another means of incentivizing certain types of development within cities. So there are some tools in the toolbox. What I'll be talking about a little bit later is using the framework of the housing production strategy work to look at for each local government to look at the tools in the toolbox, to look at their particular areas that they're considering to designate as climate friendly. Who's living there now? What can we do to mitigate any negative impacts that might occur? And that might influence decisions about designating certain areas to be climate friendly or not as well.
Thank you. And as a policy wonk, I get so excited about integrating of all these different things. So anyway, I'm just sort of tingling here at my kitchen table with all these great ideas. So thanks so much.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes.
Kevin, just really quickly, is it appropriate? I think we just had Dr. Bates's report delivered to us. It's one of the reasons I'm here at PSOB is to print out all 200 pages. Including the appendices, so maybe we could share that with Commission as well. And I think that Dr. Sandoval would be also really interested probably in that work. I think he had to miss those presentations, but thank you.
Yeah, I thank you for reminding us of that great body of work, and especially if there's a final product. Yeah, and if I don't know if it's in her contract or not, but it might be useful if staff thinks it would be at the September meeting when we talk about these sorts of things. Perhaps Professor Bates can reflect on how some of those specific tools that she's thinking about or has evolved can work in climate-friendly areas to kind of amplify the things that Kevin is saying. If that seems appropriate, I'm not trying to micromanage that, but it's just a really wonderful merging of this resource that we have in her with the work that we have in front of us. Great. Thank you, Kevin. I'll turn it back to you. I'm not sure if you're finished here or if you're going to continue, but.
Oh, I'm pretty much finished, but I will say, yeah, the timing of Dr. Bates and her team's work on this couldn't have been more fortuitous. So yeah, we're definitely looking at that as one of the tools in the toolbox for local governments to use.
Great. Awesome.
So Chair, again, Bill Holmstrom, I think I'll go ahead and take it from here to talk about item B, which is high quality pedestrian, bicycle and transit planning, or planning for these systems. So we already have existing requirements, like I've said, for local governments and how they need to plan for high quality, connected, safe, complete networks of pedestrian, bicycle, and transit. But we're planning to expand on those to be a bit more specific about what that means, to be, and frankly, I think our summary doesn't really do justice to kind of think that what we'd like to do, in terms of really being very clear with local governments about what the expectations are for a safe and complete network. The other piece I do want to mention with this is, when we say pedestrian, when we say bicycle, we're talking about more than just walking and bicycling. We're talking about people that use mobility devices to get around. We're talking about people that might use other devices that kind of operate at the scale of a bicycle, like a scooter or skateboard or something like that too. So if people have a better word that they would like to use other than pedestrian and bicycle, I haven't found a really good substitute for that being those pithy words, but we do want to make sure that we're being inclusive of folks that use lots of different ways of getting around that operate at the scale of either walking or cycling. So that's really what we're talking about here. So when we're talking about where we want to make these improvements, everywhere is where it's needed, but we're going to focus in particular on climate-friendly areas to make sure that we're making those investments in these places that make sure that people that are able to get around it and basically live their lives and participate in society without having to own or operate a car. Neighborhoods, and again, we're using this term priority populations, and I think we're, as Commissioner Sandoval mentioned earlier, I think there's some we need to discuss about whether that's the proper term, but neighborhoods where there's concentrations of priority populations, making sure that places that maybe have been left behind, that we're making sure that we're making good investments in those places and not neglecting to invest in those areas or making investments that make things worse, but making it easier for people to be able to access goods, services, and neighbors with being able to be able to drive. And again, access to key destinations. And that's really, if there's places maybe they're not in a climate-friendly area or one of these neighborhoods with priority populations, just making sure that people still can walk to a school, walk to parks, things like that, and that we're connecting those places throughout our communities, wherever those are. So this is the only slide I have for this piece of it, other than the what we heard from the committee. The other thing with transit I do want to mention is it's important to remember that in most places, the local governments that the commission has rulemaking authority to regulate aren't the ones who are operating the transit service. Those are usually independent transit agencies, not in every case, but that's usually the case. So we're really focused on not so much saying run this much transit, or use this kind of route, because that's outside of our authority. And frankly, transit agencies, in my experience, are running as much transit as they can given the funding that they have, and we don't have any control over the funding that they have. So what we're trying to focus on with transit is land uses along transit corridors, identifying transit corridors where we know that are good places to run the most transit they can afford to run, putting good land uses along those that provide lots of ridership opportunities for people to access, there's lots of residences along those corridors, that there's lots of services, that it's easier for people to get around on transit and access more things from the existing transit service, and that they're also making improvements to street rights of way to speed transit along and to prioritize transit movement. So those are the kinds of what we're focusing on more than kind of the other transit pieces, which are super important and necessary, but it's just kind of outside of our wheelhouse. What we heard from the advisory committee was we need to be clearer about this, and frankly I totally agree. I think our summary was watered down a little bit, unfortunately, and I think it really, we need to be clear about people what we're talking about here. And when those draft rules come out, I think it'll be super clear what we're talking about. Define a connected bicycling and pedestrian network as well as a transit priority corridor. Yeah, that's we take that, and we'll do that. Separate bicyclists and pedestrians from vehicles on busy streets. Absolutely. Ensure that improvements work for all people who roll, not just bicyclists and pedestrians. I think that's something I mentioned earlier, that we're talking about folks who have mobility devices of any stripe is I think absolutely highest priority in making sure that our cities are accessible to anybody that can get around, what level of ability that they have to do that. And then I think the other piece that people are asking here is there's, I think, some stigma around bicycles sometimes in some communities, and we want to make sure that people, they're using scooters, they're using e-bicycles, they're using skateboards, or any number of devices. And I say there's a spectrum between roller skates and motorcycles, and there's all sorts of stuff in between there. And you've heard the term micromobility. I think it's kind of a fad term. I don't want to put it in the rules necessarily, but it's that kind of all that stuff isn't necessarily just bicycles. So we want to make sure that we're accommodating that, and we're trying to figure out how that's going to work. And then this last piece, more funding is needed and should be prioritized for populations in areas with the largest need. And we agree, we don't control the funding. What we are trying to do with the rules, and I'll talk a little bit more about this when we get a couple more down and talk about prioritization, is where we spend the money we have, or where local governments spend the money they have, is something that our plans can help direct and prioritize where those investments are made, and making sure that they're made in places where it does the most good, and in types of projects that move us in the direction that we need to go. So I'm happy to that's the end of this piece of it. Happy to answer any questions or receive any comments from the commission.
Thank you, Bill. Commissioner Jacobson, do you have your hand up?
Hey, wow, you're good. I was about to put my hand up, and then you called on me. Just a comment from something that we saw in our own community that kind of surprised us, but just, I guess, to think about transportation and transit. Back about, I guess it was now two and a half years ago, when we saw some increase in transportation funding from the new tax that was put in, and part of that funding had to be used to create better accessibility for students. It wasn't necessarily enough money for us to create, new routes for students. So one of the things we thought we would just, give a try to was allowing all, we first started with high school students, all high school students in the county using their, student issued ID card, could ride the bus anywhere in Lincoln County for free on transit. We thought they'd use it to go to jobs, or, go do something fun or work or whatever. Maybe come back from sports practice or something like that. What we ended up seeing was a lot of ridership getting to and from school, which surprised us because, of course, there is school transportation for that. And there are some rules around us not doing that. But what we ended up seeing is, because about 30% of our students in any given year in Lincoln County transfer schools, and that mostly has a lot to do with housing. So housing is very challenging here. So, maybe first they were in Lincoln City at the beginning of the year, and then they moved to Newport, which is about a 45-minute drive. And the school does not transport kids, that far. So you have to basically be living somewhere to go to that school that's kind of nearest you. So a lot of families and kids were utilizing public transportation to basically get to school, so they didn't have to, move schools in the middle of the year. As well as a lot of parents accessing transportation to get to the school. for things like conferences or what have you. And so I think that taught us, and it was so successful, we actually ended up adding middle school students and that kind of thing. And it was so successful that I think it's made us realize that we can't kind of just think in our heads like, oh, school transportation is like this separate thing. And we should think about that when we think about public transportation. There's a lot of transportation needs that students have and families have that may not be covered around school transportation that are still important. Again, like how are they getting home from the basketball game and that sort of thing? How is the family getting to the basketball game as well? So I just kind of wanted to put that there to think about, that I think it's still important to think, especially in rural communities, that school events and kids and families getting to schools are so important, and not all of that is necessarily covered.
I really love that point, Commissioner, and the creative thinking there. And I recall when I would bring that sort of topic up in the metro area relative to TriMet, we quite frankly ran into union issues. We were talking about paratransit. We were talking about, smaller buses for different lines and things. And we ran into a lot of union issues. And so, but that shouldn't stop us in the future thinking about these things creatively. And using other resources that are available to supplement our transportation system. So thanks for bringing that topic up. Commissioner Sandoval.
So in terms of kind of equity issues and the kind of the pushback that you get in some communities around, new transit, new active kind of transportation infrastructure. So I wrote a book about this 4 years ago, and so you might want to take a look at some of the last fourth of the book is actually like different case studies where the infrastructure was built, and it was since it was kind of community led, it was actually really accepted by the low income communities of color. And so the book is called Bicycle Justice and Urban Transformation. And I just looked it up. It's on sale, 20% off. So if you want to take a look at that. But yeah, there's a lot of good suggestions in that book about these issues.
Well, that's great. I didn't know that you had done that. I know you have a lot of credentials. So we might all want to purchase the book, but I'm wondering if, again, if in September there is a 10-minute or 15-minute slot in the context of this topic, that you'd want to reflect on the findings of those case studies. If that seems appropriate to staff relative to where you want to go in September, I would afford you that opportunity, Commissioner. Commissioner Piermine.
Just to pick up on that thread of the terminology and language that was flagged in this first bullet, I am curious if we are thinking of reconsidering the language to make it more accessible and clear, because it is really defining those terms. Pedestrian and bicycle are very specific, so I don't know what that would look like, but I think when we're looking at our terminology together, I think it's worth considering new terminology there as well that's more open.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Piermine. Thank you. I've made that point at every time I talk about this and say, please tell me what the word should be, because I would like to use a more inclusive terminology. And I don't know had anyone's really figured that out yet, unfortunately.
It's not sorry, Chair MacArthur, it's not my field at all. So I'm sure that there's been further thinking in this, but I'm just thinking like accessible mobility options or non-vehicle mobility options. That's just provides kind of a bigger swath, but I'm guessing there's some thinking around this.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one for everybody that's worked in this area, because there's, especially I think in what people call micro mobility, there's so much more innovation and lots of things happening. I mean, there's skateboards with one wheel that you can drive around now. It just like things that wouldn't have been invented a decade ago. So how do you write a rule around things like that? It's unclear to me. So.
Yeah, and then generally the term micromobility doesn't really land very well in my head. I don't really get it. So maybe it's looking what the definition of the micromobility is and then using that term. I don't know. I totally get the dilemma, Bill. And I think you pointed out that you're open to suggestions. I don't have any right now, but we should all be thinking about that. Other commissioners' questions, comments at this point for Bill on high quality pedestrian, bicycle, and transit networks? Seeing none.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to hand it on over to Evan now to cover parking mandates.
Great.
Evan.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur and Commission. Evan Manville, Land Use and Transportation Planner, he, him pronouns. I love parking policy and thinking about parking reform because it's a fabulous opportunity to move forward both our climate goals and our equity goals. So really excited the Commission directed us to look at this and move forward. Next slide. We are not the only people in the world thinking about this and realizing this is a real opportunity to move beyond kind of 1950s thinking and planning profession and see the opportunity. The oil capital of Canada, Edmonton, has repealed their parking mandates. You go all across the US, people are cutting the edges, thinking of smarter ways to do this. Minneapolis made a lot of headlines for that. Here in Oregon, both Portland and Salem, and Bend is moving forward, looking at this. Mexico City, New Zealand, there's a lot of momentum on this. Next slide. I think you all know this, but for those in the audience who might not, there are lots and lots of reasons people are rethinking parking mandates. One is it's just a huge land use. And if we can figure out a better more efficient way than storing cars, that's fabulous. A lot of Oregon's downtowns and downtowns across the country and world. This map in the upper left, I think that's Corvallis's downtown. All the stuff in red is parking, but it could be pretty much any downtown. We've done these maps for Klamath Falls, Salem. Parking is a huge land use, and then especially in these downtowns, which we expect to be one of the core climate-friendly areas. If we can put housing and employment, retail, other things there, it's going to become a lot more walkable, and people are going to be able to get around without driving. We haven't studied this extensively, but in the places that they have, they've looked at, they say this is 10 to 20% of cities' land. So the bottom left is Los Angeles, 14% of their land is used for off-street parking, and an additional amount for on-street parking. Property owners themselves, commercial developers, when Olympia studied this, it's the majority of the land that commercial property owners, they set it aside for parking, and that means it can't be store or landscaping or other things. There's also a lot of waste. You see in the upper right here, the cities that have looked at their multifamily developments and gone out and done parking utilization studies, they find that there's often just a lot of empty spaces. So we've kind of tried to create a formula, and it doesn't work very well. Certainly there are some places where it's fully used, but there are other places where less than half of it's used. So both north and south of us, Bay Area and King County, and here in Oregon, there's a lot of opportunity to better use that for housing or parks or other things. Finally, Michael Manville, who spells his last name wrong, but otherwise is a leading parking researcher, has done a lot to say, hey, does this actually impact how much people drive? And a couple of recent studies said, yes, it both impacts car ownership and how much people drive. And that's not totally surprising. That's kind of basic economics, that if you're providing something free and easy for people, people will consume more of it than if you actually make them think about that decision financially. So all sorts of reasons we're thinking about reform. Next slide. And this is kind of a slide you may have seen. It's a very common graphic. It's just saying, hey, parking spaces themselves are intensive. So you're comparing the housing versus a parking space and all the additional land that's needed to maneuver in a parking lot. That's land that could be used for something else. And instead, it's storing something that's unused 95% of the time. So it's a real opportunity cost and land cost. So people say, how much does parking cost? And we're like, well, it's a really hard question to answer, in part because paving an unstructured thing, just a basic parking space, is not that much. But when you say, oh, if instead we could be using that for housing, it's a very large cost. So the land costs something, the paving costs something, but the lost opportunity is a very large cost. Next slide. And this is an example of that in practice. Some students in Eugene said, hey, we've got this corner lot at 18th and Willamette. Current zoning allows it to be a duplex. Can we make it a fourplex? Could you design a fourplex on this lot? And I said, you know, the code pretty much allows us to do that, and it will actually pencil if we provide one fewer parking space than the code currently requires. The current code says 1 per unit, and if they can actually just have 3 parking spaces instead of 4, they could make it a fourplex pencil. So that's the parking code is driving a loss of parking housing units currently. So that's really the opportunity in practice is trying to say, okay, parking has real world impacts, or parking codes have real world impacts. Next slide. So beyond the basic parking regulations, which planners have done forever and have used various parking manuals to kind of try to pseudo-scientifically figure out how much each development needs, how do we change behavior with parking? And obviously, as I said earlier, pricing matters a lot. So beyond the basic question of, is there a parking space, is, do I have to pay for that parking space? Like I have to pay when I get on a bus, do I have to pay when I park my car? And so that's the real lever in behavior change, which a lot of this rulemaking is after and trying to meet our climate goals. If people have to pay for the parking space at work, they drive a lot less. If people who are offered the opportunity to take money instead of that free parking space at work, they also drive a lot less. A lot of people are willing to do that. So that's called parking cash out. So yeah, that charging everyone is the best thing. Providing people a financial incentive or a financial thank you for not driving but still providing free parking, it has significant behavior change as well. Next slide. So that all informed kind of the direction we're conceptually thinking about going. Having governments tell builders and individuals and everyone else how much parking they should build and consume is probably not the best approach. So we think we should reduce those parking mandates. We also think those who are using parking should be asked to pay for it generally, because a lot of the more marginalized communities, priority populations, they own a lot fewer cars, they drive less, and they consume less parking on average. We know that there are individual circumstances, but on average, the poorest among us are subsidizing the parking among the richest. So we think internalizing costs is a good direction to go. Addressing the negative impacts, we have some of this in the current transportation planning rules, just saying, hey, parking lots can really impact the urban environment. So let's think about how those are designed. In our core areas, try not to have those big parking lots and car-focused development in climate-friendly areas and other places. And generally, as far as practitioners, we should just improve parking management instead of boosting supply whenever we think there's tension and congestion around parking. Parking management, we have all sorts of tools, technology is providing us all sorts of tools to really use things like permits and pricing and street signage. And you've seen a lot of this in the areas. Hey, there's parking available there. It's 2 blocks over, there's lots of it. That sort of thing. So using management is a more efficient, economically and equitable way to approach this, instead of trying to pave over everything where there's a shortage. Next slide. So in terms of how that might roll out in the rules themselves, kind of those principles, first is kind of saying, hey, there are some types of development we especially want to make sure aren't burdened by that extra required cost by the government. You know, certain multifamily housing types in line with what you all passed with the middle housing and traditional housing types, shelters, childcare facilities, et cetera, just the sort of things that we don't have enough of. And as much as we can cut the red tape for those types of development, great. There are also certain places in cities that we particularly want to ease the burden of parking mandates. Obviously downtowns and climate friendly areas and along transit corridors. That's where the data show we'd have the biggest bang for the buck and probably the right way to focus there. Then we want to provide cities options. We know that part of the challenge in parking mandates is we've been using cookie cutter stuff, but cities and areas have their own circumstances. So we want to provide some cities some options and flexibility, especially rewarding those cities who decide to use some price tools that we can't mandate. But if they use those tools, I think we should reward them. Yeah, and then asking more of the larger cities. Like that's a basic principle in a lot of our rules, saying larger cities have more demand and more ability to manage their parking than those with fewer resources. Yeah, and there are some tools to try to say, hey, those who don't pay for parking or don't use parking shouldn't pay for it. Again, those are hard for us to mandate under our authority, but we want to encourage cities to do those. Next slide. Now, there are 2 points to make before I conclude. One is the public discussion on this presumes that, oh, if you're not requiring people to build parking, that means there won't be any parking. It'll be really hard, and that's not accurate. You know, so getting over that mental hurdle is really important, and that public discussion hurdle. Just the data across the country where the mandates aren't as high as they could, or they've been waived, people still realize their visitors want some parking. Usually, you know, the visitors are the residents. In Eugene, a developer was required to build 0 parking. Their business model was, let's put in 700 stalls of parking and build that into the market for our housing and for some other folks. So they saw a need for that. Los Angeles, when they repealed their downtown parking mandates, really a creative mix of approaches there. Some people provided parking on site, some off site, some none. But they ended up with 1.2 spaces per new housing unit. So really some flexibility. The diversity of parking meets the diversity of housing needs and parking demands. So that's really what we've seen happen. And a last example from Corvallis, a student housing providing a whole bunch of parking, even above the mandated, so 2.7 spaces per unit anyway. So the market has their models. The lenders are very conservative, tend to be pretty conservative. So even as we repeal these mandates, the lenders and the developers may be slow to evolve to kind of meet that diversity of parking. There are other examples where they're providing less parking, but generally what we've heard from builders again and again and again and again is, I want to make sure there's enough parking or I'm going to go bankrupt. So that's the feedback we're hearing. Next slide. The one thing that happens when we're repealing these one-size-fits-all mandates is cities may actually have to do some more management of their on-street parking. And this is kind of the traditional challenge with spillover. It's called spillover parking, where someone might not provide enough parking on site. Often they provide enough, sometimes they don't. This is a little bit of a flow chart on how it works in my brain. I'll just follow you down the right side into that yellow arrow. what happens is a builder might provide less parking than demand. And some places that's fine, there's plenty of on-street parking, and that's great. Other places that might be a struggle and some conflict. And that's going to mean the cities are going to have to look at what's going on street, and they might use a permit program or a pricing program to deal with that spillover. And once that's done, then the market will more efficiently provide what's needed. But cities from LeGrand to Eugene and Corvallis and Salem and Portland, like cities have done this and can do this. It's not a hugely complicated thing, at least logistically. The politics of it can be a little difficult, but we do realize that is asking cities to manage this huge portion of their city, like 10% of their city, to manage it a little bit. Okay, last slide. So here are a few things we heard when we rolled this out to the RAC. Parking, everyone's a parking expert, and it's a very emotional thing. It really appeals to our lizard brain. But the dynamics are often that there are people at the local level who are very angry about it, and they would love it if the state could help them. So a lot of support overall, some equity concerns, make sure that those people with lower incomes have places to park and aren't burdened by pricing schemes. Yeah, and the interface of parking and making sure people have quality choices. When we worked with the city of Corvallis about looking at pricing, they said, well, you might pay a little bit for parking, but your overall transportation costs are going to go down because of walking and biking improvements. Yeah, and then we did hear a couple of folks saying, oh, this is going to require us to do some work as a city. So those are some of the things we've heard. But overall, general support for this direction. So we're excited to get your thoughts now.
Thank you, Evan. Boy, that was a really compelling presentation. Your slides were really spot on, especially the diagram. I think it was Corvallis with all the parking consumed, all the land consumed with parking in that area. It's really compelling. So thanks for putting that together. I just have a question about the label or title for this area of your work. The term, in my mind, limit parking mandates doesn't do justice to the whole portfolio of the strategies that you're including, and I think also because the idea of it's not limiting, it's a double negative really. And so if there's another term to label this work or this body of work, it's more perhaps something like foster managed parking or something like that, because I was thinking about what Anjali was talking about last week in a meeting I had with her, and I think Cody was there and Jim, and she raised the issue of shared parking. So, and that's certainly one strategy for communities to encourage. So it's not just limiting parking mandates, it's a broader topic area of right sizing parking to our goals. So if you're so inclined as staff to think about a different way to label this body of work, it might be a little bit more accurate given the array of things you're considering. Just one thought on that. So I have also Commissioner Sandoval has his hand up, and then Commissioner Warren.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And yeah, excellent presentation. I agreed with like 99% of it. So, but one question I had was the issue with disabled parking. Like what is the discussion around disabled parking? I mean, there's like placard abuse, but that's beyond our purview. But yeah, I just want to hear more about that.
Yeah, we are very much not planning on reducing parking for people with disabilities. Traditionally, city codes have done that as a percentage of their parking mandates, their parking minimums. So if they remove their parking minimums, they would just transfer over those numbers. So the draft rules and concept very much realize that people with disabilities, particularly mobility-related disabilities, can require parking, and we fully support them having that option. So thank you for that concern. But yeah, we definitely do not want to impact that with this.
So that makes me think about other parts. So if we're encouraging skateboards and electric, electric bikes and that sort of thing, yeah, replacing some of that land that was designated for vehicular parking with a station area, an area to for people to park their skateboards and all those things. Is that something you're considering as well? Not just taking away something, but offering other ways to park their rolled vehicles or whatever to a store or theater or whatever?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Chair MacArthur. One of the concepts in our roles that it wasn't in this presentation was asking cities to ensure they have flexibility and people on efforts to repurpose parking. You've seen a lot of that across the state during the pandemic, that people have realized that, wow, I'd rather have outside tables at my business, my restaurant, than 3 parking spaces, or, so encouraging cities to make that easy and possible. But yeah, parking as well, particularly near the 30 feet of intersections, which is often a conflict for pedestrians, creating those sight lines. You've seen people take that over for bike parking and other forms of parking, but I will work to explicitly mention that sort of rethought for parking much more efficient, cleaner vehicles, like you mentioned.
Great, thank you. And then we have Commissioner Warren and then Commissioner Piermine.
I just want to add another point to the conversation is, of course, the conservation aspects of reducing mandates, parking mandates. The less permeable space we can create, the better our river and stream ecology will be. As climate progresses, the Northwest is seeing fewer and more high-intensity storms. And with the increased amount of impermeable surfaces, we're seeing large flushes of water that just kind of go straight out to the ocean, instead of permeate down in the ground and continue to feed our aquatic habitats over the dry seasons, if you will. So I don't know if that fits into the points you need to make, but I would be remiss if I didn't bring it up as a fish lover. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren. I feel like I could talk for 24 hours on all the reasons for parking reform, but I will add that into the slides in the future. Thank you.
It's for the fish. Commissioner Piermine.
I'm just going to echo the thanks for the presentation first to start. It was really visually compelling, and I think the visuals really transform our thinking around this. So just huge gratitude there. And then I just thought I wanted to hear your response based on Chair MacArthur's point around how you frame the language here, because I do think it's confusing, limit parking mandates. And agree that this sort of it's a transformational moment for planners when you rethinking sort of uses. So I wanted to hear your reactions based on what language might come forward for you if you were to wave your magic wand here.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Piermine and Chair MacArthur on that. Certainly, often we talk about supporting parking reform or parking management reform. That's probably more likely how we'll frame it in the future. I think the parking mandates was probably words that were drafted into the charge and is, but happy to try to reframe that in a more positive way. I think that limiting parking mandates does try to highlight that these are pretty costly mandates from above, and try to bring in those folks who may be more skeptical of government's role. So kind of highlights that they are red tape and a real cost, but I like the nudge to move to a broader, more positive, that it actually includes everything that it's going to be in this, because as Chair MacArthur noted, the parking mandates are one slice of it, but not the full beast. So happy to hear other thoughts besides parking management or reform, but yeah. Commissioner,
thanks, Evan. Do you have Katie, do you have any thoughts about what that term might be? Or, I mean, just as long as you have the.
I don't really. I think it's more just really hearing what you were saying and how this really, your presentation really hit it home for me of how critical this issue is. And that, anyway, I think it really limits the work by having this name.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you. I just, I really think about this concept together with the previous discussion with the high quality pedestrian, bicycle, and transit piece, because if we make our communities really desirable places to walk, ride, roll, however else we're going to get around with transit convenience, people more times than not are going to choose that. And I think about, for example, Sun River. Family member was recently coming to Sun River and they said, gosh, should we bring bikes or not? And I said, going to Sun River without a bike is like going to a Bend Brewery and not ordering a beer. I mean, Sun River is designed for bicycles, and it's really enjoyable, and it's not dense, but it's really a great, enjoyable place to move around. And so I think it's so important for us to continue to think about how these issues are connected and making really great places. And I know we talk about urban, and I know these are really applying to urban areas, but a lot of people outside of the 8 urban areas don't think of their little towns as being urban. It's their town, it's their resort, it's their community, it's whatever the case may be. So sometimes language matters there. So in any event, I just share that. It's thinking about the connectivity and the importance of these, the pieces we're working on together.
All really good points. Any response, Evan?
The only thing, Commissioner Lilac, that came to mind was when we did some work in Independence, and they said, we have a parking problem. And it's like, okay, you've got parking problem of like 1 block each way from this intersection. And the nice thing is, if you can actually encourage people to park 2 blocks away, then they'll walk by a bunch of businesses. So that's kind of the interface of park once and then have a good walking environment. So even if driving is part of one trip, it's not part of all trips, and then people discover the joys of a city. So very, yeah, that's what came to mind, but I appreciate your point about Sun River.
I really like the way you describe that, Evan, you've done that throughout your presentation. Describe the value of doing this to the user and to the city and to businesses. I think the more that we can grab a hold of and explain things, what's going to happen in a person's life or a business life or whatever, using sort of non-planner terms just to resonate with people and communities, I think, and you've done that. I think everyone's doing that. I'm not implying you're not. I think and you've really evolved your presentation to those kinds of things, and I want to thank you for that. Any other commissioners have your hands up or would like to say something?
Commissioner Jacobson has her hand up.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, just wanted to say, thank you for working on this. I really hate working on parking issues. It's like one of those things I'm just adverse to. So I appreciate we have some expertise and someone that's, wants to actually work on this. And, just a note in listening to the conversation that people's modes of transportation and how we live, it does change through time. It really does. We were recently in Lincoln County we had one of our attorneys going through old code and finding old code and getting rid of it just to get it off our books. And he found that we had some old code that talked about in public buildings the number of horse hitch posts you had to have out front of public buildings, to make sure, again, that people using horses as transportation had a place to tie their horses up. So, obviously that's not relevant anymore. And as we have these, new types of transportation, like bikes or whatever that come on, I think it's important that we make sure we're doing the work, not just to think about parking, but also to accommodate those new things that come up.
Fun example. Thank you. Is there more staff? I'm contemplating a break, but I don't want to do that if maybe we could finish staff presentations if I don't really know exactly where you are in covering all the topics.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, Bill Holmstrom again. So we have 6 A through F topics, and so we just finished C, so we're halfway through. So it might be a good time for a break just to pause right now, if you'd like.
Thanks, Bill. I really appreciate that. So why don't we take a break? And we were scheduled to take it at 10:45. We're taking it a little bit early, which is great. But let's reconvene at, I guess, what time is it now? I guess maybe 11. Reconvene at 11. Does that make sense? No, it's 10:40. Yeah, that's about right. 20 minutes. Thanks.
Recording stopped.
Good morning. The time is 11 o'clock a.m. We are returning from our morning break and continuing with agenda item 11, update on the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking.
Thank you, Esther. And we'll just turn it right back to Bill and company to continue on this great presentation and discussion.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Again, Bill Holmstrom. I'm going to continue on our rule concepts. Just 3 more to go for you. Hopefully, at least some of these will go a little bit quicker here. Just in looking at the time here. So the first one is limiting use of vehicle congestion standards. And I think this one's probably of the 6 the wonkiest, maybe the most kind of in the weeds in terms of folks who don't deal with transportation planning on a regular basis, kind of trying to get their hands around. So I'll try to explain kind of what this means and what it is and what we're planning to, the direction we're planning to go with it. And of course, happy to answer any questions kind of at the end of this piece of it. So transportation system performance standards, they have lots of different kind of ways that we call them. That's kind of the generic term. Kind of more specific term you'll hear sometimes is called mobility standards. Let me click on the right thing here. So there's a lot of different types of standards out there. There's 2 that are mostly used in Oregon. There's usually level of service, or LOS, which is used by a lot of local governments. That's basically a letter grade A through F and this is to grade the performance of a mostly usually intersections, but also other kinds of segments or road facilities. And basically it's, how well is it doing under, lots of traffic. So a intersection that's graded A in level of service means that traffic's flowing through fine. There's no backups, anything like that. And one that's F means there's lots of backups and congestion. The other one you might see is called VC ratio, or volume to capacity ratio. It's a number between 0 and 1, or sometimes it's over 1, but not theoretically it shouldn't go over 1, but sometimes they are, which basically means how many cars are driving through there at a certain time, versus how much the theoretical capacity of that facility, that intersection or that road segment is. So, usually if it's a 0.75 or so, it means there's lots of people driving there, but it's still, traffic is moving. And once you get closer to 1, there's more and more backups and congestion. So those are the 2 main types of standards that we see used, and that's what ODOT uses. They use volume to capacity, and some local governments use volume to capacity as well. So that's when we're talking about these kinds of standards. We're talking about standards that people use, or to measure the performance of a transportation facility that's very specific to that facility. So these measures that I just gave you the examples of, the level of service and the VC ratio, they only measure motor vehicle throughput and congestion. So these measures don't tell you about anything about how the pedestrian experience is. How long do pedestrians have to wait? How many lanes do they have to cross? In some cases, a better performing, you can have better graded facility that then has worse performance for pedestrians, right? As an example, because hey, we added another turn lane. That means cars can drive through here faster and get through. You can get more cars through here. Well, that's another lane of traffic that pedestrians have to cross. They cross these big, long, wide arterials. So that's an example. But you can think about it doesn't measure access to jobs or to services. It doesn't measure how well it works for people with disabilities. It doesn't measure how it works for people that are riding transit. It just measures how many vehicles can we get through this intersection, basically. So these standards are used in a variety of contexts, and I just want to be real clear here that use the same kind of number in different places, and it has different effects. So the first one is making transportation plans. So say making a transportation system plan for a community, what might happen now is a consultant would look at the community and see what the traffic is supposed to look like in the future based on certain numbers that they plug into their models, and they'll see there's in the future some intersections they'll color them red, right, and they'll be over 1 or they'll be an F or something like that, and say, okay, that's where we need to make investments, and they'll make the plans based on that kind of modeling. Now, I want to be clear that there's other things that transportation plans do currently other than just these. These aren't the sole standards that we use in making transportation plans now, but it's an important one that we do use now. The second one is to regulate plan amendments and zone changes. So I always come back to kind of one of the key tenets of the Oregon planning system is that you do the planning up front, right? You do the plan, you figure out what the capacity of some land is, when it comes to transportation, comes to sewer and water and everything else, right? That you can once you figured out that piece out, you've done the planning, you figured out over the next 20 years what can go there, you zone it and you allow that sort of thing to happen, and it can happen. There's other states where there's more of that work to figure out what can happens at the time of development rather than up front. So the Oregon system is a little bit different in that you do the planning up front, and then over that planning period, you can just build. That's the way our transportation system plans are designed to work. You do the transportation system plan that is based on what is permitted in the local comprehensive plan and zoning regulations. And then once you've got that plan adopted, you're good. You don't have to do any more analysis as far as the state's concerned. What happens is then local governments want to make changes to the underlying land use plan. They want to make change to make a zone change, update the land use regulations, or make a change the comprehensive plan. So there's a process in our rules that talks about how local governments need to make findings to make sure that the changes to that land use are going to be still okay and make the transportation system still function. So what happens now is that is based entirely on those standards I just talked about, the VC ratio or the LOS, and what we want to do is move away from that to some other types of standards. The third kind of context these standards are used is to review development proposals. This is not something that the state requires at all. It's not an LCDC requirement. It's something that local governments have choose to do, and not every local government does it. But they often will review development proposals. Maybe there's a threshold level, a certain size, something like that, where developers are required to do a transportation impact analysis or a TIA, and often these standards are part of the how the traffic engineers figure out what the kind of impact of that development proposal is. Now, remember, the state's saying you do the planning up front and then you're good. This is additional kind of layer on top of that the local governments have chosen to put there. And I think this is outside of my wheelhouse a little bit, but some of the recent, I think, case law around clear and objective standards for housing development, I think, puts some of these regulations in jeopardy anyway, aside from the rulemaking that we're moving forward with now. So I just want to put that in your ear. And then the fourth one is to implement and operate transportation systems and facilities. Some of that kind of connects to the last one where we're talking about at the time of development, and some of that's around figuring out facilities, but some of that is also around financing systems, development charges, things like that that might be based around trip generation or some of these other standards. But some of this is basically some of this is around signal timing. It gets into the real weeds of like traffic engineering stuff. Like, okay, we figure out our signal timing because we need to figure out like what the movement of these of the vehicles are, and so we use these standards for those purposes. So we're mostly in this rulemaking focused on these first two. I'm not sure how much will really affect the second two of those, but I've mostly been trying to think about how do we get at these first two. So what our rules will do is we'll require the use of other types of transportation performance standards, ones that don't have just to do with vehicle congestion, because so many of our decision-making points, as you can tell, are really come back to just vehicle congestion. Guess what our transportation system looks like at the end of the day? It's really focusing just on moving traffic and not on all the other values that are important to us. I think there's still a role for these standards in limited applications, and we're going to try to identify what those are and be clear about when it's okay to use these type of things. And you'll see it in the next slide here when we talk about some of the things that we heard back from the advisory committee. I think we want to be sensitive to some of these issues that where it's still there's still a case to use these in maybe in conjunction with other standards. And then other standards, I just want to be real quickly about what could those look like. The big one is reducing vehicle travel. So California has moved away from these types of standards in the way their processes work. Their processes are different than ours in terms of the California Environmental Quality Act and some of the things that the processes, but they used to be based largely on kind of that VOC or that level of service stuff. They've moved to VMT or vehicle miles traveled and trying to reduce that. So trying to reduce the amount of driving that happens. So that will be integrated in our framework somehow. I'm not quite sure exactly how it's going to work. I think Cody and I still have a lot of work to do with folks over at Department of Transportation to make sure that we're doing this in a way that makes sense. Safety of the transportation system is a key value that the standards don't really touch on, except that maybe if there's a wreck that means that there's more congestion. But it's not about safety. It's about are we moving cars or not. Network connectivity is super important value to us and actually supports more ways of getting around the same kind of area. The more different ways there are to do that, no matter what the mode of travel is, that helps this transportation network be more resilient. That's good, whether it's just because of congestion or because there is a wreck or because there's other sorts of issues that it's a good metric. So that'd be one we'll be looking at. And then destination accessibility. And I think people can think of probably a bunch of other reasons or other values that are important to look at when they're looking at standards. But these are some ones, the key ones that have come out of some work that has been happening up in Metro. Metro and Region 1, they are also looking at, ODOT Region 1 is looking at the same issue of vehicle congestion standards. They're not working for us. We want to move to something different. So they're looking at some different things. I'm kind of piggybacking on some of the work that they're doing. We're kind of pushing them along in some other ways as well. So I want to talk real quick about what the advisory committee has told us. I think there was a support for moving towards we call it multimodal level service. That there's basically it's a way of measuring level of service that looks at pedestrians, looks at bicycles. It's not so much about how many people can walk across a crosswalk or anything like that. It's more about the quality of the facility, whether it's a sidewalk or a bicycle lane or a bicycle facility, and a lot of the quality of that's been found out through the research that's been done in this area, is my understanding has to do with cars and how close or far away the cars are from you, what kind of buffer there is between you and those cars, how fast those cars are moving. So the more that we can improve the quality of that pedestrian bicycle experience, the better those multimodal level of service indicators are, and that almost, not entirely, but has almost an inverse relationship with just like moving cars quickly through a neighborhood. So there is that kind of relationship there. A focus on communities and movement of people and goods over vehicles. So again, a congestion standard is really about moving vehicles. It's not about moving people or moving goods. It looks at a bus as basically a long car, right? It doesn't say there's a lot of people on that car, we should treat it differently or give it more priority than the car next to it that's got just the driver in it. That it's just like, okay, it's a box that needs to move through this intersection. So I think, focusing on measurements that really think about, okay, but the transits where the people are, let's give that some priority. I think that's valuable. That was great feedback from the advisory committee. Equity considerations and air quality impacts. I think this came up in a few instances, and this is something where I think we have to be real careful about when the real easy rule to write is to say, huck them, don't do them anymore, don't use them. But that, I think there's situations where idling congested traffic in neighborhoods where investments, quote investments, were made to build a highway through a neighborhood, in history, it and then allowing congestion to kind of continue in that place. Is that really the right thing to do? What's the right way to look at that, and what's the best outcome there? And I think we're still struggling with what that looks like. But just throwing the congestion standards out the window is not going to work. We're going to have to think about, okay, what are the outcomes we're looking for here? Well, we want better air quality in these neighborhoods. Okay, what's the best way to do that with managing the transportation system? And we'll have to figure out what that looks like. This fourth bullet is considering connections to SDCs. That means system development charges. I'm sorry, I tried to get rid of all the acronyms. I guess I didn't. And local impact analysis. This is where I think this comes from local governments. They're really concerned. They rely on these measures to do system development charges. It helps them fund the build out of their transportation network, and sometimes those things are connected. So we're going to be real careful that whatever we're doing, it's not going to impact their ability to do good things. And I think, like I said, I think there's some of the impact analysis stuff that they're doing may run into trouble anyway, I think, with the clear and objective standards. But the SDCs thing, it seems like there's a pretty clear connection there, and we're going to have to see. I don't think anything our rules are going to do is going to impact the SDCs. That's what I should say. But that's something we'd have to consider. And then pricing can create inequitable results, and so I think pricing is something that the reason someone brought it up here is because in our memo we did say maybe to operate a pricing program that's based on maybe congestion, you need to know if it's congested or not. So that would be a good use of using the congestion standards, is to figure out whether or not it's congested so you can charge the right price. That's obviously looking into the future, but that's the future that we need to be looking into. So that's kind of what we're thinking about with our rules, and I think maybe that comment is based on that. And other people are definitely looking at pricing issues, especially in the Portland metropolitan area, and to make sure that those are done in a way that is equitable and helping communities. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I know it's kind of a funky, kind of wonky topic, a lot of different kind of moving parts to it, and we're still, I think, there's still a little bit of lack of clarity about exactly the direction that we're going to go, but I'm happy to answer any questions or hear any comments from the commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Really good presentation. I get it, and it's really helpful. And I'm very supportive of the direction that you're all going. A couple of thoughts. One is that this slide in particular helps me understand what Cody and the rest of the team was describing earlier about equity being a thread that runs through these things. And I think about equity lens and policy direction, and that's all really important, and we have that. But the challenge with any effort is to take that from a policy lens or direction and actualize it in practice. And I think a couple of the bullets here describe how staff is recommending or thinking about how we might actualize the equity lens by looking at health impacts and the inequities of pricing and those sorts of things. So I just kind of wanted to point that out. It's really helpful for me to see that in fact the thread is there, or more, it's more than just one thread, but taking the policy direction down into the actions is really important. And the second comment I have is that, similar to the comment that I had about the other label for the other one that we just talked about, I think the term limiting use of congestion standards doesn't do justice to the full portfolio of things you're considering. And so, yeah, and as you pointed out, Bill, you know, vehicular congestion standards have a place and a purpose and an application. We're trying to right size that relative to other measurements that look at the entire network. And so I would encourage you to think about relabeling this to indicate that really we're trying to enhance the portfolio of measurements to look at the entire system or the network, and not just looking at highways and things. So anyway, those are my thoughts. I would love to have other commissioners weigh in, and apparently Commissioners Warren and Lilac already have their hands up. Commissioner Warren.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Bill. Could you help me understand the pricing concept a little more clearly? I think I either stopped paying attention or just completely don't understand it. Thanks.
Yeah, so I would say this is probably a reaction to our memo, which I think gave a couple examples of places where we might want to allow the use of congestion standards still. And one of those things was if we have a road pricing, another way of saying is tolls for a freeway or some other sort of facility that's based on congestion. So this is something that's happening in more and more places around the world, and even in the country. And our closest example right now would be in the Seattle metropolitan area on Interstate 405. There are some what they call express lanes that and actually there's a couple other freeways in Seattle metropolitan area that do this, but where there's the normal kind of lanes where you don't have to pay anything and you just kind of drive on it and it's backed up. Then there's the express lanes, and you've probably, if you've been up to Seattle, you're familiar with the HOV lanes, the high occupancy vehicle lanes for carpools or people in transit buses. That's basically this, but also they let people that don't have as many people in the car get in there and pay a fee and a toll, and that toll will go up and down based on how busy the facility is. So they want to make sure that the people that are in the carpools, the people on transit can get through quickly still. So they're saying, okay, well, this lane is starting to fill up. If there's starting to be more congestion, we're going to raise the price. It's going to go up, and that means fewer people will, presumably will want to get out of the full free lanes and get over into the more expensive express lanes. And there's lots of different ways of doing it. There's the London example where they just draw a line around the central part of the city and said, in this part of the city, you have to pay the fee to get in here, and once you're in, then you're good. And that goes up depending on the time of day. And how busy that area is. There's, just doing a full freeway and just saying to drive on this freeway, you have to pay this amount, and that might go up or down during the day depending on how busy it is. I think that's what that comment was in response to. If that answers your question.
Very much so. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac.
Thanks. Thank you, and Commissioner. Chair MacArthur, you really hit on some of the points that I was going to make as well. I really support the level of service for all modes of transportation. I think that's so important, not just mobility, but at the same time, we can't get rid of mobility. It's you mentioned transit. I think about emergency services, evacuations, freight. I think about our rural residents visiting our cities. So there has to be while some people may support just completely eliminating that aspect and just focusing on other modes, there does need to be that balance. And I think that's important. And I hear you including that in the concept, which is really great. Probably the only other thought I had was, you said consider connections to SDCs. And I should know this, but I don't. But just if we can use SDCs now for all of the other modes of transportation in addition to roads. I know we often call it a road. I mean, some places call it the transportation SDC, but can we, if we collect one transportation SDC, it's not just for lanes and additional capacity for vehicles, but we can use that for bicycle lanes, for pedestrian, for all types of other transportation. I think that's another great use for SDCs. Thanks.
Yeah, Chair MacArthur, Commissioner Lilac, thank you. I'm not an expert on SDCs either. It's not really, the agency is not in charge of managing or administering SDCs in any way. So it's a little bit out of my wheelhouse. We looked into some of the SDC statutes to see what we can and can't do, and I think there's some sideboards there. I think so. We're kind of just trying to steer clear of messing with them very much. But my understanding is that there are jurisdictions that are using some of their SDCs funding for those other modes of travel. I think the keys are around making sure that their methodology that they're using to charge the SDCs takes account of that. I think there's some issues around Dolan, things like that, where I think some of the takings issues. I don't know, Steve, you're probably more that stuff than I do, but I think that they have to be real careful about how they do that and what the methodology is to do the SDC, and they put a lot of time and effort to making sure that their legal I's are dotted and T's are crossed in order to do those things, but they can't do it.
Commissioner Lilac, I really appreciate that question because it was thinking about revenue for communities, and SDCs are generally based, as we most likely know, most folks know, they're based on the number of trips generated by or flushing of toilets or whatever, but in this case, in the number of trips generated by a development. And as we're encouraging those trips not to be made, and those trips are vehicular trips is what they're measured on currently. So as we increase other opportunities for people to get around, and there's fewer vehicles, if that SDC is based on initiation of vehicular trips, then their SDCs would go down in that community, and they would not perhaps have the ability to pay for sidewalks and building out the rest of the transportation network. So your question is really excellent, and I know, and Bill, I know you've answered it to the extent that we have the knowledge about doing that, but yeah, I'd be curious to look into the SDC statutes and see what communities are doing so they can go ahead and still charge a certain amount for bike trips or whatever, walking trips even, because those sidewalks have to be maintained just as much as a roadway. So again, thanks for your question.
Yeah, thank you. That's exactly where I was going, is if we have a lot more people using climate-friendly areas, we may very well need to add capacity to the sidewalk. We need wider sidewalks. We need wider bicycle lanes. We need more other types of ways, because there are new trips in the system and in these areas. And how do we then pay for that? Thank you.
Yeah, really important point. Thanks for raising it. Commissioner Pearmine.
First, just a comment, Bill. This was an exceptional presentation. You mentioned how wonky it is, and you did a brilliant job. So I just want to really thank you and I think one of the things that helped me a lot was sort of saying what the standard does and doesn't do. And in that space, so we're needing to think about what it's not doing, right? And so I completely agree with this hope of enhancing the title to make sure that we're capturing that. And so again, sort of going from the negative of limiting or regulating, that we're saying things like enhancing the use of the standard or creating complementary uses to the standard. But I just wanted to give you huge props for explaining something so technical really well, and just allow you the chance to respond to that, kind of renaming or titling, if you have any thoughts.
Well, first of all, thank you, Chair MacArthur and Commissioner Pearmine. Thank you for the comments on there. Well, so the titles come straight from the charge, so I'm a little reluctant to tweak with them too much. But I think, moving forward in our communications, now that I think we're at a stage where we're talking about these concepts, right? And we've talked about them with the advisory committee last week, and we're talking about them with you now. We're moving into a phase where we're just talking about the rules. The rules are not going to be organized the same way, right? They're going to be organized not so much about the concepts for our rulemaking. They're organized in a way that is going to make sense for local governments who are updating transportation system plans, essentially. So they're not going to be quite so clear cut. And we were talking the other day about how we're going to give these rules to the advisory committee. And I think we've come to the conclusion that we're going to have to give them all the rules, all the draft rules, even though some pieces of it are really what we want to talk about, because there's so many different connections and kind of cross things. So I think we'll be able to do that. We'll be able to say the thing we were talking about before, this is where it is. It's in this piece, and this piece of the rules. Maybe I'm getting too in the weeds here.
No, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think we can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I really appreciate your Bill, for your response and your the team wanting to be consistent with the charge. The charge did come from this commission, and I think we didn't obviously have the context that you're using them in now. And I think you can get, for your hearing, you have permission, I believe, to not use those particular words, obviously, but I appreciate your desire to do that. But I know you want to get into rule language, and you will be doing that with the RAC as well as us ultimately. But these concepts are really helpful. You guys have done a great job. And I think what I'm hearing from fellow commissioners is that they do paint a picture, a vision of where we're going. And that I think it's a great tool of marketing and description. People get their heads around that before, and they need to do that before you jump into the rule language, because without that, I think we even tried in May to jump into the rule language, and it just wasn't working for us. And it wasn't because of anything you folks were doing. It's just because I didn't have the vision in my head. And so I think these concepts perhaps could have a life for a few more months or whatever to describe the end state where we're trying to go. So it's worthwhile keeping those in the hopper, so to will, as a description of a future paradise, if you will. So anyway, other commissioners have any questions for Bill on this topic? Don't see any hands up, and I'm not getting any text from Casaria, who's so great about looking at everyone and making sure that I get that information. Okay, back to Bill then.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I'm going to move ahead with item E, which is to prioritize and select projects. Essentially, the idea here is we have transportation system plans now that folks, local jurisdictions will put lots of different projects, everything they can think of in these plans, and some do this, some don't, but a lot of places do throw everything in the kitchen sink in these project lists. They'll often have kind of tiers, like this is the first tier of things we want to do, this is the second tier of things we want to do, and on down, and don't necessarily go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 through the projects. And what we're going to require is a transportation plan. You need to be very clear about prioritizing a list of transportation investments that you plan to make over that planning period of the transportation system plan. And that the prioritization has to be based on a number of factors. And I think we're still figuring out exactly how this is all going to work. And Cody's going to help me with this, but basing that on a priority based on modes, like we talked about earlier, we want to prioritize walking or pedestrian travel or pedestrian scale travel, including people using mobility devices, then people using kind of those bicycle scale devices, and then making sure we're taking care of transit. Those are the things that are first, right? Those are the things that we're going to take care of first before we take care of everything else that we need to take care of. We're going to prioritize those because, frankly, we have a mature and mostly built out road and street and highway system. It's mostly there. You can get from A to B. There's places that are still growing that still need, some new neighborhoods that be built to access, and we'll account for that. But largely, the places of our transportation system that are missing are sidewalks. There are bike lanes. There are places where we don't have transit at all. So that's what's missing. We need to complete those networks before we can, that's what's the priority. That's where we want to prioritize. Second is, and we'll address the terminology that we use here, but right now we're using the term priority populations. We want to make sure that neighborhoods that have these concentrations of priority populations, places that maybe have been left behind because of lack of investment, or left behind because they had the wrong kinds of investment, that were made in the past. And we want to make sure that we're making the right kinds of investments in those places. And I think, Commissioner Sandoval, I think we need to read your book about some of these things and making sure that we're doing these things to the extent possible in a community-led way. Sometimes difficult to write rules about that, but we're going to try. And making sure that we're doing that in a way that's also, all the other things that we've touched on right in the last month or so, making sure that we're reducing heat islands while we're doing that, through green infrastructure, trees, things like that. I think that's something that's super important to us, and we're just gonna have to figure out how that's going to look. Prioritizing climate-friendly areas, and we've talked about how we need to make investments in those areas to make sure that those are places that are going to work and that people are going to want to live in, and and to live, to work, to shop, to dine, to do whatever, go to school, or whatever they're doing in those areas, that where more and more people are going to want to be in those areas and making those investments. And then, of course, access to key destinations, schools, parks, other civic destinations, grocery stores, you name it. You got this whole long list of key destinations. I have a long list, and then Cody came along and said, "Hey, here's another list," and it was like about 4 times as long. So we have to figure out what the key destinations are, and have those in the rules. But we're already talking about that as well. So it's really about prioritizing those places, and then at the end, once you've got that prioritized list, constraining that and saying, these are the things that we can afford to do, right? Over that planning period of the transportation system plan, the next 20 years, we know we're going to have about this much money, or we think we're going to have about this much money, and constrain that list and say, these are the things that we're going to do. Because what happens is jurisdictions that have a prioritized list that goes on and on and on is, even if you've got maybe the good projects up front, someone finds money to do something that's further down the list, that's maybe an additional turn lane or road widening or something like that. That's not one of our priorities that we want to get done. Even though it's further down the list, they find the money to do it, and they're going to do that project instead. We're going to try to stop that by, or at least, slow that down by having the financially constraint on that list. So the things that are at the top of the list are the things that you've got to do in that. We'll have some flexibility built in there because no one's got a crystal ball for how much money we're going to have. So there'll probably be like it's not going to be 100%, it'll be 150% or list or something like that. But, that's the direction we're going. I think folks that are in metropolitan areas are probably familiar with this concept because the federal rules require that for the regional transportation plan. So, but right now the state does not require that. And so that's the direction we're going for local transportation plans. So that's what this piece of it is. What we heard from folks last week was exactly what we're talking about. Prioritize multimodal improvements in areas with priority populations and in climate-friendly areas. That's what we want to do. That's what the advisory committee was on board with that. Prioritizing moving people by many modes other than cars. Absolutely. Considering limitations such as strings tied to funding and improvements by developers. So this is something we're going to have to do some work on, is to figure out how this is going to work, because there's a lot of colors of money, if you will, in transportation when it comes to transportation funding. Federal strings attached, state strings attached. We have state constitutional limitations on how state gas tax money is used. So actually any gas tax money is used. So how can we, just drawing that 100% line or 150% line and just saying that's it won't always be right, because the money you have in the next 20 years might have to pay for some other stuff that's not on that list, just because you can't use that money for the stuff that's on the list that you want to pay for. So balancing that sort of thing, we're going to be working with the Department of Transportation to make sure that that's going to work. Improvements by developers, that's a whole nother kind of wrinkle, and how does that work in with the transportation system plan? I think we still have to kind of wrestle with that a little bit. And then prioritizing projects from neighborhood bicycle and pedestrian circulation plans with robust public involvement. Yeah, I think we'll have to, and Cody and I have done some talking about this, and we're going to do some more, obviously, about like how does that prioritization work kind of at the modal level and working up to like the full city, and making sure that we're taking care of things that happen, that kind of the local level planning is important, and that we're not leaving those out, but through our process, and that we're letting cities have that flexibility to do that sort of thing. So happy to answer any questions or receive any comments from the commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Really clear presentation on this. Appreciate it. And I know that the charge for staff is to focus on prioritizing transportation projects. You're doing just exactly that and being creative about it. I wanted to raise the bigger issue that is really more the responsibility perhaps at the director level and the commission level. And we touched on this a little bit yesterday when Professor Sandoval made the point that Oregon Housing and Community Services received close to $900 million of grant dollars for to do work in housing services over the next biennium. It's a lot of money. And then we also talked a little bit about, about DEQ's effort to do cap and trade, and that would generate some dollars as well. And so as we think about this, we should be thinking about ways to coordinate and prioritize, work with other agencies to help prioritize those dollars to have many funding streams, not just transportation, but housing and other dollars from state agencies flowing to climate-friendly areas or whatever other aspects of this agenda would value add. So I just wanted to mention that. I know Katie wasn't there yesterday when we talked about this, but I know she is interested in housing, and it's important that we really keep up that effort. And I know Director Rue indicated his desire to do that as well, and will be convening some meetings with us, with a couple of us on that very topic. In fact, Director Rue just put his hand up. So Director Rue.
Yeah, just quickly, one of the reasons that we're working so closely with ODOT on these issues is to prepare the state for the possibility, the potential, perhaps the likelihood of a significant amount of federal money coming from the Federal Highway Administration and Department of Transportation. Secretary Buttigieg has been here this week. He's been talking to people. Being prepared means that we increase the likelihood of adding a significant amount of federal investment. So we've talked a lot about state resources, but there's a really big pot of money that's slowly making its way through Congress, and we want to get more than our fair share.
Great, thank you. Other commissioners have any questions or concerns, points they want to make to Bill about this category?
Chair, I have a comment.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I just thought about this. It might be a good idea to have someone from the staff provide a briefing to the Housing Stability Council on the work that we're doing, and that's something we can easily set up.
Yeah, I think Jim committed to having you and I talk with him and a couple of staff members to kind of have a strategy about how to engage. I think that's really certainly one of the things that would be an important part of the strategy, but I'd like to kind of have a holistic approach to thinking about how we work to integrate some of these programs. Other questions before going to the final topic? I think it is before we go to public comment. I want to make sure we keep moving. We actually, in fact, have needed the full 3.5 hours and perhaps then some. So why don't you go to the next, the final part of this?
Chair, Deputy Green had her hand raised.
Deputy Director Green.
Thanks, Chair McCarthy. Just so quickly, this way I put my hand down. I just wanted to note that this technical support team that the commission has heard about before that Cody facilitates, that it's, you know, OHCS, the Governor's Office, Business Oregon, ODOT, the other two Every Mile Counts partners, Oregon Health Authority. Cody is trying to find a date for that next meeting, and I think you're coming up in August or late July. And he has on the agenda this kind of joint funding strategy for implementation. So we are looking for who is the right person at OHCS. So every bit of help to help that coordination is definitely welcome. I know Kim had been the specialist there, but she's just so swamped. We need 4 Kims. So that technical support team is happening too, and will continue to work on program implementation.
Great.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Great. Final slide. Okay.
So yeah, thank you, Chair MacArthur. So I just want to let you know we do have one more little piece here, and it should be very brief about electric vehicle charging. And then we do have Kevin who will discuss a little bit about the connections between our work and housing. So we still have that piece as well. And then we can, I just want to alert you to that. All right,
Great.
so Evan, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Changing how our vehicles are powered or our cars are powered is a central part of the statewide transportation strategy and meeting our climate pollution reduction goals. Where we're at right now with that technology is kind of a chicken and egg situation that builders of housing don't feel the need or desire to include charging facilities because not very many people own those vehicles. And meanwhile, people don't want to buy those vehicles because they don't have a great way to charge them. So our approach, our proposed approach is to kind of follow on the heels of House Bill 2180, which the legislature just passed, Rep. Wildy championed bipartisan bill, which is requiring the Building Codes Division to ensure new buildings after July 1st, 2022, have adequate capacity to install electric vehicle charging, so the conduit and the back end electrical and all that. So we would kind of say, all right, if 20% is the goal the legislature set, let's follow that with the pieces of that are on our side, the parking lots and other things requiring multifamily and commercial to have that have those charging stations. And there's some sort of legal questions about exactly how the building codes and we interface, and we've kind of been trying to work through that. But really, very much saying at least a fifth of our the spaces should have the capacity to charge your vehicle. The other thought was so about 85 to 90% of charging is done at homes because it takes a while. So the residences are very much a key piece of where we want to make sure EV infrastructure exists. People spend a lot of time on, should we have charging stations here and there and there? There's some value there, but it's not the core challenge right now. So we also suggest kind of saying, hey, because a lot of the housing is pre-existing, how do we retrofit that? And that's much more expensive than building it in from the front end. So our proposal would say the most populous places and kind of come up to code, like is done with a lot of other codes, is saying if you're doing a major renovation or remodel, then you'd bring that up to code. And finally, making sure that the e-bike revolution and the e-scooter revolution and e-wheelchairs also have places to charge as part of that proposal. So that's broad strokes what we're doing. We've been working in concert with ODA, the Oregon Department of Energy, and Oregon Department of Transportation, who have a lot more expertise in this area. And we look forward to them guiding this rule piece. Next slide. When we shared this with the RAC, the Rulemaking Advisory Committee, we did hear some people saying, oh, this sounds like we're going to spend a bunch of government dollars doing this. That wasn't the intent, but that's some feedback we got. They did highlight this other vehicles, trying to make sure and thinking about, oh, you take your e-bike to transit and you park it for the day, and then when you come get it at the end of the day, it's all charged up. So that's kind of an interesting thought as well. The equity issue is not as easily fixed on this as coterminous as it is with parking reform. Electric vehicles are generally owned by richer, more privileged populations. And so thinking about how we get those charging facilities to less privileged populations is an interesting challenge. I'm not sure we have great solutions with that, but we have some initial thoughts. And then, yeah, some general skepticism about EVs overall. Like I think we've heard that in both our community conversations and our RACs, that they want to make sure the state is not relying on this as our silver bullet, because there are additional social costs with EVs that just as there are with cars. They use a lot of space and they use a lot of resources, and fill in the blank. So that was some feedback we got, and open to questions from the commission or comments from the commission.
Helpful, Evan, thank you. Commissioners. I don't think we have anyone. Thank you very much. Let's go on to Kevin.
Thank you very much, Chair MacArthur. I will try to be brief here. I know we have limited time. So what I'd like to do is just in a couple of slides, talk about our thinking for how we're connecting housing specifically for planning within climate-friendly areas. Just some concepts, and I'll be looking to the commission for any kind of preliminary feedback or impressions based on what I'm about to review. So beginning at the beginning, we talked about the statewide transportation strategy goal of by 2035 to have at least 30% of households in metropolitan areas living within climate-friendly areas, and beyond that time to increase our populations living within climate-friendly areas. So part of the challenge there is, well, how do we operationalize that? Well, the nice thing is that House Bill 2003 put in place some things that are really, as you're familiar with, as you just got through with the rulemaking effort there, that will really help us in this regard. We know that now we will have housing need updates, housing capacity analysis updates for cities with population over 10,000 on a regular schedule. So every 6 years for metro area cities or Portland metropolitan area cities, and then every 8 years for other cities. That's great because that will give us the information we need about what is our, within that housing capacity analysis, there's going to be information on what's our existing housing stock, what's the projected need over the future planning period to arrive at, okay, what is that number that we need to be planning for? That's the way we can arrive at, okay, so what's the 30% number to help us to plan for those climate-friendly areas? Additionally, with House Bill 2003, there's the new requirement for housing production strategies. So as you recall, 1 year following the update deadlines for housing capacity analyses, those same cities with population above 10,000, will be required to develop and adopt housing production strategy documents that will talk about the levers that cities can pull, the strategies that they can use to get all of that needed housing built within their community. So what are the tools in the toolbox? And we assembled quite a good list of those tools as part of the housing production strategy work. What we're proposing to do in rule is to tweak those requirements to also include an ongoing housing production evaluation for climate-friendly areas. So we have the number, we have our goal for how many housing units we're hoping to locate in those areas. And what the housing production strategy allows us to do is to kind of monitor and see how progress is going. So the cities will initially identify those areas. They will identify what strategies they would use to incentivize housing production, including affordable housing production in those areas. And then there's the midterm reporting that happens with housing production strategies. And then there's the housing production strategy reports that will come to the department for review and evaluation, comment, what have you. So it provides a nice structure for us to see, okay, what tools are working, what tools aren't working, both within a particular city, but also within all of our metropolitan areas, so that we might share information and everyone can benefit from that. And one other piece that we are also considering in rule is a requirement that would be in conjunction with local government designation of climate-friendly areas to consider and mitigate for potential displacement impacts. And as Kirsten mentioned earlier, the toolkit, the anti-displacement gentrification toolkit from Dr. Bates and her team, I think is going to be a very valuable resource for that purpose. We're currently kind of reviewing all of that. There's a lot of great information there, but that is a tool that we are thinking we will make available to local governments, and it'll provide a lot of opportunities to do analysis, to identify areas that might be vulnerable to displacement, and then some potential mitigation actions to address that concern. So I have one more slide, and then I'll be available for questions. So in terms of tools to promote housing development, I think it's important to underscore we're really talking about changing the status quo. We need to live differently if we're going to achieve our climate and equity goals. And so there's a couple of ways we're talking about doing that. Of course, as I've mentioned, utilizing the existing housing production strategy process so that we'll have the potential for department and commission kind of oversight of how that's going. To kind of assess progress on housing production in those areas. And then some of the kind of longer term view is we need cities to grow differently. And it ties in kind of in a direct way to the concept of a urban growth boundary expansion, right? So can we continue to allow cities to grow as they have and create more and more neighborhoods that are dependent on single occupant vehicles? No, we cannot. So one of the things we're thinking about, and there's a lot of different ways this could be done, but one concept is to allow UGB expansions for cities that meet those climate-friendly development goals by a specified future year. We're thinking about not instituting that immediately, obviously, but allowing some time to signal the markets, the local governments, everyone that, hey, you know, we are going to be looking for more efficient use of lands within urban growth boundaries before we're going to be able to allow for other, you know, for future expansions. And those cities that are meeting those goals, this will actually streamline the process for them, make it easier for the UGBs to expand. Those are the concepts that we're thinking about. I'd be interested in any questions or comments from commissioners.
Thank you, Kevin. It's just, again, a really exciting thinking about how to integrate the housing work with this. I just really love it. Commissioners.
Commissioner Warren has his hand up.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kevin. I think this is a very important piece of this rulemaking effort. Just had a kind of a general question and comment about the 30% of households targeted to be within these climate-friendly areas. Has there been any thought around requiring a target in there for affordable homes within those climate-friendly areas? Like, say, you know, 10% of the 30% or whatever is going to be needs to be affordable. Thanks.
Yeah, that's a great question, Commissioner Warren. I don't know that we have settled on what the right number would be. I would anticipate that as part of the anti-displacement work, there's going to need to be some analysis of the potential climate-friendly areas, looking at existing populations. But again, these are areas where we want to invite and encourage everyone to be able to live there. And so just maintaining that current percentage of priority populations, whatever term we use, is probably not sufficient. So there will be a level of incentivization for affordable housing development in these areas. We know when we look at this kind of development that's been successful in many areas in the state, it doesn't tend to be affordable. And so it is going to be something that we need to plan for and address at the outset.
Thank you. I seeing no other hands up and getting no more secret.
Chair, I'm sorry, staff, Cody has his hand up.
Sorry, pardon me?
I'm sorry, Cody has his hand up.
Thank you. Sorry, just texted me. Thank you, Cody.
Oh, thanks, Chair. I just wanted just a note on that is we did one of our proposed performance measures, which is of course not a regulation, but it proposes to have a target for the number of affordable housing in these climate friendly areas. So I think that gets to Commissioner Warren's comment there.
Helpful, thank you. I think we should move into the public comment period, and we have, I believe, 5 people signed up. My apologies in advance for cutting into our lunch hour a little bit. Certainly, if people have to go, do that, but maybe you can listen to the tapes if you have to go. But we also have a 1 o'clock start time that is pretty solid because of the fact that we have the governor's office attending. So we want to give full benefit to the public that wants to comment, but I'm just giving commissioners a heads up that I'm going to break into your lunch hour just a little bit. So Mary Kyle is first, and I'm going to go ahead and limit testimony to 3 minutes, but obviously if commissioners have questions, we should feel free to ask those.
Hello, Commissioners. Mary Kyle McCurdy today representing 1,000 Friends. My comments today are similar to what they were at your May meeting. Both the RAC and the proposed rules we are discussing need to do more upfront and sooner. You heard good but general concepts this morning, and what we need are actual targets and deadlines. We are already late in addressing climate change and its impacts on all our communities. It's increasing exponentially, as is evident from current wildfires and deadly heat waves. And that's falling disproportionately on the most vulnerable. Not acting now and decisively is inequitable. And Oregon is actually behind our counterparts in California in linking housing and transportation to reduce VMT and provide for affordable housing in transit-served areas. Today, most of our metropolitan region's existing transportation and land use plans will actually take us backwards in meeting the greenhouse gas reduction targets you have assigned to them. So I'm going to talk about 3 points today. Specifically for the RAC to have clear direction, bolder actions, and sooner deadlines than where we are today. And we're 10 months into our process with only a couple of months left. 3 points. First, define climate-friendly areas now. These are the areas that are now or in the future will be designated to be walkable, mixed-use, denser places. This is where the STS states that approximately 30% of all, that's half of all new, housing and employment should go, combined with investments in safe and connected walking and bicycling systems. Individual CFAs will be of different sizes and scales, but will share these common characteristics. However, the RAC has yet to define CFAs or even to see a proposed definition. The RAC members have been asking for this for quite a while and have suggested, and we think this makes sense, define the CFAs, and then DLCD should start with using the mixed use designations that already exist in local plans and that are pretty close to being CFAs. That's Metro's Climate Smart Communities Plan. Places that Metro has recommended could be a model for CFAs, special transportation areas, pedestrian districts, central business districts. These and similar designations exist today in local plans. The rule should provide that DLCD, working with local governments, designate CFAs, starting with these existing ones very soon. We suggest within 6 months of the rule adoption, and DLCD and local governments can refine the boundaries, et cetera, of those. But this is the building block for everything else. Second, LCDC should adopt targets for local governments in these rules for the key elements that are already defined in the STS. These targets include, most importantly, 20% VMT reduction, 30% of total residential and employment development in CFAs, and increased transit, bike, and pedestrian mode share to go from 10% to 40% of all short trips. Slide 15 that you saw earlier today says that we need clear targets for actions that local governments can take. However, and confusingly, the staff memo proposes that, quote, cities and counties will propose targets as part of the scenario planning process, and then states that both DLCD and this commission will then review those locally proposed targets, and presumably there will be back and forth with many cities, and this will take time. Not only is this too much time and the outcome is uncertain, it is not necessary. These targets are already in the STS. Let me be clear, the RAC and its performance measures subcommittee came up with performance measures to measure whether targets are being achieved. But rather than using the targets that are in the STS under the proposed rule, it seems that local governments will be proposing their own targets. We recommend these should be set by the commission in the rule as a given. And then where the local flexibility comes in is local government should determine how and where to achieve those VMT, density, et cetera, targets. That's where the performance measures come in that we've spent a lot of time on. For example, some of those climate-friendly areas will be far more dense in housing than other climate-friendly areas because some will be located around a fixed rail transit stop, for example. Let the local governments figure out how and where to distribute things like future housing capacity across all of their CFAs, as long as in total, 30% of that city's total housing is zoned for CFAs. That's just one example. The same is with VMT. The flexibility is in how the local governments choose to meet targets that we think you should set for local governments. And finally, deadlines. These rules should direct that all plan updates from here on out, starting in 2022, seek to meet these adopted targets. That's TSPs, RTPs, should be planning for VMT reduction and increased use of alternative modes. Housing plans and all other plans should be putting most new housing and jobs in climate-friendly areas. You heard many good concepts from staff, but we need to start changing plans as soon as possible if we are actually to make meaningful progress on these. To summarize, the rules should state these targets for local governments, not just at the regional level. Compliance should be built into every major transportation and housing related planning effort, starting when the date these rules are adopted. And local governments should have the flexibility to propose the set of tools they will use to achieve these targets while demonstrating those tools will likely accomplish that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kyle. I know I let you go over time, but I think it was really important to hear. You've been really active in the RAC as well as other things. So thank you. Any questions for Mary Kyle?
Chair MacArthur?
Yes, Commissioner.
I just two quick questions. One, Mary Kyle, if you can just submit your comments in writing, it's very helpful. You covered a lot of really great material very quickly. It'd just be helpful to have that in writing if you can share that. And then number two, and maybe this isn't the time, but you mentioned cities in California that are well ahead of us. Have you proposed those strategies either in like the surveys following the RAC meetings or in any other venue, just because it'd be great to have those as examples of what we should be considering. And thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lilac. We and others have submitted quite a bit of information on how California is ahead of this, including investing money in affordable housing in these equivalents to CFAs, which there's some more flexibility in California law than there is in Oregon. But given, as I think Chair MacArthur mentioned, the large amount of funding coming into Oregon Housing and Community Services for affordable housing, there should be more coordination, or there's a possibility of more coordination than that. But yes, we have and we will. Again, thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you once again for your continuing focus, attention, and participation in this effort, Mary Kyle. Jonathan Harker, and I am going to try to keep to 3 minutes if we can. So,
Chair, this is Esther. I am unable to locate Mr. Harker, and so Mr. Courtwright is queued.
Great, Mr. Courtwright. I'm sorry, did I jump over Bob in the first place? Sorry about that. Anyway, Bob, go ahead. You might be on mute if you're present, Bob.
Chair MacArthur, if you can hear me. This is Mary Kyle McCurdy. I know Bob had a medical thing come up for someone in his family that he had to attend to, and so he might not be back by now.
I really appreciate that input. Why don't we jump on to Rob Zako and see if toward the end of all the other public testimony, maybe we can get Jonathan or Bob back, or encourage them to submit written testimony, as Commissioner Lilac said. That really is helpful for us to read that stuff in advance, because then we get it a little bit better in the context of the description from staff. So why don't we go on to Mr. Zako?
Chair, this is Esther. Yes. Mr. Zako, as well as Mr. Saborluk, are both, I have not been able to reach them. They are not in our attendees list. And so we do not have further public comment.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. I'm sorry that it was inconvenient for them or things came up, because it's always useful to hear from the outside world on these. Well, I think we can end this agenda item and have a relatively full lunch. I did want to bring out the balloons again, however, because I don't think that the CFEC team, the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities team, was around yesterday when we pulled them out for the entire DL City staff, but you did a great job today. So anyway, thank you and have a great lunch, and we will see everyone back here at 1.
Do you see where she is? Let's see.
Yeah, we did talk about it earlier today, so I assume that she's just wrapping up her previous meeting. And hi, everyone. Great to see you all.
Hello.
Hi, Linda.
Hi.
There she is. Okay, we will
recording
be...
in progress.
There we go. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everyone. The time is 1:00 p.m. and we will continue with our agenda item 12, diversity, equity, and inclusion update. And Director Jim Rue will give an introduction to staff from the governor's office.
Great, take it away, Jim.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Esther. We have Linda Roman and Shannon Singleton. There's Shannon joining us right now. Just by way of introduction, you all have asked for regular updates from our diversity, equity, and inclusion committee and the activities throughout the agency. So we're going to be doing that. But first, we wanted Shannon and Linda to do an overview for us for the view from the governor's office. And I'm guessing you will also hear a little bit about the Racial Justice Council. But I first want to introduce Shannon because we've been talking about the kind of stuff that I think was one of the first conversations I ever had with Shannon. We were talking about the link between housing and transportation. And just because available and affordable housing is part of the conversation, it's not so affordable if transportation isn't available and affordable, because those are the costs to an individual household to go about their daily activities. And so Shannon totally gets this. I think she's probably a planning nerd at heart, but she's been great in the governor's office. She joined the governor's office as the housing policy advisor and is now working on equity and the Racial Justice Council. And so Linda and Shannon, it's yours.
Thank you, Jim. Planning nerd at heart who decided to become a social worker. So it's a real fun combination. I also have plenty of planning nerd friends who help me understand and speak the language because you guys have a lot of different acronyms. I really appreciate y'all making some time. Again, Shannon Singleton, I use she and her pronouns. And I just want to share some slides with you all to talk about the Office of Equity and Racial Justice in the governor's office, but also dig in a little bit more to the Racial Justice Council. And we're actually going to share with you some of the visioning slides and the themes that have emerged out of the visioning session work for the Racial Justice Council, particularly as they pertain to environmental equity and housing. I do want to just give Linda a moment to say hello and quick intro herself.
Thanks, Shannon. Hi, everyone. My name's Linda Roman. I'm the Racial Justice Council Policy Advisor in the Governor's Office. I also co-lead the Health Equity Committee of the RJC and soon the data team for the RJC. Happy to be with you all.
So a little bit about the office. This is formerly the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. In working with Governor Brown over the past year around the Racial Justice Council, we really wanted to shift to talk about equity and racial justice as a part of the governor's agenda and work. The office has a couple of different aspects to it. We have economic and business equity. One of the really exciting things that will be happening is we received funding to do a statewide disparity study, which we have not done for the state of Oregon in the past, and is something that will help us really take a look at how we can begin to address racial disparities in how the state spends its money, but also in our policies and programs. And then there's the Racial Justice Council, soon to be formed once the bill is signed, where we'll have the Office of Immigrant and Refugee Advancement. We also handle affirmative action in our office. And then we're doing a number of projects that are around community engagement and facilitation as it relates to racial equity, including convening the governor pulled together on school funding, the Latinx vaccine strategy, and then the I-5 Rose Quarter project. So just a little bit of background, really why racial justice and why the Racial Justice Council was really the governor wanting to look at and start to address and undo the structural reality of racism. And how do we look at our institutions and access to power and influence and opportunities and really start to deconstruct that in a way that lifts everyone up, as we know in racial equity work, when you center racial equity, everyone gets lifted up. A little bit more of the why to build the case was really some of the historic equities, inequities, and complicity of the Oregon legislature and disproportionate impact on Black and Brown people. Really wanting to pull together folks in the public sector as well as business community and nonprofits, and really, again, centering the voices of people of color. The initial focus has been on housing, health equity, economic opportunity and wealth creation, educational equity, environmental equity, and then criminal justice reform and police accountability. A little bit more about the structure. The council is really providing recommendations to the governor. The committees provide policy expertise and content knowledge. We really strive to have people who represent across the geography of the state, but also who have lived experience with either the social programs and structures in different systems. Each council member also serves on one of the committees to help with continuity between the committee work and the council as a whole. Sorry, let me stop share. I don't know that you all want to spend a ton of time going down the rabbit hole of the legislative session, but we did have a number of bills passed that I think are really powerful. One was to codify the council, and so this is now something that is in statute that will go on as advisory to the governor in perpetuity, and also really some explicit links to implementation and accountability on our agency side, where these investments, when they're made, are they actually having the impact that we're seeking for Black and Brown Oregonians? Bear with me as I switch to a different screen to share. So in April, we conducted a visioning session with the Racial Justice Council, and this was really designed to talk about imagine a future beyond our current reality. In a 3-hour time frame, we talked with the group and really looked at what can we create together without the limitations or constraints of current barriers, existing political will, and capacity. What is the Oregon we hope and dream future generations will inherit? And so while this is, I know you can see that it says 30 slides. We're not going to walk you through each of them. We're going to start with environmental equity, and Linda will take it over from here.
Thank you, Shannon. So environmental equity, Shannon, would you like me to go through a couple of them or through all of the slides?
I was going to roll through all the environmental equity slides.
Okay, great. So the first one, Indigenous Black land and resource and stewardship. The committee envisions an Oregon in which a historical impacts of colonization, displacement, and exclusion from land stewardship among Indigenous and Black communities are repaired. Creates pathways for BIPOC communities to be leaders in farming, food production, care, and land and water. An Oregon which policies and practices no longer create inequitable and disproportionate exposures to environmental hazards, safe communities, and that Indigenous people are honored, valued, and respected. This is related to state parks and wilderness areas and accessibility to land. Envision an Oregon in which all people can experience the beauty and wildness of the state, and that BIPOC and disabled people are represented and valued by park rangers, campground hosts, and other park users. Investments in green energy prioritizes climate resilience, sustainable strategy production, and where BIPOC entrepreneurs can have environmental and economic equity.
Thank you. And bear with me while I scroll really fast. Just don't pay attention to the screen. I'm going to take us down to housing. So the themes that emerged, we ended up really having consistency across health equity and housing. And so these themes are what follow from that work. We envision an Oregon in which providers reflect the diversity of the people they serve. All Oregonians can access information to make informed decisions in their primary language. Community-based organizations are partners in community care, integrated into functional, coordinated, trauma-informed systems. We envision an Oregon in which all people are provided healthcare and housing across the life course. Income, ability, and citizenship status do not determine or impede the human right to quality housing and healthcare. We envision an Oregon in which all people live their whole lives experience self-determination, purpose, unconditional dignity, and belonging. Joy is a common collective experience, and BIPOC people experience freedom of movement, abundance, and safety in all of Oregon's communities. We envision an Oregon in which communities increase our health, wellness, and social stability. All people have access to quality schools, healthy food, living wage income, green spaces, and meaningful social connection. An end to systemic dehumanization. Prevents criminalizing communities of people based on race, income, housing status, or citizenship status. We envision an Oregon in which our health and human services system provide care where people are at and before crisis occurs. That expands its definition of first responders to include trauma-informed crisis and community care. Police no longer have a role in responding to acute mental health crisis or community safety. So I wanted to share those with you all to really see that kind of North Star that the Racial Justice Council is moving towards. And our work with them over the coming months is to integrate the recommendations that they've made that are very concrete and start to map out that roadmap. These are intertwined. As you all know, these pieces are all connected. And so, you know, the education equity pieces, we didn't skip those because they're not applicable, but we're not here for you all day. So we don't want to take up all the time with presenting to you all, and really wanted to share at least a snapshot of where the council would like to see Oregon move. and how our work in our office will be to work with state agencies to help us move towards that vision and that goal, both through informing the governor's budget processing moving forward, as well as agency budget processes and legislative policy development. So I'll stop there to leave some space for conversation, and I'm happy to nerd out if folks want to go down housing places, like wherever y'all want to go. We're happy to spend some time talking about this.
Thank you for that, Shannon, and for Linda for being here. And really, I really appreciate the frame. It's lovely and eloquent words on the pages, and it's really obviously well thought out. So I appreciate that frame. I wanted to open it up to fellow commissioners first, and then I have a question. But commissioners, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Well, first of all, it was moving, it's inspirational. I just so genuinely appreciate it. Thank you. And I also appreciate it if I heard correctly that this is not just for the current governor, but I think I heard you say it's in perpetuity, which is just terrific. So no questions. I just wanted to share my initial reaction. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Lilac. Others? Commissioner Sandoval, did you have a question? Oh, no, okay.
No, but I could ask one, but I think someone else was first.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sandoval, you go first, I'll go after you.
Okay. Yeah, so as you might be aware, we're currently developing our climate-friendly and equitable communities program. And we're trying to come up with the current term that we're using for kind of marginalized communities, which include communities of color, communities with issues with disability, and it's pretty broad actually. And I had kind of an issue with it because using the word priority doesn't really reflect or acknowledge like the historical oppression that these groups have gone through, and so I was thinking about using a word such as underserved or vulnerable communities, because this is really important for this project, because once we focus on how we define this term, it pretty much is going to dictate a lot of the equity work that we're gonna do around creating these climate-friendly communities. And so I just wanted to get your feedback on what would be kind of a good framing instead of using priority populations. Like just what would be something that you would recommend?
It's such a good question because language has so much power, right? And I think, we talked around this a lot in starting the Racial Justice Council and kind of what language we would use. And I know in some spaces underserved is used, in some spaces in the business community, minority is still used, and this vulnerable concept. And I think, what I would say is really define what it means for you in the process, right? Can you talk about vulnerable populations, but also lift up our resiliency and our strengths so that we're not just framed in what can feel like a deficit-based model? Is it okay to be explicit about it being communities of color? And I know that's hard for folks. We really did have a lot of robust conversation, but part of what we said is why we center and are explicit about using the word race is that one, when you look across spaces of oppression, folks of color in those communities fare worse. When you center race, it also makes it that you can't jump to other axes of oppression, that you're being explicit about race, and that it forces us to have what is a really often difficult and uncomfortable conversation, but an important one. And frankly is uncomfortable for everybody. Just because as folks of color, we are essentially forced to talk about race all the time doesn't mean it's super comfortable to talk about that. And so that's why we landed where we did. I think if vulnerable or underserved makes sense, being explicit about what that means, and again, lifting up and being able to talk about the strengths. There was a very explicit ask from the Racial Justice Council for us to be intentional about not really only looking at vulnerabilities, deficits, the spaces where our communities are frankly pushed behind. That I've been trying to shift just even that language. We're not left behind, we've been intentionally put behind, right? And so just some of those reframes can be helpful.
Yeah, thank you. That's so helpful. I would be very comfortable just centering on race. So just to kind of publicly put that out there for the rest of my colleagues.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Pearmine.
I'll just say I really appreciate you bringing that up, Commissioner Sandoval. So I do think it would be good for the commission to revisit this together. And also just want to thank you, Shannon and Linda, for your time and walking us through this vision. Like Commissioner Lilac, I was sort of getting goosebumps of that vision being reality. So thank you so much. And a couple questions I have are related to how agencies and commissions and we as individuals in our own lives can be living into these values and be a part of this. So that's one question. And then secondly, agencies like ours that have like a very clear historical legacy of not seeing who owned the land, and how I'm interested in hearing how agencies are addressing these, very clear misses when they were created, and if there are restorative or truth and reconciliation processes that agencies could go through together. So just those are some reflections.
Thank you. I'm going to take the second question first because I think that's come up a lot, as well as the is there a space to have some of that restorative justice, to your point, truth and reconciliation councils, which are fascinating in how little we have done that type of work in this country. I think every example I was able to pull was really from different countries that didn't it didn't happen here. So I think that that's something where we continue to explore and look at, is there opportunity or space? Is it a statewide? Are some agencies in a different place and up movement? I think one of the spaces this has come up is when we talk about ODOT and our transportation and our federal partners, very clearly the current administration being folks who are attentive to putting dollars into that restorative justice component of transportation projects. So I think it's a yes, and we're going to continue to explore it. I think we'd love to keep working with Director Rue and his team on what, if, and how the Racial Justice Council can support that work and what it should look like for the agency. The piece around how we can live our values or live into these values, I think, is a really great one that I would encourage you all to talk about where you are on your continuum of learning, right? There isn't an arrival spot of racial justice. It's a practice. We're working towards becoming anti-racist. And so what are the spaces that support you in your learning? And if you identify as white, that work looks really different for you than it does for folks of color. And so talking with other people and what being an ally or an accomplice can look like to really help us move towards this type of vision. And our office continues to work with both Sheehan, who is leading executive appointments and all of the work with boards and commissions, but also Serena Adas, who is now the Chief Cultural Change Officer, and working with agencies to support that internal agency work towards racial equity and justice. So I hope that's it's not a full answer, but there's some spaces that I think we're really all looking to align and lean into. Linda, anything you would add to that?
Yeah, I think one thing that I'll add is around this process is about developing power around communities of color and really living and leaning into that power and knowledge, right? And so It is really encouraging us to think about the work differently within enterprise-wide, within agencies, and within state government as a whole. And so I think that the concept of, where decisions are and how decisions are made and the process for decision making, I think is a really it's an important opportunity to look at that when we are talking about centering race and moving towards being an anti-racist entity and doing more right around closing disparities. And this process has really encouraged us to really listen to our community partners that have been telling us, for years, these are things we want to do, right? And now we have that clearly in our statements, but there is a lot of opportunity to think about our existing structures across rulemaking, decision making, policy making, and priority setting to make sure that we are thinking about who gets to decide what those things are and how is that process developed, and is it inclusive of the communities that we're working towards addressing inequities, right? So I think that's another piece of it that I'll add to what Shannon said.
Very helpful.
I would add, I'm sorry, one other thing that came up that I just want to put a bug in the director's ear on too is, oftentimes I said we're doing a statewide disparity study, and that can take time. And we do need data, whether it is both quantitative and qualitative, to tell the stories of why we would do something that's more race specific. And so I just want to acknowledge that is often missing from what we have to work with. But we do have a data team and some really amazing researchers, including Dr. Marisa Zapata, who I know is regularly in contact with Director Rue, who are helping us look at this and how to build that case so that agencies can do the things that they want to do to further racial equity without some of the barriers that can exist when we don't have the robust data sets that we'd like.
Yeah, Shannon, if I may, I think commissioners know this because I think we talked about it yesterday. Amira Streeter and others in the governor's office are helping agencies coordinate around so-called equity mapping and the story maps that go with those data maps. We met last Monday. We're meeting again this coming Monday to try to find a common approach, at least for a core database that then can have modules that meet the needs of individual agencies, whether it's housing or transportation or health disparities. And at this point, we're looking at using the Washington Health Disparities database as perhaps a model.
Were you looking for a response on that, Jim, or?
No, it's just reinforcing Shannon's point. We need to be data informed. We need to know where people live, in what conditions people are living, and if they are underserved, underrepresented, marginalized, priority, however we think about it, that our solutions are catered to the need.
Yes, very much so. And it kind of prompts a question in my mind. And when I think about state agencies, I think there's a real evolution in individual agencies to evolve and do the right thing with equity lens and climate. But I still, and there's a lot of work, I'm not to discount any work that's being done at the director level and staff level, but I think that generally state agencies are pretty siloed. And so I'm wondering if there is a leadership role that your office would or could take to help separate agencies understand the power of prioritizing funding sources, investments, and programs to reach similar goals across the board, and not just have that happen within an agency, but have it happen cross agency.
Absolutely. That is a piece of what the council is designed to help the governor really do in her recommended budget, as well as to have some conversations about some of those different spaces of priority. But also with Linda's role as the policy advisor to the council is to help to start to see those connection points. We haven't had somebody sitting at that 60,000 foot level to say, oh, I just heard this over here at this committee and in environmental equity. And this is actually a connection to housing and homelessness. And I'll give you a really random example was some very general conversation about workforce development. In environmental equity committee, somebody said, you know, I'd really like us to be investing in more BIPOC farmers and how to support people into becoming BIPOC farmers. And I said, oh my gosh, you know what? That's actually something that youth experiencing homelessness have told me that they want to be able to do. And so there's that kind of connection points that we could put together, I think, some really cool packages. So that's an example of some of the work that we're hoping to do. And I think we're always open to feedback about how to make sure we keep pushing up to that kind of 60,000 foot level to help with coordination.
Thank you. I very much appreciate that. Linda, did you want to say anything in response to that question as well?
Yeah, the other thing I'll add is that, you know, there are multiple different ways to get to your question, right? Like there's the opportunity around agency budget development that pretty soon are all the agencies will be starting again, believe it or not, for the 23-25 biennium. So that's a critical opportunity. I think even now, as we are in the implementation phase, now that legislative session has ended, that is another opportunity to look at, you know, what does the rulemaking structure look like? Who participates in that? Who participates in program development, or even any sort of development of disbursement of dollars, right? So there's a lot of opportunity to think about your question in terms of like, where do we insert it at what point? And even just around stakeholder engagement, I think that's a wonderful opportunity to help kind of get to, you know, broadening out, you know, who is part of the discussion and also what are the priorities.
Great. Excellent. Thank you so much for all that great work and thinking. Commissioner Jacobson, you had your hand up.
Yeah. I'm sorry, y'all. I have to hop to a meeting with the governor, but Linda can take it from here. Thank you so much for making the time, and I'll be happy to come back at some point to keep this conversation and loop backs going. So thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, I had similar thoughts as you did, Chair MacArthur, just about kind of agency silos, and that, you know, the whole state doesn't move forward until kind of everybody moves forward, right? This is a group project, which sometimes can be a little more challenging. And so I was thinking about that as you were asking your questions, Chair, and I guess I see some value in both the agency, but also in this commission, maybe in the future as we have additional updates from Shannon and or Linda, to maybe have some updates from some other agencies, maybe ones where there's kind of some overlap, you know, housing, other natural resource-based agencies, to kind of understand what they're doing for DEI and some things that they're struggling with. I can't point to a specific example of why that would be helpful, but my gut tells me that would be helpful, both for us and them. So maybe in the future, as we have these updates, it might be nice to hear about what one of our organizations that we often partner with or have some overlap with, kind of some things that they're wrestling with. I think that would be of value.
I think that's a great idea. And actually earlier, Commissioner Sandoval suggested the idea of outreach the other direction as well. Our staff, and we go to other agents, other commission levels, as well as agencies, and describe what we're doing. So I think it's a great idea. I think some of that is actually happening staff to staff, but I think there probably is some place for commission to commission conversations as well. Commissioner Sandoval?
Yeah, I also think that a good role that the council could play, and you're already playing this role, but it's really in kind of framing issues. So, for example, there was a document that came out of the council before it was a formal, council, where you define diversity, equity, and inclusion, and it's like those definitions were some of the best definitions that I have run into, and I've been using those in my work at the university, just kind of everywhere, and so I think that's a really important role that your council can really play, is they're trying to create framings that can really kind of center the work of all these agencies together.
Yeah. Good points. Other commissioners have any questions or comments? Great. Well, Linda, thank you so much for being here. You're welcome to listen in on the rest of the conversation. Obviously, we're going to focus a little bit more on what we're doing within the department, but really appreciate what you're doing and you being here today.
Well, thank you so much for the invitation. I have a really good feeling that this is not the last time that we'll be coming into this group and talking about the Racial Justice Council. It's been a really great discussion, and I'm excited about the work that we'll get to do together.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you. Well, thanks, Jim and team. That was really helpful to have that frame. Just wonderful priming the pumps. And I think at this point, I turn it over to Samuel. Is that right?
Yes. That's correct.
Hi. Welcome, Samuel.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair MacArthur and other members of the commission. My name is Samuel Garcia, and I'm a housing planner at DLCD. Today, I'm also the DI co-chair for the DI committee at DLCD. So today I'm going to be joined by Evan Manvel, a land use and transportation planner at DLCD, and we will be just updating the LCDC commission on some of the work that we've completed so far in our first year of convening, as well as our accomplishments and what we hope to do in the upcoming biennium for 2021 to 2022. So with that, I'm gonna share my, screen. Oops. Okay. All right. So yes, so as we present, I think that just that we would look at some of this work as that you would look at some of our accomplished work and which we've provided in our staff report, and that we would also look at where we're going and how we can provide some feedback on our top priorities in the upcoming biennium. I just want to have the caveat that we've done a lot of great work in the past year. I know there's nothing short of spectacular, and I think that I have many people to thank in the DI committee for their lasting work. In terms of this year, we've had so many things happen from in the midst of the pandemic and racial uprising, limited staff capacity, budget shortfalls, transitions, and countless life circumstances that have come along the way. I think that the DI committee and many others within DLCD have helped to push a lot of this DI work forward, and we're just extremely grateful for that. And I get to present on that today. So some background of where we started. The DI committee was initiated during the winter of 2019. And it was inspired after several staff attending the state government diversity conference. And in 2019, our former HR director, Katie Leahy, along with several other key staff, were able to come together and really create a charter inspired by that diversity conference to really outline the bylaws of the committee, and then as well as some core values that they wanted to start off with. And then by 2020, the first committee was vetted through an application process between DLCD managers. And from their 7 staff, including 2 co-chairs, were chosen to begin the committee work in March of 2020. So in your packet, you will find the full version of the DEI charter on attachment A. I won't go through all of them right now, but I've taken some snapshots of what they are and hope that you're able to review it at your convenience. So some of our first charge was to develop recommendations for training policies and practices that particularly focused on a more diverse, equitable, inclusive culture for our employees, the public and local governments we serve. And we've already been able to start these discussions and conversations at all staff. And we've begun to dig deeper into the inequities within our land use program that may foster. And we've also begun to discuss some ideas on what would be those knowledge gaps within our agency to discuss and to have various speakers and cross collaboration, and also provide resources from the DEI committee that all staff would prefer. In addition, we've also begun another part of the charter was to regularly review our agency tools, policies, and practices, particularly for practices related to recruitment, retention, and promotion of employees. So we really want to proactively make recommendations that implement non-discriminatory practices towards all prospective, current, and future employees, because we want our workforce to include an accurate representation of Oregon's socioeconomic and demographic landscape. We believe that it's imperative that we represent the people that we serve. And we've already kind of started to begin doing this work through some what we call a search advocate program, which was inspired by Oregon State University's search advocate program, and that was really to help a model that helped us learn more about more equitable hiring practices, and we've sent several of our DEI committee members to that, and we've already started to implement that for our latest round of hirings up to date. And the last part of the charter was to develop a scope of work that identifies priorities for defining and removing bias from and expanding access to land use planning in the state of Oregon. This relates to understanding the history of racially restrictive land use practices throughout the state that may not be of anyone's fault today, but if we don't do anything about it, we are subject to perpetuating the same inequities that have really discriminated others in the past. Therefore, we believe that it's prudent for our agency to actively identify and educate and actively work against these practices in order to ameliorate these impacts going forward, and which we've really strived to implement through some of our latest rulemaking policies through housing and the Climate Friendly Equitable Communities program. So now I'm going to go into some of the accomplishments that we have done within the past year that we have been together. So internally, we, in addition to drafting and forming our charter and forming our DEI committee, we've created government guidance documents for delivering land acknowledgements. Currently, that is being under review by the Legislative Commission on Indian Services, but we have already started to implement it and started to use it at our all staff. The next one would be we have surveyed staff about their experiences and priorities for around DEI. So we tried to better understand where to actually begin focusing our efforts. So we asked our staff, we polled them, we had conversations to really get the baseline of where everyone wanted training, had knowledge gaps and started to provide resources to close those knowledge gaps. And then we also sent 4 staff members to the OSU, Oregon State University Search Advocate Training. Again, to remind everyone that is a training to help build a more equitable hiring practices. And we're already starting to implement some of that with the capacity that we have for our most recent round of hirings. And then we've also started some guidance documents on gender pronouns, and helping people understand when and how to use them and why we use them. I think it's really important for people to understand all of that behind why we use them, and also just encouraging people to use them within the agency and externally. And then also we have had really open discussions on white supremacy in the workplace, and we had a debrief on the George Floyd's murder, which is a little more than a year ago, with all staff, and to really, unpack some of that emotion and some of the impacts of what people are feeling. And so that was a really honest and raw storytelling discussion to have. And we also, from that, we have come up with more opportunities to provide open dialogue and more ideas to chart a path going forward from these events. In addition, we've hosted guest speakers at our all staff meetings. 2 notable ones were Professor Janet Steverson from Lewis and Clark College, who gave us a sobering review of the history of Oregon and racism. In addition, we've got a chance to hear from Kat Gugnor, the Executive Director of Prosperity Now and Right to Root. It's an organization committed to equitable development, centered in the needs of those most impacted by gentrification and displacement. And she talked to us about community capacity building and centering it around the strengths of those communities that are most vulnerable. Externally, we've also been able to work with improving our email signatures for inclusivity. You'll notice in our email signatures that we've, for DLCD, we've provided optional opportunities for people to include their gender pronouns, and we've also removed the underlining so that it could be a lot more accessible for those with dyslexia. In addition, we've joined Partners in Diversity, which is a nonprofit in Portland aimed at attracting and retaining professionals of color. We've also used their resources to post our job openings there. And we've also joined Government Alliance for Racial Equity, short for GARE, which is another national network of government employees who are looking to achieve racial equity in their workplaces and advancing opportunities for all. And that organization also provides trainings, guidance documents, conferences, webinars, and other resources to be a part of. So recently, the DEI committee has drafted a 2021 to 2022 DEI work plan that we just finished our first round of manager reviews for that document. In it, we listed the top 5 actions that the DEI committee believes would be prudent in prioritizing for our work going forward. And following feedback from today, we'll be working to further refine these top 5 actions. But for now, they are as follows. So the first one was to diversify DLCD staff in LCDC. Again, we believe that increasing the diversity of those who serve the people of Oregon would be a really good example to have. And we're really trying to forward these opportunities through our work and opportunities through the Search Advocate Training Program that we've been able to learn from at OSU. So depending on capacity and resources, hopefully that will continue. The next one was to diversify DLCD's advisory bodies. We know that building a diverse rulemaking committees has always been difficult, as being part of the housing and to an extent the CFEC rulemaking, as too many organizations rely on specific individuals. We know that that's a recipe for burnout for a lot of CBOs. And we want to be cognizant of people's and organizations' expertise, but also their capacities. So we've been able to provide paid contracts in return for those working at the housing rulemaking and CFEC rulemaking, but we also believe it's just the beginning of a larger conversation about diversifying our rulemaking bodies in equitable and sustainable manners. The next top 5 action was to build a base of knowledge in current DLCD staff through assessments and trainings. Through the beginnings of our DEI committee, we realized that there was a lot of knowledge gaps and a lot of levels of comfort that people were able to engage in DEI conversations. And so we want to provide that, baseline understanding of, number 1, what is DEI? Number 2, implicit bias trainings, and number 3, microaggressions. And we got some of these ideas, from polling staff and then also having discussions with the DEI committee. So we feel that that would be a prudent action to go forward in the upcoming biennium. And also we believe that these are not just the beginning, these are just the beginnings of, knowledge, and that further self-development would also come through more trainings. But I think as a baseline, this would be good to provide a more deeper awareness of DEI issues to be discussed later. And then the next one would be to facilitate peer-to-peer sharing and normalize DEI work. We believe also that there's a lot of good work that's happening outside of the DEI committee throughout various divisions in our agency. And so we want to have more open conversations within the agency about what people are doing, what people are learning, how people are implementing their DEI work throughout the agency. So we hope to maybe highlight the work of different divisions throughout our all staff meetings in the hope that this would be an opportunity to really continue sharing and building upon each other's work going forward. And then finally, the top 5 action is to deepen the collective understanding of Oregon's land use planning, white supremacy, and inequity. Again, there is a deep history of Oregon's racially restrictive land use planning that maybe not everyone knows about. And so we hope that as more resources come out, that this would be an opportunity for DLCD to partner with a lot of organizations such as the Fair Housing Council of Oregon, the Rural Organizing Project, and the Oregon Historical Society to really understand and create a resource that would be shared and maybe in a PowerPoint or in a document so that to have this information more accessible to more people beyond our state government. And with that, I would like to open it up to discussion. I know it was, we've done, again, a lot of work, and we just want to, in light of the work that we've shared, would like to ask commissioners for additional guidance on some of our work plan items, if the top 5 actions are in the right direction. And then in addition, we would also like to ask commissioners, how would you like to be engaged in our work going forward? It can be quarterly updates or continued correspondence through the director's report or briefings even with individual commissioners. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the floor.
Samuel, thank you. Nice presentation. And thank you for all the work you and the whole team has done and the rest of the agency. I don't believe that Kirsten Green, Deputy Director Green, has a speaking role in this. I know she's listening in, but I wanted to acknowledge her contribution to this effort, her leadership and commitment and knowledgeable commitment to this effort has been really, I feel that through the agency as well. With that, Commissioner Jacobson, I believe you had your hand up.
Well, first of all, I just have to say, go Search Advocate program with OSU. I'm one of them. When I worked for the university, and actually still occasionally do some Search Advocate work for them as well when they need someone kind of from an outside perspective. So I'm really, really pleased to hear that you've picked up that program, because it really is, in my example, just an amazing way that they've taken on DEI in the hiring realm. I guess the one thing I wanted to say about this is what I really loved about the Search Advocate program wasn't just the part about making sure you had a fair and equitable search. It was also the part, what OSU did is specifically trying to get search advocates onto searches that had nothing to do with the department that they were in. And so you had that ability to cross-fertilize. So I was in fisheries and extension work, and I was on some search advocate hires for mathematicians and boat mechanics and all kinds of really interesting positions, not in my department. But that's how we got out of those siloed pieces within departments. And so just a note that I think if more agencies could kind of adopt that, and then you could start surveying on each other's hires, kind of across departments as search advocates. I think that would be a really great thing to work towards.
Thank you. Yeah, very, very good comment and good perspective. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I should say that the U of O just started copying OSU because we're also doing the search advocacy program, and I shouldn't admit that in public, but we're doing that. I think it's fair game. But okay, so there's an important point I wanted to make. I think so at the U of O, I'm probably on every diversity committee that exists at the university, and that's problematic, as a faculty of color who. And a lot of this work is it's not in my job description, right? I mean, if you look at my job description, it doesn't say anything about, being on diversity committees or anything. So, and a lot of the work that goes into diversity, efforts, it's basically invisible, right? So it's not rewarded. So that's one of the points I wanted to make, is that we just have to keep an eye on that. And a lot of staff of color are kind of overburdened by, having to, work on diversity committees. So my second point is I think more interesting. As agencies start to begin this work of transforming kind of the culture in their organizations, they start to rely on a lot of staff of color to do the implementation work. And so in a way, and staff of color are willing to do this because they want to see the change, and they want to be a part of it. But at the same time, if that participation is not highlighted in some positive way or compensated in some way, it really kind of burns them out. And so, and that's something that's been studied, and so anyways, I wanted to point those things out as you do more of this kind of work.
Thank you, Commissioner. All good points. As Samuel had those questions on the slide, do you mind putting that back up just for a minute? I wanted to make sure that commissioners have a chance to give the specific feedback that Samuel and the team are asking for. Do you any additional guidance that you can think of, or? And maybe most importantly, I guess going forward as well, excuse me, Nick, I think you want to say something. How do you want to be engaged as a commission in terms of updates? I mean, there'll be trainings as well. I'm looking forward to some joint training with staff and commission on some of the same things that you are training staff on. I'd like to have some of that commission training as well, but in terms of updates. But Commissioner Lilac, were you going to say something?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I do need to run here in just a moment for our own Planning Commission interviews, and I'll be back as soon as I can. But what an opportunity now with the department hiring 4 staff right now and up to a dozen on the list that you just provided. I can imagine 6 months ago when you were thinking about these work plan items for the next couple of years without, you were thinking in the opposite direction about losing staff and the budget declining, and now you're in exactly the opposite direction. And what a great opportunity with the resources and more staff and now a plan to implement going forward. So very exciting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Pearmine?
Just want to first thank Samuel and Evan for being here today. And again, echo the thanks to Deputy Director Green and Director Rue for your commitment to this work. And I would say, I am wrapping up my service on the commission next meeting, and this is definitely something I'm the most excited and proud of the agency for stepping into fully. And so my hope is, when you ask how the commission can stay engaged, is that this stays on. You continue this update there's a space to get an update every commission meeting, that it becomes integral. That you are staying tied into the Racial Justice Council work. And so that on a state level, you're always hearing about how, this is moving along and that it becomes a part of our work. And then, to Commissioner Sandoval's point about how much of a burden this work actually can be, just making sure that you do flag that internally and think about proper compensation, think about making sure staff have adequate time if this is going to be a part of their job, that it becomes a part of their job description and that they have the time, because this can be sort of an add-on in many work environments. And then finally, that the agency really commit financial investment. And you're hearing about the new rollout of the budget and how it's coming through right now in the enterprise of state government, and just to fully walk into that this takes money, and in order to live into that vision that we just read or heard about, we have to be willing to change all of our work. So I'm just a lot of gratitude to the committee, and I'd say your priorities are right on, and I'm really excited for you all.
Thank you. Sounds like a good parting shot, unless other commissioners have any final remarks. Don't see any. I don't think we're taking public comment, but I don't think there's anybody in the audience to comment anyway at this point on this. Yeah, I am excited to thank you for the presentation, Jim, Kirsten, staff. I think it feels like you're launched, or we are launched, because I look forward to getting some training as well, quite frankly, at that commission level. So we are scheduled for a 15-minute break already. So I think we just go ahead and take that and return at 2:15, and then we'll talk about McMinnville.
Thank you.
Right, I remember that. We can all compare notes on that one. Anyway, I was shocked, but I guess I need new dining room chairs now. So anyway.
Yeah, I'm going to from my bed, so you can.
Wait over the past year. Who knows? I didn't think I'd gain that much.
I'm doing the meeting on my bed, so that's
Well, I was doing it on the floor for a while. So anyway.
Welcome back.
Recording in progress.
Welcome back. The time is 2:15 p.m. We will continue with agenda item 13, McMinnville Planning Update.
Thank you, Esther. And I can just go ahead and turn it over to Gordon and Kevin with a short intro. This is, we're very excited to have McMinnville here today. And this is kind of on the continuing series of doing a virtual tour to communities. Yesterday, we heard from the city of Sandy. And today, McMinnville, because we can't get out in the field in real time, but this is exciting to have kind of the community come to us by way of Zoom. So take it away.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. This is Gordon Howard, the Community Services Division Manager for DLCD. We're here to talk this afternoon about McMinnville. In April, the director approved McMinnville's urban growth boundary expansion, also co-approved by, co-adopted by Yamhill County. No one filed an appeal of the director's decision, so the director's decision was final at the end of April. And this rather relatively non-controversial action ended a more than 20-year saga of McMinnville working on its urban growth boundary and also its more globally, its planning for its future, which started in the late 1990s. So today, though, before that's all I should say at this point, and I'm going to turn it over to Heather Richards, who is the planning director of McMinnville. She'll talk about how the city resolved the urban growth boundary issue and where the city plans to go in the future to manage growth and build a great city, which McMinnville already is, and hopefully will be even greater. Just want to let you know, Heather has been the planning director in McMinnville for several years now, and before that, she was the planning director at the city of Redmond. So at this point, we're going to turn over the information. Esther, if you could turn over the share screen to Heather and she can start her presentation.
Thank you, Gordon. Good afternoon, commissioners and Director Aru. So bummed Nick had to step out because, as Gordon referenced, I started in Redmond. I actually was hired by Nick and came to Oregon because I wanted to work under Nick Lilac at the city of Redmond. So I was excited to see him and share our story. McMinnville actually builds on the many of the things that he taught me when I was at the city of Redmond. I do want to let you know, I do have a lot of slides. Gordon's been a little stressed about it. My secret is I have a visual disability, so I use PowerPoint slides as cues for me when I'm giving presentations. So you will see a lot of slides. We'll go through some of them fairly quickly. But I think we'll be able to deliver the information. And if you have questions as we go, please, I think, Chair, it's okay if they ask the questions as we go, if they have some. Okay, let me share my screen.
Mute, so if that works for you, Heather, we can definitely take questions as you go.
Okay, thank you. I'm hoping you just see a singular slide and not the files themselves.
We do see the files on our screen anyway. It looks to me, but.
Okay, let me try that again. Sorry.
Okay. Technology.
I apologize. I don't know what's going on where I can't share my screen. So Gordon, I think your worries might actually come to bear on this one.
That's right. So Chair MacArthur, if I could, this is Kirsten and Heather. You were sharing your PowerPoint, and that worked great. If you had just hit run from beginning, I think it would have just popped up the single slide.
Yeah, well, that's what I did, Deputy Director Green, and for some reason it did not work. So.
We have time.
I'm going to try this a different way now. Do you all see the first slide at this point?
Yes, we can, Heather.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, and I apologize for that. So anyways, we are calling this the spruce goose of Oregon land use. If you don't know, the spruce goose is located in McMinnville. Gordon did say this, he wanted this to be kind of a virtual tour of McMinnville, so I wanted to provide you some of that as well. This is actually a cockpit. It's something that we have the International Air Show here, and all the pilots get so excited when they're able to come and sit in the cockpit of the spruce goose. But the reason we're calling it that is because the odds were stacked against us in terms of our UGB process, but there was significant need, and we're hoping that our perseverance has led to success in the story, and we're also hoping that it's not a one and done event. The other reason why I like to talk about the spruce goose is it's actually housed here in this museum, but what's interesting is all around it is county land. So you'll see here is our comprehensive plan, and this red area is the Evergreen Aviation Campus where the museums are, and then all around is this calculated UGB county land, even with these little holes right there. And when I first got here, I was asking questions, how did we end up with that? And after going through the history of the UGB here in McMinnville, it's clear how we ended up with that. It's every square foot is something that's intentionally and deliberately thought about as to what comes into the city's UGB and what remains in the county. So we're going to talk about McMinnville's most recent UGB amendment. It was 25 years in the making, and part of my story I want to leave with you is that the process has really left this community in a battle-worn and defeated state in regards to planning, especially when I first got here, and I thought that was very concerning as a planner to see that situation. Planning had become somewhat irrelevant, and people were no longer interested in investing in it because they didn't feel that they could see a successful path forward. But it became obvious that the need for a solution was critical because McMinnville faced a housing crisis. We're facing it today that we have never seen before. Our housing costs are going up exponentially and our families are being displaced. And so we knew we had to put our heads together and figure this out, work the problem, and work it some more until we came to a successful conclusion. So this is McMinnville's journey, navigating the Oregon land use system for growth plan. You know, I think there's some lessons in here that we can all learn from. We did, as Gordon said, submitted it to DLCD on December 11th. The decision was provided on April 9th of this year, and there were no appeals. So we were able to get through it. But we started this effort in 1994 as part of a periodic review task. The UGB amendment is a two-part discussion. We talk about it as phase 1 and phase 2 because there was some land that was brought into the UGB with our initial submittal in 2003. It wasn't enough to meet the need, and so our most recent effort was the phase 2 part of it. The UGB amendment is meant to serve a future population of 44,055 people. So getting to know McMinnville. We are a city, but we like to call ourselves a small town. I often say McMinnville is a community of 35,000 that likes to operate as a community of 15,000. We're all about relationships. We're in a rural environment, and we have an agrarian heritage. We are centrally located. We're 47 miles from Portland, 27 miles to Salem, 50 miles to the coast, and 115 miles to Mount Hood. We like to say we're an hour from everything. And we're the county seat of Yamhill County. So Yamhill County has a little over 458,000 acres of land. McMinnville's UGB is about 7,500 acres of land, which is 1.6% of the county. So we are the county seat, but we are actually a very small percentage of the overall land mass for the county. We were first platted in 1844. We were founded as a community in 1882. We're coming up on our 150th year celebration in 2032. And this is an aerial of our development in 2020. Our population now is 34,600 people. We've been in our slowest growth period over the last 10 years as a history of a city. We're the 17th largest city in Oregon. We're the largest city in Yamhill County. We pride ourselves on our downtown 3rd Street. It's a historic street. It's where the community comes together. We have one of the best, if you haven't been to it, farmers markets in the state. We also have beautiful natural areas around us and inside the city in terms of our urban parks. We have built parks as well that serve the city well. This right here is our airport park, which is well known for all of its oversized mushroom structures. And then, of course, we're surrounded by the growing wine industry. We like to call ourselves, in terms of our economic development, tech terroir, playing off of the wine industry around us, that we are come to McMinnville to innovate in Oregon's wine country. So my favorite saying about McMinnville is that McMinnville is old enough to be substantial, young enough to be ambitious, big enough to be industrious, and small enough to be friendly. I think that captures it. And it was a wise saying that I found on a bathroom wall of the local bar. So our UGB story. It's in 1981, we adopted our first UGB for the planning period of 1980 to 2000. And then, as I said, in 1994, we entered into periodic review and worked on the next planning horizon UGB. And we worked on it and we kept working on it. We started in 1994 with a 2000 to 2020 planning horizon. Most of the decision-making milestones were challenged, they were opposed, they were appealed, the population forecast, assumptions in the H&A, assumptions in the EOA. And so with that time frame, we then revised our planning horizon to 2003-2023 as we worked through those issues, and we call that the McMinnville Growth Management and Urbanization Plan. We submitted that in 2003. Some land was approved, the remainder was appealed. It was appealed by Thousand Friends of Yamhill County to the Court of Appeals on 3 assignments of error. The city and the Thousand Friends and Friends of Yamhill County tried to negotiate and mediate resolution twice. Both attempts failed. And then 1 assignment of error was remanded back to LCDC and eventually to the city in 2013. In 2013, the city adopted a resolution that unraveled everything they had done. They took out all their comp plan policies, all their code amendments that they had done to support this plan, and wrote into their resolution, which I think is really interesting, that they needed to take a break on the effort and set it aside for a future time and invest in other programs. In 2016, I was hired to come in as the planning director when Doug Montgomery retired. And the first thing I was asked to do was assess the program, just see where it's at. And so I went through it, and what I discovered was most of the plans were horrifically outdated in terms of the last time we had acknowledged and adopted plans. So our last BLI housing plan was in 1999, the H&A was in 2001, our parks was in 1999. And there was this laundry list of plans that were outdated. I went to City Council and the Planning Commission in 2017 and said, you're about $1.7 million behind in your planning effort. And to catch up, we need an additional 2 FTEs. We didn't have those funds. So I was asked to put together a work plan that was aggressive to see how we could work through these issues and try to get up to date. And so I did, and I started working with the Planning Commission. This is what I presented to them in January of 2017 about a 4-year work plan that involved a lot of I tried to bring in small base hits at the beginning, code amendments, smaller area plans so that we could start, getting excited about planning again in McMinnville. And then I had these 2 growth plans written into future years. Well, the Planning Commission and the community got stuck on these 2. And they said, why are those in there? We can't grow. We can't work on growth because we're not allowed to grow. This is the message they had received. They were not allowed to grow. So why even work on it? So I said, let's take a step back and let's start just talking about how little things that we can do within the city itself to really think about our future as a community and get in front. We need to be in front steering our future and not responding and reacting to it. So we put together a sort of 6-month hit list of things we wanted to start talking about. The first one was great neighborhood principles. This is something we had done in Redmond. I thought it was a great program there, and I thought it would really work in McMinnville, especially under this environment. And so we got out, our great neighborhood principles discussion was, we just got out in the community and said, what makes a great neighborhood in McMinnville? Let's just start there. Let's talk, everyone can talk about what they feel makes a great neighborhood, and everyone has the right to live in a great neighborhood. So let's start our planning process with those discussions. We created a social media program called McMinnville Matters, playing on a couple of different things, that what we do in McMinnville matters, living in McMinnville matters, how you live in McMinnville matters, those types of things. And then we got out and asked different questions throughout the next couple of months. We asked, do you think that housing options for people with a wide range of incomes makes a neighborhood great? And all I have to do is answer yes or no. Do you think walkability makes a neighborhood great? Do you think that the preservation of significant natural features makes a neighborhood great? These were all things that people could relate to. They weren't contentious. There was no conflict associated with them. So it started to get people involved in the discussion again. And after that effort, we adopted 13, the Baker's Dozen principles of what makes a neighborhood great in McMinnville, and adopted it into our comprehensive plan. So this was a win for this community, where they said we came together and we were able to make this happen. And we all agree on that. So then we went to City Council and we said, we need to start working on a new buildable lands inventory, housing needs analysis. The last one you did was in 1999, 2001, and we need to understand this a little bit better. And the reason we said that was because housing was becoming a crisis in McMinnville. We were beginning to gentrify. We had a deficit of over 1,000 homes. We had done some analysis on that. We knew our lower and moderate income households were being displaced. Our homelessness was increasing. Our average home sales price in 2019 was $398,000. That's in a community that has a median household income of $55,000. Employers were losing employees due to housing scarcity. So the hospital was telling us that their new hires would come and then leave shortly thereafter because they couldn't find housing in the area that they could live in. This was nurses and doctors. And then we knew that the last successful UGB amendment had been adopted for 1980 to 2000. We also knew land was very, very constrained. Developers were coming to us and saying, let's look at maps. Do you know anywhere where there's any acreage that may be available for development? And so we put a map together and we discovered that in the city of McMinnville, in the city limits, we had one 10-acre property that was available for development. And then we had one, I think this property was 3 acres that was also available for development. And then the rest of them were all small properties. So our developers couldn't find anywhere to develop. The properties that were in the UGB were all in places where they couldn't be served with infrastructure, or they were in some of our exception lands where they were not contiguous to the city, and they had a bunch of properties in front of them that were 1 or 2 acres that were not interested in annexing into the city. So those were not available for development. We talked to City Council about the deficit, the housing deficit, and what it was doing to the city and what we thought it would do as we move forward. This shows we think we should be issuing 200 to 250 permits a year to keep up with growth. We've historically done that, and this shows what we had done in the last 10 years. Now, the Great Recession came in, and we understand that, but most communities, especially over here in the Valley, were coming out of that recession right around here, 2011, 2012. We never came out of it. We have 1 year in 2015 where we had a significant amount of homes built, but other than that, we're trending down here, and that's because of land constraint issues. So that created our deficit of 1,000 homes. We also had people say to us, oh, but we had the growth that you're showing in the early 2000s is unusual for McMinnville. It didn't really happen that way historically, but it did. So this shows that McMinnville has had historical growth at levels that we're not seeing today. In terms of the household income, we tried to share with people, you're not even serving workforce at this point in time with your housing costs compared to what people are making. So the median household income was $55,000. This is what people could afford. Our average home sales price was over here off the charts. So our workforce was not buying homes in our community. And interesting to me was the fact that we had sort of flipped on its head what Oregon land use is supposed to do. So in McMinnville, we had been growing at 1.9% in the years 2000 to 2010. In the years 2010 to 2015, we grew at 0.5%. Interestingly, in the unincorporated area of the county, they had grown 0.4% from 2000 to 2010. And then in the time frame of 2010 to 2015, it grew 1.9%. It was growing at the rate McMinnville was supposed to be growing at. And we were growing at the rate that the unincorporated county was supposed to be growing at. We were moving in the opposite direction that we should. It's also, we had to talk to the community about this. This is important because it's a business plan for cities in terms of growth and how you pay for services. So our existing property tax reforms only allow existing property tax revenue go up by 3%, our assessed values. Our cost of goods, the funded by the general fund, which is, usually your police and fire, library, parks, that's all labor, and that's going up anywhere between 3 and 7%. So cities are making up that difference by their growth, property tax revenue. If you're not growing, you don't get that property tax revenue. And so you're creating a deficit. And if you're creating a deficit, you then have to reduce your levels of service. And that's what was occurring in McMinnville. From 2007 to 2018, the city's general fund operated in the red 7 out of the 11 fiscal years. This is without increasing levels of service, with a total deficit of about $2.8 million. We are now in furlough programs at the city, and we are looking at how do we overcome this deficit in terms of what's occurring with our property tax revenue and our cost of goods, because we don't expect to come out of this anytime soon. So then we started talking about growth. And I led for 2 years all my presentations with this image. I wanted to recognize that the discussion of growth in McMinnville was a tough one. People did not want to have it. And it felt like a big, big problem that we couldn't solve. But I also reminded them, let's step back. Let's get out of the wonkiness of planning. Let's get out of the fights over the data. And let's just step back and talk about what planning is. It's about people. We're planning for the future, for our generations, for our children, for their grandchildren. This is what it's about. And this is why we need to do this for our legacy planning for the next generation of people. It's also required by state law. There's a lot of people who believe that McMinnville couldn't go through growth planning because the state wouldn't allow it, because we weren't able to get through the process. I was like, no, by state law, we should be planning for growth. And I also said it's about balance. We need to start balancing our priorities and our agendas, and we need to come to the table and work towards solutions and really talk about near-term needs and long-term opportunities. And if we don't, then the results are inequitable. And you're no longer talking about, a city that's growing in a way that it needs to grow to serve the county and the county that around it. We then talked about all the Oregon land use goals. I just wanted them to understand what is the state system. And we went through the 14 goals that apply to McMinnville. And we talked about the fact that no one goal should be prioritized over another goal. They should all be balanced. That's what the state laws say. And the whole description of, are we unbalanced at this point in time because goal 3 and goal 4 were outweighing our needs for housing, economic development, parks, and urbanization. We needed to rebalance that in our heads and realize that moving forward, these are all equally balanced, and we need to walk through this process in terms of our discussions. We went to City Council as staff and we said, we need to initiate a discussion about growth ASAP. And I recommended at that time that we do something relative to what we had done in Redmond, which was do an urban reserve area and then do a UGB. And the premise behind that was, if there was going to be a big fight over the land, let's figure it out. Let's just put all the cards on the table and figure it out so that there aren't future fights for this community. And so using a lot of the Redmond work, we walked through what that meant for us and started that process. So we got the permission to move forward with the updated BLI, HMA, and EOA. We did it with a planning horizon of 2021 to 2041 because we knew it would take time to put the data together. And then we also did it in such a way that we had data for an urban reserve area if we chose to go in that direction. And we described to people what does it mean in terms of future households and their needs. We talked about, we got out into the community and said, we want to hear from you. How do you want to grow? Do you want to grow up? Do you want to grow out? Do you want to grow a little bit of both? We put these boards in our parks. We put them in our library. We put them around town and said, we just want to hear from you. What do you want to do? And what we got out of that was that we're really looking at both for the most part. And what we described to people that both would probably necessitate is a small urban growth boundary expansion and higher density within the city. We then asked people, what do you love about McMinnville? What are your future thoughts? Because we wanted to make sure we were capturing that in our work as we were moving forward. And we also wanted people to feel empowered to be part of the solution and participate in the final product. When we started talking about housing, we did it per the state law with single family, detached, attached, and multifamily. But then we started having more conversations, and this was in 2018. So before the missing middle housing legislation had passed. We started talking about the need for home ownership at all income levels. We felt that people were that we were, with our housing needs analysis and the way it's been structured in the law, that you're referencing multifamily rentals as low income housing. It's not giving people of lower income households to actually own homes and create wealth. So then we started talking about, how do we bring that on board? Do we do tiny homes? McMinnville has twice as many manufactured homes as most communities. Do we continue to promote that so that people have home ownership and can start owning their own product? We then also did a housing strategy. So we did, in 2018, we put together a housing strategy that said it's going to take more than land use actions to achieve this housing need. We're going to look at land use actions. We're going to look at financial incentives, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure it reflects our great neighborhood principles that we had all agreed with. We talked about density and what does that mean? Do we want density to be in our city center only? Do we want to start spreading it out? Do we want to put it out in certain areas? Do we want to put it all around town and evenly distribute it? And we then brought a couple of options together and said, you know, we can move forward with the traditional zoning. We call it our Neapolitan zoning with strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate ice cream. So high densities on one side, low densities on another, and we segregate our housing types. Or do we start smushing it all together and making different types of flavors within our community? So with that, we brought different options to them. One being a catch-all residential zone where we have one residential zone and all housing types are allowed. One being a high density residential zone where you don't allow anything but high density, and we don't have that in McMinnville. And so what we decided on was this option 3, which was this catch-all residential zone for most of the city, and then a high density residential zone. And this is before the missing middle housing legislation passed. So we were ready to go into one residential zone as a community. And we wrapped that all up into this urbanization report. The urbanization report said that we had a need of about 1,400 acres of land to accommodate the growth for that planning horizon of 2021 to 2041. We went back to City Council in 2019 and we said, okay, we're ready. Let's start doing this. Let's initiate our urban reserve area. Then we'll pull our urban growth boundary out of that. Then we applied to DLCD for a technical assistance grant to do the work. And then we received a letter of denial in January 16, 2020. To be honest, Gordon and I had been talking about this since we applied for it and working through some of the issues. So I knew this was coming. But what DLCD got back to us was that they no longer supported the do it urban reserve area first and then pull urban growth boundary out of it process, and that they would give us $25,000 to conduct the UGB analysis. So with that, I went back to council and said, all right, we had a path. We've got a little bump in the road. What should we do? How do you want to move forward with this? We had been experiencing the same types of challenges with our HNA EOA work that we were working on that the city had experienced in 2000. So the same issues were coming up and everything was being challenged. And I was like, I think this is going to be tough for us to get through in a timely manner. And I'm not sure we're going to solve our problem. So we brought all the paths forward to them, ranging from this URA UGB. We thought legally it could still be supported and have the courts decide that. We said, do an urban growth boundary. He said, what you could do is dust off your old plan and see if that works. We'll do a new one. We looked at regional problem solving and what had occurred down in the South County areas of the state and said you could do that for your URA UGB, or maybe even do that for your 2003 plan. We talked about a legislative bill because, quite frankly, we had legislators contacting us for the last couple of years saying, let's take you to the legislature. Let's use you as a reason why the Oregon land use system is not working for McMinnville. We talked about just setting up a quasi-judicial process and letting property owners come in 50 acres or less year after year. We talked about do nothing. We know several cities who adopted that as their reasoning and that they would wait for the statewide fix. And we talked about negotiating a deal with Thousand Friends. So those are all the things we brought to them. We weighted them on terms of what served the city best in terms of reaching our goals, which was the planning pieces of it and the costs associated with it and the time. And the city council directed staff to evaluate that 2003 plan that had been remanded to us and see if we can get through the remand and to prepare for a legislative fix at the same time. So I'm a planner. I wanted to see the Oregon system work. And I said to my team, let's put our heads down. Let's make this remand work. I did not want to go to the legislature and say that we use McMinnville as your poster child for the need for a fix. So we went back into the plan. The plan is based on a community visioning effort over a couple of years called McMinnville 2020. So the community put together this plan and it had several different guiding principles. So we maintained those. The premise of the plan was this neighborhood activity center, and it was fairly progressive for that time frame. It was all about the 20-minute neighborhood. So it was high density in the central area with parks and housing around it, and transit stops. I mean, it was really well done for a community of this size back in 2000. The plan obviously wasn't successful, and so when it was submitted in 2003, this is the original submittal that went in. Everything in pink did not move forward. Everything in green did move forward. All the areas in green, except for number 3 here, which is a 42-acre high school site, are rural exception areas, rural residential exception areas. And so they were all intended to create this many homes for us in the 20-year time frame. They came in 2003, not 1 square foot of that land has come into the city in annexation. Those people do not want to annex into the city at all. But these all got amended into our UGB, but we still had outstanding land need. We hadn't met our land need for future housing, employment, and livability. So our work was, what's the remaining land need and how do we make this UGB amendment happen? So we talk about it in the process of UGB amendment phase 1 and phase 2. And we made a decision so that we could keep it as narrow as possible for challenges and appeals to work within the data set from from that initial submittal in 2003, and just work through the errors that came out in the court remand. So the court had approved all of our forecasts, population, housing, employment, land needs. The petitioner submitted to the court 3 assignments of error: the amount of parkland needed, the amount of high density residential land needed, and our selection of land. And the court came back and said 2 and 3 are mute, but number 1, you city need to redo that. The way you selected your land was wrong. And then they gave us a roadmap for how we need to go through the selection process. I wasn't watching McMinnville at this time, but from what I understand, this court decision put a couple of city planners on their heels a little bit, because it's a fairly awkward roadmap in terms of interpreting the different laws. And I believe the ORSs have changed since this court decision was made, but we were bound to work within the roadmap, so I'll share with you what it was. Step 1 was to determine the land need. Step 2 was to determine the adequacy of the candidate lands and using ORS 197.2981 and 3. And then step 3 was determine the suitability of those candidate lands to meet land need for goal 14. So the land need was pretty easy, that had already been established. Just to point out to you in McMinnville, everything falls in our residential zones except for commercial and industrial land. So all this stuff gets wrapped into a residential comp plan designation. So we just took our 3 designations, we subtracted the phase 1 UGB that had already occurred and came up with our 665 acres still needed. And then our step 2 was determine the adequacy of candidate lands. And we had to do it based on number 1 of 197.298, which is the prioritization sequence of exception land and then working your way through the class soils. So what we did in McMinnville is we drew a 1-mile radius around the current UGB. We then identified what's buildable. We do not allow development in our floodplain, so we took all that land out. We eliminated the land of steep slopes of 25% or greater. That's red over here in our West Hills. And then we started building little study areas underneath all that that was contiguous to the city. We ended up with 31 of them. This is a map that shows that it based on the class soil. So green is class soils 4+, yellow is class soil 3, orange is class soil 2, and red is class soil 1. We try to make it intuitive. You stay away from red, green is great, type of thing. And then we divided it up into 3 different priorities where we had exception lands in green. That's what we looked at first. We had class 4+, class 3 and 4+ in yellow, and class 2 and 1 in red. We looked at green first, then yellow, and then red in terms of our sequencing. For the factors of goal 14 that we needed to use, Thousand Friends had said the previous submittal wasn't quantitative enough. So we adopted 19 screening criteria with approximately 50 different data sets to put some performance metrics behind these factors. They were all ranked 1 to 3, with 1 being poor. 1 staff person did the ranking across the board per data set so that we had consistency for all the different study areas. And then we determined inadequacy if there was a combined score in a factor of 1.5 or less. And this is an example of a spreadsheet from that. We have 75 spreadsheets that made up this record for us. And then after determining the lands that met that test, and for the first test, we used factor 5 and factor 7. That's what the court told us to do, the compatibility and consequence test. Then the second test for adequacy was ORS 197.2983. What's important for McMinnville is C of this ORS comes into play, which says that if there is land in a that maximum efficiency of land uses with a proposed urban growth boundary requires inclusion of lower priority lands in order to include or to provide services to higher priority lands. And then step 3, after we finished screening everything, we would then apply all the goal 14 location factors. So even though we applied 5 and 7 in step 2, we then applied it again in step 3. And we applied it to the different sequencing of lands. So we would start with exception lands and then make our way through. So essentially what that looks like from maps is this is our exception land. What made it through the screening process were these 3 exception areas. So then we identified how much acreage that is, what type of comp plan it served, and what was remaining. And we sort of worked our way through everything that way. This is our class 3 and class 4 soils. We end up with one class 3 soil study area that was determined it was adequate to bring in, but we could only bring it in if we brought in these lands as well, because these lands served it in terms of infrastructure. And so what that meant was we had to look at these lands next, which were in the next level of screening. These were class 2 soils. When we looked at those and added up the acreage for that, we discovered we were at 662 acres. So we were now done. We didn't look at any other class 2 or class 1 soils. And that's sort of the roadmap of the court decision. And this shows how that phase 2 UGB amendment looks like in terms of the different soil types. And this shows phase 1 and phase 2 of that UGB amendment for this submittal, what it looks like. This darker green is all exception areas. So because everything's in residential zones in McMinnville, we wanted to do a little bit more planning in the UGB before it came into the city. So again, using a tool that we had in Redmond, we adopted an urban holding comprehensive plan designation and applied that to everything that wasn't employment land designation. And we developed a framework plan. The framework plan identifies where all the needs are going. So where the high density residential is going, where the parks are going, and we brought back the neighborhood activity centers. So Thousand Friends said you can't use neighborhood activity centers to determine your land need. We thought it was a great planning tool, and we think McMinnville needs to build off of it, so we brought it back into the framework plan process. And then we developed a new annexation process for McMinnville based on these area plans. And our adopted document has very specific details and data about what type of need needs to be assigned to each area. So what we're trying to do is give Thousand Friends the reassurance that we were applying the needs in a very quantitative way. And then we adopted several different zoning ordinance amendments to make all this happen. In terms of the urban-rural impact of this effort, the whole discussion of impact on farm and forest land and expansion into the county, we felt that was important for people to understand. So for the phase 1 and phase 2, the total UGB amendment, 44% of it's exception areas, and the rest of it's divided like this, which is remarkable because most of the land around McMinnville is class 2 and class 1 soils. And then this shows that the McMinnville UGB accounts for 0.2% of Yamhill County's acreage. I always felt it was important to put this in some sort of proportional relativity for people. And that the UGB amendment urbanizes 0.4% of Yamhill County's EFU land. We did this during COVID. So we all got used to Zoom meetings, and we got out and did a lot of public information sessions to get the information out to everyone. And again, it was approved, so that was exciting. But then the city council said to us, now we still want you to pursue the urban reserve area. And we had been planning for this the whole time. So we had this mile circumference around the city, and then we had 1.5 miles for the urban reserve area. And we were doing our work for that. We had been talking McMinnville why urban reserve is important. And so city council understood that. It allows for long-term infrastructure planning. It allows for sufficient development capacity to support healthy economy moving forward, plans for schools. You can plan to preserve and enhance natural ecological systems, all the planning that you can't do when you're like just forced into this UGB compressed process. So we did all of our different scrubs in terms of data for a whole urban reserve area study area. When we were putting it together for the UGB, we have all that data. And we have this urbanization report that's in draft form that gets us to an urban reserve area as well. So then we went to DLCD. This was in May of this year. We said, okay, let's start talking about how we get through this. And at that time, DLCD reminded us of House Bill 2003. And I've been following that, knew about the regional housing needs analysis and the housing production strategy. What I forgot about was that the bill itself talks about the schedule to adopt new H&As for every city. And that built into the OARs that were adopted was timeframes in which this would happen. So McMinnville is in 2023, that we need to adopt a new H&A and BLI. So we have it, and that's good. And we can use that. We memorialized it and kept it. The LCD staff helped us figure out how to do that with publicizing public hearings and opening and extending them. What we're worried about is our H&A work that we've done shows we still have need for land, even when we take in this UGB amendment that we just did. So we think it's somewhere around 700 acres. We're not sure. What we still need to do is we've calculated the HB 2001 work into that. We've calculated the new legislation for the capacity of exception lands, because none of our exception lands have actually developed. But what we haven't done is a true reconciliation of the UGB remand or the efficiency measures. What we're worried about is when we adopt the new H&A and BLI, we need to show how we're meeting the need. And if we have need and can't meet it with in our current city, we'll have to do another UGB amendment. So I think we all felt this way when we realized that. We just weren't ready to do another one in McMinnville. It took a long time to get people comfortable with where we've gone so far. And so we went back to City Council with the LCD staff's help on what the different options are. And we said we could slam it together and get this done. Didn't give us lots of money and just put our heads down. We could amend the OIR to extend the deadline to 2027, but then we start all our work again. Or we can do a sequential UGB and use the work we have so far and then negotiate something with the LCD to bring a UGB in later. And so we sat down and talked through what that looks like. And I think we all agree on this, Gordon, that we would look at adopting an H&A BLI housing production strategy by December 2023 for the OARs, and then do a UGB amendment if needed by June of 2025. Then my council still wants to know when the urban reserve area is going to be done. So we want to do that by June of 2027 so that we have that done before we have to start work again to hit the next 8-year increment. This is all very tight and it's based on no appeals. So I do think there's been consequences of what's happened in McMinnville with its UGB story. And what it's done here is housing supply is severely constrained. Our housing, I just looked at this yesterday, our median housing price right now in the market is $567,000. This is in a community that makes a median household income of $55,000. So affordability is no longer attainable. We don't have land to put affordable housing on. The Housing Authority and I have been working to find land. We found them projects, so we're going to be able to get that going, but I don't know what else we're going to do. Homes are selling in 4 days. They're selling over asking price to cash offers from people out of town, out of state. So it's going to change the profile and demographics of McMinnville, which has been a small agrarian town where people raise their families. I don't think it's going to be that anymore. And that's, to me, that's sad. There's been more growth in the unincorporated county. There's more pressure for that. Our long-range planning program, it's been so tough to get this community to recognize that long-range planning is strategic, it's community-minded, people can steer their own future because they didn't feel that way. And then we lost the opportunity to implement that really progressive, thoughtful plan that was done in 2003, which, if implemented, would yield higher density within the city limits than we have today. So we went backwards in what we were trying to do. And to me, it also demonstrates that a couple of people can really obstruct the entire program. It was a couple of people that were opposing this as we were going through the system. So that's our UGB story. I can talk about our House Bill 2001 work if you're interested in that, or if you had questions about the UGB process.
Well, thank you, Heather. Why don't we have only about until 3:15 or so, so I want to make sure we have a chance to ask questions if that's okay with you. So I'm kind of amazed at you and the community. If I had been in your shoes with that many obstacles over the years to trying to do the right thing in the community's mind, I don't know, I wouldn't have the level of enthusiasm and optimism you have. So kudos to you. I'm also struck with some, I have so many questions, but I won't ask them all because I mean, I would monopolize the whole thing. But I guess two observations that it really excited me is the way that you humanize the planning process. You just with your slides and the way you talk about it, and you don't see it as an obstacle, you see it as an opportunity, even with all the things that were in front of you, blocked your way in the past, or the community's way in the past. But you humanize it from the standpoint you're taking these planning concepts and describing them in terms of outcomes for your business people, for the fiscal health of your city, and to people in the community. And it's just a really rich way to describe it. And it's kind of what it's all about. It's really about people and business and communities. So thanks for doing that. The second observation I have is that you so epitomize the idea that it's really not about the UGB. Yes, the UGB is a tool, but and you've had to work really hard on getting some opportunities to expand your UGB, but you've looked beyond that. It's just one tool. You're trying to create community. And expansion of the UGB in certain areas does, in fact, contribute to your community because of the way you approach it. So again, thanks for that. I guess a question I have for you, given what you've described about kind of losing ground on building more housing and having more housing available to residents in your area that need it. Have you had a conversation, a kind of a post-mortem conversation with Thousand Friends? I mean, not that they were the only actor, but do they understand kind of this whole thing that you're describing? Or I hate to put you in a place of describing what might be in their heads, but what is your thought about that?
No, I haven't had that discussion. I'd like to have that discussion. Alexis Biddle and I agreed at the beginning of all of this that I was going to lead McMinnville through the process and follow the rules and regs as I see them, because I wanted it to be successful. I don't feel negotiating with special interest to get to a solution, it actually achieves goal number one. I feel that very strongly. And many people recommended that we should do that with 1,000 Friends and just to negotiate a solution. And I just felt like, let's see if we can make this work. It's been so fresh, I'll be honest with you. It's been so fresh for us that I haven't reached out to 1,000 Friends yet. But I do think that discussion's important. Definitely as we see what's occurring in McMinnville. There's, I wasn't a player in this dialogue until very recently, and nor was Alexis. So I think he and I can sort of look at it from that lens. There are still people who have been in this dialogue for the last 25 years, and it's hard to look at it from that sort of neutral lens of emotion.
Yeah, I totally get it. And again, I'm not trying to imply there's rights and wrongs here. Anyway, thank you for that. And so I would really like to open up to other commissioners to ask questions or comments that you might have for Heather and McMinnville. I don't see any hands up.
Commissioner Sandoval has his hand raised.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. It's not showing up on my screen for some reason. Professor Sandoval.
Okay. Great. Yeah, Heather, I think we worked together actually on a project in Redmond.
We did.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did an outreach project to outreach to the Latino community, and we were able to speak to hundreds of Latinos out there about their needs and so forth. So that was great. It's good to see you again. And actually, it relates to my question, because one of the things we've been having a discussion about the need to update goal 1 to incorporate outreaching to underrepresented communities or communities of color and so forth. And I noticed that in McMinnville, the Latino population is about 22%. And so I just wanted to get your thoughts on whether you think that would be a good idea to update goal 1, where a city would need to do outreach to to communities of color and get them involved in the planning process, and also what kind of resources would cities need to do that?
So first of all, I do think it would be a good idea. So our population and census data is 22%. Our population of Latinx population in our elementary schools is 40+%. So I don't feel it's a population that's participating in our dialogue. And in fact, I pulled up the document you did for us in Redmond to figure out how to move this forward. And the city has just started a DEI committee to start thinking about this. I would love to see us amend the citizen involvement program and the rules to encourage more participation. I do feel that it's the same people that we all see that are influencing decisions being made for the state, and it's impacting people's lives. And an example of that is House Bill 2001. So we're working on that right now. I'm very worried about that from an equity perspective in our community, because we have segregated neighborhoods. I'm just going to be frank with you. And I feel like the neighborhoods that are serving our more marginalized populations are the ones that are going to be impacted most by House Bill 2001. And some of the things that are coming out of that for mandates are I testified about this, where I thought that some of the decisions made, especially relative to parking, are contrary and negative to our families in McMinnville that are lower household incomes, as they need their vehicles to get to jobs. And if they're going to be placed into a neighborhood where that becomes more and more of a nuisance, why is that fair, right? And we slowed down our adoption process for our House Bill 2001 standards to try and figure out how to get that conversation out into our Latinx community, to hear from them, to have them participate, because I don't want to make assumptions about how I feel it's going to impact different types of demographics. I want to hear how they feel it will impact them. I was struck by at one point in time during the rulemaking process, where a developer came in and was talking about cottage clusters, and we were talking about parking and the arrangement of parking for it. And he said, I think it's important for people to be able to park next to their dwelling units so they can carry their groceries in. And so everyone was like, yeah, we agree with that. But then when we talked about that on a more global scale for neighborhoods, it lost track. And I can't figure out how to gain track. And that's just one little piece of it, though. But it's something that's immediately on a horizon. And with our UGB effort, we just went through, we needed to get it done. I wish we would have been able to take more time for citizen involvement the second time around and really engage a little bit better. But this was a remand of something that happened in 2003, and the planning horizon was 2023. So we wanted to get it done. If we do it something like that again, I wanted to do it with a completely different citizen involvement approach for it. But I don't have the answers on how to engage.
Great. No, thank you so much.
Thank you, Heather. Yeah. Other folks, Commissioner Warren, do you have a question or? Okay. The other note that I made is that I really like the way the way that you and staff move beyond stats to really identify the problem. You were talking about your housing needs analysis and the need for more multifamily housing doesn't necessarily check the box for middle and low income housing. And then you also looked at those stats and thought about the nature of the population in your committee, and you realized there were not very many opportunities for home ownership for lower and middle income people. And again, I applaud a lot of the things that you're doing. I think it's really rich the way you're thinking about the planning process and how to humanize it.
Thank you. Nick Lilac is someone that taught me to humanize planning in Oregon.
And I wish he
I'll
was.
Be honest.
And I do remember your testimony on the housing rules, and it's compelling. I wasn't quite sure how to thread that needle, but I thought you raised some really good points. But any other questions from commissioners? Seeing none, I think we need to close out this agenda item. We're going to have it 3:15, the next topic, but any parting shots, Gordon, that you want to make? Or
yeah, I just want to say we all very much enjoy working with Heather, and not because she makes things easy for us. She represents her community so well, and we really appreciate and respect that. And we think I think that's the best thing that's happened to McMinnville planning in a long time when Heather came there. And I think we can get into some of the issues she brought up. The 2011 McMinnville decision resulted in a rewrite of the state's UGB laws because the decision was condemned by both the winners and the losers of that decision, actually. So that's another a long story we can't get into right now. And also the urban reserve issue, we've had a lot of clarity about that. And in fact, we determined that the department had actually not interpreted our own rule correctly about 20 years ago 15 to 20 years ago when Redmond adopted an urban reserve. And so we had to explain that to Heather and McMinnville and other cities around. And so I think we're on track back there. And unfortunately, it did cause a little bit of an issue with McMinnville, but Heather, being a very resourceful person, was able to figure out a way to move forward, and we really appreciate that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, and I just want to say it's DLCD staff has been great to work with. Gordon and I have tough discussions, but we always conclude it with trying to work towards solutions. So.
Well, appreciate that. Appreciate you taking the time out of your busy day, Heather, to be part of our conversation today. It does educate us a lot when we hear how things get implemented at the local level. So thank you very much for enriching us.
Yeah, thank you for your time.
Great. Thanks, Gordon. Kevin.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Let's see, a completely different topic. We're going to focus on the coast next. Actually, not just the coast. I'm sorry. It's the climate change adaptation framework. We're not going to the coast yet. Going to the coast as well as the rest of the state. So Hi, welcome, Christine, talking about agenda item 14. I don't know if we need to turn to Patty to intro it, or you just want to take it away.
Well, it's up to Patty, but yeah, Chair MacArthur and commissioners, I'm really happy to be here to talk about this. I'm going to share my screen.
Great.
Okay, come on. I'm having the same problem that Heather was having. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here to talk about this subject. I'll be brief because it's been a long day. I've listened to a lot of the commission meeting today, and your head must be spinning. So just to remind you, my name is Christine Shirley, and I just want to remind you how this adaptation fits in with the bigger climate discussion at DLCD. The adaptation part is just one segment of a complicated initiative to address the effects of climate change. So I'm just going to talk about the adaptation framework today. You've seen this graphic before. It's the cover, the logo, as it were, for the climate change adaptation framework. And I put it up here just to remind you that it does cover a wide swath of the activities that we engage in as residents of Oregon and the DLCD and other state agencies. All right, so get to the meat of the issue here. We are on to implementation. Our POP passed, and my position was funded along with some funding for a vulnerability assessment, which I'll talk about later, which is great. It's kind of renewed my energy around this project because now we can move into implementation. And the framework laid out 5 strategies for implementation, and the work group continues to work on each of these 5 strategies, and that's what I'm going to focus my attention on today. Okay, so the first implementation strategy is to gather up the executive leadership of multiple state agencies, and which will provide a focal point for state climate change adaptation programs. DLCD prepared a proposal for the natural resources directors to initiate that leadership team. The proposal relies on developing a declaration of cooperation similar to that used by the Oregon Solutions, in which each agency commits to a certain level of participation to achieve the project goals. That leadership proposal is kind of stuck in the natural resources cabinet at the moment, but I hope to get that moving shortly. But importantly, I'm not letting that, nor is the work group letting that stop our work. We continue to meet as a work group every week on Zoom and push these implementation strategies forward, as well as some agency specific implementations of climate change adaptation. All right, so on the equity front, we are participating with the work group in the Oregon Health Authority's interagency community of practice around health and climate equity. And it's based on the climate equity blueprint that they funded as part of the framework process. In addition, excuse me, we participate on several state agencies along with several work group members to coordinate advancing equity mapping. Jim mentioned this earlier today, that multiple state agencies are coming together to figure out how to have a common language, a place to go to where we share common data about demographics and equity. And then we also engage in the governor's office and with the EJ task force, and of course with our own DEI committee to advance our equity goals.
So on the assessment front, we were funded to produce a statewide climate change vulnerability assessment. And this vulnerability assessment is being scoped now by the work group. And our goal is to bring together climate change effects and how those effects influence what people's lives, with a focus on marginalized communities. So we want to learn how climate change and its effects are affecting people. And that's kind of a gap in the state vulnerability milieu. A lot of state agencies have done vulnerability assessments, but they tend to focus on their assets. And so we're trying to bring together those asset-focused vulnerability assessments with people. So we're working on that scope of work now. And in addition, DLCD and the Department of Energy, under the auspices of the Global Warming Commission, are pulling together an inventory of climate change adaptation actions that agencies are undertaking now, so that we can begin to find duplication, gaps, places where we can cooperate over the next biennium. On the collaboration front, DAS, the Department of Administrative Services, is facilitating an effort to pilot an ArcGIS hub to facilitate interagency data sharing and around climate change. Data sharing has been the big bugaboo of this whole project. We have never found a good platform to share information and collaborate on. So thank you to DAS and a particular person there who took up the challenge and suggested the use of this Esri ArcGIS hub product to help us do that. So he is going to present a pilot of that to us next week. In addition, like I mentioned, we continue to collaborate via the Climate Change Adaptation Work Group. And then I'm trying to ramp up our internal collaboration on the DLCD climate team. We now meet regularly and talk about not only adaptation, but mitigation and sequestration, and try to bring it together into a coherent program. And then finally, there's the accountability piece. One of the framework strategies was for each agency to develop a climate change adaptation action plan. And DLCD has started conversation on our action plan. I've thought that it was probably counterproductive to do a climate change adaptation action plan that was separate from all of our other climate actions. So the climate team agreed to bring a set of principles before the policy team to discuss an overarching climate change policies that will help guide all of our work. And it's still in draft form. We're discussing it, but I hope to share that with the commission shortly, maybe the next time you meet. And then there's the, as I mentioned, the framework calls on all other agencies to do that as well. And our intention there is to bring that information together as we build our next 23-25 budgets, so that we can begin to actually fund actions that we want to take over the longer term. So I told you I'd be short and sweet, and that is all I have. So I welcome your questions or observations about this program, and I'm really excited to be able to be moving into implementation. Thank you, Christine. We're happy that you are fully funded, that the legislature recognized the contribution of your work and how important it is, and funded you as well as some additional resources. We're really thrilled about that. it's an essential piece of what we need to be doing. Questions from commissioners, comments? Oh, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Christine. I think this is really exciting work to me. It really is. I think it's really important and really crucial, and I'm glad you're the person who's doing it. So just a huge thank you from me.
Oh, great, thank you. Not seeing anybody's hand up. Thank you for being succinct. You always are, but thank you.
Hopefully not too succinct, but I know you're tired. It's been a long day. So,
well, this is an important topic too, but thanks for hanging in there with us. And I think we'll end this agenda item. I don't think we have anyone signed up for public comment. So, and Esther shaking her head, thank you. So thank you, Christine. Have a great weekend. And we'll move on to agenda item 15, Shoreline Access Project Report. And we have Patty and Adrian here. So Patty, take it away.
Chair MacArthur, members of the commission, this is Patty Snow. I'm the Ocean and Coastal Services Division Manager, and just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Adrian. As you know, the Coastal Program has been really fortunate with having NOAA Coastal Fellows for the last 20 years. And we've actually hired 3 of them. Meg Reed, that you heard yesterday with her great presentation. She is a former Coastal Fellow. Tanya Haddad, wizard with web applications, is another former NOAA Coastal Fellow, as well as Andy Lanier, who many of you know and the rest of you will know. He's our Marine Affairs Coordinator, and you'll be hearing from him next September on the Rocky Shores update. So wanted to take this opportunity. Adrian is our current NOAA Coastal Fellow. She'll be completing her fellowship next month. And, you know, when you think about it, you know, what would be your dream fellowship? Having paid that trip to the coast for months to inventory 1,000 sites, which sounds really great until COVID hits and all of a sudden nobody can travel. So Adrian, working with me and our management team, after several months, finally in November, when she'd been planning to start in the spring of last year in 2020, finally was able to start and has completed her inventory and has done some really great work that I think you're going to really enjoy. And so it's hard to be the last person on the agenda, Adrian, but I'm sure you'll do a great job. So thank you. And here's Adrian.
Well, it was great that you had such great weather in November to start your inventory at the coast.
Yeah, it was an interesting experience. I'm excited to tell you about it. Thank you, Patty. Thank you for that introduction. Thank you, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. I'm very excited to be here today telling you about my project. As Patty said, my name is Adrian Laufer, and I will be sharing some slides and going over this 2-year journey that I am almost finished with over here at DLCD. So let me bring up my PowerPoint, make sure you guys are able to see it all right. Great, wonderful. So this might be a little different than what you guys usually get presented or have presentations on, and hopefully that's a good thing. I'm hoping that I can show you some really beautiful pictures and impart some of my passion for shoreline access in Oregon. So DLCD is mandated to coordinate the management and protection of over 1,200 sites across the Oregon coastal zone. And you can see all of these sites within the coastal zone on this map on the left. And we're defining a shoreline access site as a parcel, easement, roadside, or road end that provides access to a water body. And this includes lakes, estuaries, rivers, and the ocean shore. So shoreline access site could theoretically be anywhere in the state of Oregon, but because this was specifically through the Oregon Coastal Management Program and the Coastal Zone Management Act, my project was specifically focused on sites within the coastal zone. But keep in mind that the work that I've done here can be easily extrapolated to sites that are beyond the coastal zone, and those could also potentially be inventoried in the future, but probably with more staff capacity. And there are a number of different state and federal and local entities that contribute to the ownership and management of these sites. These are some of the main ones: Oregon Parks and Rec, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Transportation, and the Oregon State Marine Board. And there are also a lot of other entities that are involved in this process and have some stake in shoreline access, even though they aren't direct owners or managers. So the Oregon Coast Trail Association, for example, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, they use shoreline access information to assist with emergency response. So for example, if there was an oil spill on the coast, they need this information about where the shoreline access sites are so that they can most efficiently get all of their equipment and staff down there to deal with the emergency as quickly as possible. And also the Oregon Coast Visitors Association, which is a private association that's focused on tourism and helping the economy through tourism and visitation. So they also have quite a big stake in shoreline access planning in Oregon. And with the knowledge that there are so many different entities that are involved in shoreline access, and that the Oregon Coastal Management Program has been involved with shoreline access in the past, those kind of provided the impetus to creating this NOAA Fellowship, which is how I'm here today. So this is a nice picture of Tanya and I back when we could meet in person during the NOAA matching workshop. They shipped us all out to South Carolina, where we stayed for a week and did upwards of 8 interviews until we finally got matched with our perfect pair. So that's how I came here today. My project is building off of some work that the OCMP and the DLCD had been involved in starting around 2005, being active on a shoreline access work group with those entities that I showed you earlier. And I'm going to tell you what my process was to try to streamline our connection with shoreline access to fulfill our core functions as it relates to shoreline access in Oregon, to ultimately reduce burden and enhance the efficiency of our operations in the future. So definitely not an easy button, but I was trying to create some resources so that we could more efficiently address this part of our agency into the future, even after I'm gone when this fellowship ends on August 11th. So before I go into all of that, I want to give you guys some background about the regulatory framework that that surrounds shoreline access in Oregon and why we're even interested in this at DLCD. What is DLCD's connection to shoreline access? So we are interested in shoreline access for 2 main reasons. The first is statewide planning goal 17, coastal shorelands, which mandates the DLCD and Oregon Parks and Recreation Department to develop and implement a program to provide increased public access along the coast. And in DLCD, we have previously accounted for this goal through the 2014 to 2022 strategic plan, which encompasses shoreline access as core work under goals 1, 2, and 4. So as a quick reminder, goal 1 is to conserve Oregon's natural resources, and this includes coastal lands, and it includes planning and managing to provide healthy environment, sustain communities, and the economy, including recreation resources. Goal 2 is to promote sustainable, vibrant communities by making sure that communities have complete and current comprehensive plans with sufficient development capacity. So in terms of this goal, we can provide this inventory to local communities to make sure that they have enough information to be adequately protecting these sites as is mandated through Goal 17. And lastly, under Goal 14 is to provide timely and dynamic leadership to support local and regional problem solving and improve capacity of local governments to carry out their land use responsibilities. So we can assist with local governments in carrying out this land use responsibility through Goal 17, coastal shorelands, by providing them with the shoreline access inventory, and also providing them with some further support in strategic planning and collaboration across all the different entities that are involved in shoreline access. So this all comes together and really becomes real work through our commitments to networked agencies and local governments. That's how we can really deliver on this particular mandate. The second impetus for our interest in shoreline access is through the Coastal Zone Management Act of 1976, which declared public access to the coasts for recreation purposes a national policy. So as a coastal management program that is federally recognized by NOAA, and as the lead agency of that program, DLCD also has an interest in enhancing public access to coasts for recreation purposes. And the Act specifically works towards this goal by listing public access as an enhancement category for coastal management programs, which means that we regularly report to NOAA through different reporting mechanisms, specifically 309 and strategic planning, on how we are addressing this enhancement category. And in the past, DLCD has engaged with public access to meet these mandates by offering decadal inventories and doing grant making. So these decadal inventories, that's the shoreline access inventory that I've been mentioning, has been going on since 1990. So we have a 1990 inventory, a 2000 inventory, 2010 inventory, and now 2020 inventory. However, one of the challenges of this system is that they're 10 years apart, which is a very significant amount of time. And there's a lot of staff turnover that happens within that time period. So historically, once that decade comes around, it's like, oh, who did this before? How did they do it? Why are we doing it? We're not really sure. And so it's kind of been building the program again from the ground up every 10 years when this comes around. So that hasn't been maybe as successful as it could be. Grant making has historically been really successful. The OCMP was able to provide grants to local governments to enhance their public access. So that means either acquiring new sites or doing construction on existing sites to improve facilities. However, we have not been able to do that since about 2005. So our grant making is kind of on pause right now, and we're hoping that it will come back at some point. But that is still to be determined. So currently, both of the ways that we were really interacting with shoreline access through DLCD, both have some significant weaknesses that could be overcome. And I have specifically worked to develop a more robust program in DLCD for addressing shoreline access through a 5-step process. And this was a process I outlined for myself at the beginning of the fellowship, and I'm happy to say I was able to work through all 5 steps, convening the work group, standardizing our processes, integrating across all of the entities that are involved in the work group, documenting our work, and then sustaining it into the future. So I'm going to go through each of these 5 steps right now and tell you how I did each one. So first, I convened the Shoreline Access Work Group, which had kind of existed before I was brought on, but it had kind of been on pause, and there was not any strong leadership of the group. So I convened these different interests in the work group. We had representation from Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, the Oregon State Marine Board, the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, and of course, DLCD and OCMP. And we met regularly throughout my entire fellowship, the entire 2 years, and they were very involved in all of the processes that I established, all the documents that I have written, and the inventory that I did as well. So they were kind of the steering committee throughout my entire fellowship, and everything has their touch on it a little bit. And what we did when we very first convened at the very beginning was first determine what our goals were as a group. So our first main goal was to develop a lasting collaboration that promotes integration and holistic decision-making for shorelines. So bridging some of these gaps, breaking down the silos and working together because there are so many entities that own and manage and have an interest in these sites. So building a space for us to work together collaboratively. The second was to provide guidance for the development and integration of feature and attribute data for layers related to shoreline access. So many of these entities, they record their own types of data, but it might not be, they all have their little spin on the data that they collect to meet their own programmatic needs. So the Marine Board, for example, collects data specifically on boat launches because that is what their interest is. However, as a group, we recognized and identified that a lot of the data being collected could be useful to all of the groups that have an interest in shoreline access, but there was no good way for us to be sharing that data because it was all in different formats, all had slightly different definitions for the same thing. So we wanted to work together to provide this guidance so that we could more easily share data across all of us, and in doing so, reduce burden for everybody so we're not having to collect the same information multiple times. We then moved towards standardizing the data schema and data collection process, and this directly works towards accomplishing that second goal. So by data schema, I mean the format of the data, exactly how it is stored and how it can be shared. And what we did was we looked through all of the past data that had been collected and identified the main groups, the main types of information being collected. So that's these bubbles that you see. There's the basic information, which is just like where the site exists, where it is geographically, what the name of the site is. Then we identified a core group of fields. So that includes just some basic information that anybody would want related to a shoreline access site. So who manages the site, who owns the site, what type of access is allowed at the site. And then we created groups for each of the main interests that were involved in the shoreline access work group. So we have boat ramps, the Oregon State Marine Board, the Coastal Zone Management Act, CZMA, for DLCD and the OCMP, emergency response, that's the ER related to environmental quality, DEQ, and lastly, recreation. So that one is specifically related to OPRD. And within each of those bubbles, we identified different fields that we could collect and ways that we wanted that to be collected and what the definitions were for each of those fields. And I was able to take this standardized data format and create a standardized data collection process that I utilized when I was doing my own fieldwork. So when I was doing my fieldwork, I would go to a site such as this one, and then I would get out my DLCD cell phone, which had a survey that I created using an Esri product, Survey 123, and that was a form that I could easily fill out that would automatically save all of the data in the format that we had agreed upon. So that really streamlined the data collection process and was a huge help throughout all of my inventorying work. From here, we were able to integrate all of our older data to meet these new standards. So at the OCMP and DLCD specifically, we were talking about the older decadal inventories that we'd collected. So I took this format and I applied it to the 1990, 2000, 2010, and 2020 inventories. So now all 4 of those inventories are accessible by our partnered agencies, and they're all within the format so that they can easily use the data that we collected. Along with this process, we also created a very in-depth integration process, which you're seeing here. There are a lot of acronyms on here, and I encourage you not to get too lost in some of the specifics, but essentially what this is saying is that it's showing how every agency who's part of the Shoreline Access Work Group can do their own data collection, and then using the format that we developed, revise their data so that it fits appropriately what the data format should be. And then it outlines how the data will be shared online, where it will live, and where it will be archived. And we documented all of these goals, data standards, and integration processes in a document called a data exchange standard. So this is a formalized document that we built together that just really clearly and specifically outlines all of the data format rules that we established. So this is set to be endorsed by the Oregon Geographic Information Council on July 29th. And once that is done, it means that this document will be upheld. We agree to uphold the format rules that are within this document as a work group, and that if we want to share data among the group, that we will use the format that is established in this document. And we also created a sister document called a stewardship plan, and this just establishes roles and who has responsibilities in making sure that the data format within the data exchange standard is actually being accomplished. So the Oregon Coastal Management Program is the lead custodian for this data, meaning that any data that is going to be shared through the data exchange standard will be reviewed by the Oregon Coastal Management Program to make sure that it's actually fulfilling the process that we established. I also developed a web-based tool to share shoreline access sites with the public. And this was a really fun process because I was able to coordinate really, really closely with the Oregon Coast Visitors Association. So I worked with them on developing the branding for this tool. And they now share it on their website, which gets over 1 million page views a year. And since this tool has been published, it's gotten about 2,000 views, which is pretty exciting. So I'll walk you through how it works really quickly. So somebody can view this on the Oregon Coast Visitors Association's website, interact with the map with their mouse cursor, filter sites based off of what they're looking for, review some photos on the side. And once they find a site that looks interesting, they can click it. Excuse my connection, a little slow. They can click on the site to be drawn directly to it on the map. Click on that point to get even more information about the site and get directions to actually go directly there. So that's pretty exciting. I know that I use it when I want to go to the coast, and I hope more people do. I also created a site to share this information with our partnered agencies through a data viewer. So this is just going to be shared internally. It has all of the data. The tool that you just saw only includes a subset of the data that was deemed appropriate to share with the public. And this tool will allow our partnered agencies to view all of the data that's been shared through the exchange standard. Right now, we only have the 2020 and 2010 inventories in here, but eventually we'll have more. And this is much more data focused. So they're able to add their own data, create bookmarks, and change the base map. And while I was doing all of this, I also visited and updated 1,252 sites within the coastal zone. So that took place over 6 week-long trips. And I was granted special permission to do this travel, even though travel had ceased in the department, because I really needed to have this data in order to finish my project, and because I wasn't going to be interacting with any humans at all. So it was just me and my trusty research assistant, my pup Murphy. So it was a fun time for all of us. I got to see amazing places on the Oregon coast, and I'm very glad that it is over now, because it was a lot of sites to visit. And this finished inventory can be used by local governments to compare with their current local land planning policies and make appropriate revisions. So this image on the left is a map from the City of Newport's comprehensive plan, specifically their park inventory map. So we are going to deliver this inventory to local governments and ask that they compare it with the sites that they already have inventoried and make sure that they're actually including all the sites that need to be included so that they can be protected under Goal 17. I also use the inventory to do some analysis of Oregon's public access so that we can have a better understanding of what the needs are and how all of the owners and managers and everybody who has an interest in shoreline access can best work strategically to solve those problems. So the first thing that I assessed was supply and demand. And I found that the number of active access sites declined by 38 between 2010 and 2020. I'm sure you're noticing the huge dip in 2000 when it dipped from 148 sites in 1990 to 640 sites in 2000. And that is due to a change in how they collected the data, which again points to the need to have more processes built around how to collect this data, because in 2000, they only decided to inventory the sites along the ocean shore. So that didn't include any of the sites in estuaries, rivers, or lakes. So that's why that number is so low. But we did see a slight decline between 2010 and 2020. That means that some sites were just lost, they were sold, or not included for some other reason. And this doesn't look too bad, but it is interesting to look at it compared to demand. And I say demand in quotation marks because we don't really have a definitive number for demand, but we can look at population growth. So this gray line is Oregon's population and how it's increased from around 2.7 million in 1990 to around 4.3 million in 2020. So if we were actually keeping up with growth of the population, if the number of sites were keeping up, then we would have had about 1,700 sites in 2020. And in 2030, we would need around 1,900 sites if growth rate remained the same. So doesn't necessarily mean that our shoreline access is terrible and we need tons and tons more, but it's an interesting thing to keep in mind because as population increases, we can also reasonably expect for coastal visitation to increase. I also explored the quality of the sites and found that generally the quality was pretty low. And when I'm saying quality, what I mean are the different types of facilities that are offered at these sites. So people might be driving a long way. It's nice if there's a bathroom there. It's nice if there's parking there. It's nice if there are campgrounds there. So some of these are built facilities that are really quite necessary to support people who are visiting. Drinking water, for example, is a really important one. So I took our inventory and I calculated a quality score, which accounts for how many of these critical facilities are available across their access. So looking at this, I mean, Douglas County is really killing it. I think the reason for that is because Douglas County has a fewer number of sites, but those sites have a lot of amazing facilities. So this points out the trade-off between having a lot of sites with no facilities and very few sites that have a lot of facilities. So this is something that could be important into the future as we continue to grow our access, whether we want to prioritize quality or whether we want to prioritize quantity, and if there does actually need to be a trade-off between the two. I also explored ADA access. So this is access for people who might need improvements to the built environment so that they're able to access it. So when I was out in the field, I collected whether a site had any sort of ADA improvements at all. And then I also included information about specifically what ADA improvements were available. So when looking at just the sites, if they did have ADA improvements or did not have ADA improvements, I found that there are some significant hotspots along the coast of sites with ADA improvements. So what this map on the left is showing is that these areas with the red grid have a significantly more ADA improvements than areas that are white. So we can see that there's significantly more in areas like Tillamook and Astoria and Florence. What's good is that there are no significant cold spots. So that means that there are no areas that are significantly void of ADA improvements. But this also shows us that it's not equally distributed among the coast, because if it was equally distributed, then the entire grid would be white. There would be no significant differences. So we could improve the distribution of ADA improvements to make it more even across the coast. However, this map is just showing if there are any ADA improvements at all and not distinguishing between what those ADA improvements are. So many of these sites that have ADA improvements just have a parking spot and a bathroom. And I don't know too many people who would want to drive all the way out to the coast to park and use the bathroom and then leave. So it's really important to think about the ADA improvements that actually facilitate a person interacting with the shoreline. And what some of those improvements are that support a person in interacting with the shoreline are things such as ramps out to the beach. They make special wheelchair pads that can be rolled out on the beach to allow someone to use their wheelchair there, beach wheelchairs, viewing platforms, and other pathways. So these can assist a person in actually touching the water, but also experiencing the shore by viewing it in a designated spot that is for viewing. So when I specifically pulled out those sites that offer those 8 types of ADA improvements, I found that we only have 82 sites within the coastal zone that have ADA improvements that support interaction with a shoreline. And this is pretty important information, I think, if we're looking at ADA access, even more important than the sites that have parking and restrooms, because we want to be able to support people in actually experiencing the shoreline in some type of way. And this map here shows that it's definitely more sparse, and there's a pretty big gap on the south coast between, I believe that's Port Orford and Gold Beach-ish. So those might be areas where our efforts could be the most effective. Another emerging issue is encroachment. So this means the potential loss of public access sites due to a variety of reasons, such as erosion, structural decay, lack of maintenance, privatization, or illegal barriers. So this image you're seeing here, please excuse the graininess, it was taken with a cell phone, but this is a good example of a site that may be experiencing encroachment through the placement of some illegal barriers. So I'm guessing that the homeowner next door wanted you to curtail public access at this site near their house, and so they put up this sign that says that the trail is closed, and if that's true or not, a visitor doesn't have a way of actually knowing whether that's true, even though this is protected access. And since 2010, we've seen site encroachment reduce. So in 2010, there were about 92 sites that were encroached, and in 2020, there were only about 48. And we also saw that site loss has plateaued. So both of these things are good. We could always see them going down even more, but this is a positive result that I found. And the last one is consideration of how public access might potentially be at odds with environmental stewardship. So using the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife's crucial habitat layer, which takes into account a lot of different factors related to terrestrial and aquatic habitat and species, we can see that 484 sites are located within crucial habitat, which just means it's really important to be considering stewardship when talking about public access. And one great benefit out of this partnership with Oregon Coast Visitors Association is that they work really hard to promote environmental stewardship. So this is an opportunity for us to work together with them and utilize the resources that they've developed. So they have worked really hard with site owners and managers to identify what the main stewardship issues are and work with marketers and graphic designers to develop outreach materials that can most effectively communicate stewardship messages so that people can really retain that information and then apply it when they're actually visiting the coast. So here is a great example of some of the guidance they've developed. This is specifically related to Western snowy plover habitats. Western snowy plover is an endangered species that has habitat along the coast. And they've developed some fast facts, relevant bite-sized messaging that other people can just copy and paste and use in their own outreach efforts. So this is an opportunity for us to lean on them a little bit and use some of the amazing resources that they've developed. So I took all of this research and wrote it into a shoreline access planning guidance, which is the first set of standards for coordinated public access planning. So in this document, there's a write-up and maps and tables related to all of those analyses that I just told you about. And through consideration of those needs assessments, I identified and suggested different shoreline access planning concepts, for local jurisdictions to review when managing for their shoreline access. And local jurisdictions and our partners alike can utilize this information. And essentially, the suggested concept, it just signals whether access is in high need, moderate need, or low need. So considering all of these different factors, are there a lot of things that could be improved in public access? Or are there just a few things that, public access is really in good shape? And I think this map is actually really interesting because it shows that the counties that are just barely within the coastal zone are really low need because they have so few sites that are counted within the coastal zone, whereas some of the counties in the north are more high need because they have so many sites that just might not be offering a good amount of facilities or ADA access, or are within a lot of crucial habitat. So as a review of everything I just went over and all I've done in my 2 years, I did the 2020 inventory of 1,252 sites, developed a shoreline access data exchange standard and stewardship plan to facilitate sharing data across all of the entities that we've been engaging with, the shoreline access planning guidance, which consists of a needs assessment so that local and state partners can be better equipped to plan for access in the future, and the Oregon Shore Explorer to share this information with the public, and the Shoreline Access Data Viewer to share this data internally. So altogether, all of these documents and resources contribute to really starting to grow this shoreline access program within DLCD to hopefully streamline a process to fulfill this core function of our agency, reduce burden, and enhance the efficiency of meeting these needs. And hopefully this will continue into the future because we were just successfully granted $250,000 of funding from NOAA's Office for Coastal Management to continue this work. And I'm really excited about this. I wrote this proposal based off of what I had experienced during my fellowship, seeing that we could really benefit from developing a community-oriented public access policy framework in Oregon. So the goal of this project is to further develop this program and create some lasting resources so that we can better fulfill this need. And so this project will be beginning in October and it will last 18 months to 24 months. So thank you again so much for having me today. I'm happy to take any questions, and it's been a real pleasure to watch the meeting today and to be able to share my work with you.
Well, Adrian, thank you so much. Just a great presentation and just a huge body of work, not just the product, but memorializing, documenting a process, a coordinating process among agencies is obviously what was needed. And it's just a great thing to think about. Commissioners, I was wondering if Commissioner Jacobson, being from the coast, if you have any comments you want to.
I'm really starting to get freaked out, Chair MacArthur. I feel like I'm thinking about raising my hand and you call on me. So, so thank you for that. we're our brains are melded, I guess.
That's a good thing, I guess.
Well, several little notes I made during your presentation, and thank you for all your work and sharing. I'm very sure it was a really challenging time to be doing your work. So I guess the one comment you made was that, we would kind of come down to, a waterfront or a public, beach access place or whatever, and simply just sit in a parking lot with a restroom and not actually access the shore itself or the beach itself. I think you'd actually be really surprised. There's a lot of people that do that. And I feel like there's certain access points that maybe lend themselves to that on the coast, but I think it's a lot of local use, but there's some visitor use too. There's lots of people that come and sit in the parking lots, especially if they can see the watershed, see the beach, sit in their car, eat lunch, chatting, with someone in their car. And there also tends to be a lot of crying in the car. I don't know, something about maybe looking at the ocean makes you cry or get something out. But there's a lot of access sites, especially where I live, where there's a lot of people that never get out of their car. But I think that is an important thing to realize, is that having a place to go and stay in your vehicle and look at it is a part of access that people do use. And I don't think that's simply because it's not accessible. I think there is people that just enjoy eating their lunch and looking at the ocean. Encroachment, yes. I think we saw a lot of this last year when early on in COVID, when state parks shut down their access points, and we still had a lot of visitors coming over. It put up a lot of pressure on neighborhoods that A, didn't have services for visitors, like don't have restrooms, and B, kind of are used to those access points being their own. And so we just saw a lot of visitors flushing the neighborhoods trying to use those access points, which then kind of made those communities want to put up signs like the one you showed saying, this is not a public access point. So, I mean, it's happening a lot. I just had a constituent reach out a couple weeks ago and say, what can we do holistically about this? Because she finds a lot of these signs, tells us, and we go and take them down. But it is happening, I think, more and more, especially over this last year. I guess the thing about ADA access, just something to kind of think about is, I mean, of course, we want, visitors to be able to enjoy those sites. I think from a local government perspective, we have a lot of public access sites. We typically don't have money to develop those sites. We typically kind of rely on state parks to have sites that are more developed and more accessible. In general, most of ours are kind of a dirt trail down a cliff or something like that. That's kind of the affordability on our end. Even garbage service and staff going out to maintain that site is difficult for us with all the different ones that we own. I will also say that back to our conversation yesterday about coastal erosion and developing sites, it's also really hard to kind of swallow making an investment in a site, especially when we talk about ramps or stairs or whatever that kind of go down onto the beach, when at some point the ocean is simply just going to rip those away. You may only get a year or two, so it kind of just feels like flushing resources down the toilet. And while I completely understand that access is important, I think it's difficult to do that knowing it's going to be ripped away and then you're not going to have access. So, maybe as engineering gets a little better here, we can come up with some better solutions for access that the ocean destroys maybe in 5 years as opposed to 2. Get a little more time out of that. And then I guess the last thing I wanted to say is, around access and developing sites. I think this kind of comes back to the parking conversation that we had earlier in the day, because as we want to grow access or improve access, my immediate thought goes to parking lots. And then you lose something about that site that's kind of important. You also lose space to do, other things with the parking lot. And so I think the parking conversation we had earlier kind of needs to get integrated into the conversation around access, because obviously what, I don't want as a coastal resident is to see, driving down 101, everything on the right-hand side near the ocean just becomes a parking lot so that people have access. And that's an extreme example. But I think there needs to be some integration here in these trains of thoughts so that people have access, but we're not recreating parking lots in every spot. So those are all my thoughts. Thanks again for a very thought-provoking presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, so much for your comments. And if I could quickly just address one of your last ones, I completely agree with the concern about parking. And I have been doing some research on public transportation and how public transportation intersects with all of the shoreline access sites and how well it serves, partially for the parking problem, but also in terms of equity of access, if people who don't have cars are able to easily access these sites, especially from communities along the I-5 corridor. So that's one of the things on the to-do list that we might want to look into more in the future. But yeah, I completely agree with you. The parking is a challenge, and so is the erosion. So yeah, thank you for all your comments.
Yeah, great real life perspective there because you live it. So thanks, Commissioner Jacobson. I was just wondering, I know that the focus was on access to the coast and resources, but it seems like those, and maybe you touched on this, Adrian, and I just kind of blanked out for a sec, but it also seems like those points, those routes could serve as evacuation routes from tsunamis and things. So if those could be good routes for people that are walking the beach and realize they need to get off because they're most likely going to be walking at that point or rolling or something. So is there any advantage in describing those or putting trailhead, advertising those in that way, or what is your thought about that?
That's a really great suggestion, and I hadn't tied it directly to tsunami evacuation routes previously. Of course, we're thinking mostly the sites just along the ocean shore, not the ones that are going too far into the coastal zone. But I definitely think that could be an area where we could enhance collaboration with some of the other entities that are part of tsunami evacuation, tsunami response. I know that OPRD does have mile marker signs along the entire shore. So there are quite a few, I think I believe it's every mile or roughly every mile. They have those yellow signs that are like, access mile here. And I believe that each one of those is related to an access route that could also potentially be used for tsunami evacuation. But it never hurts to have more routes. That's a really great suggestion.
Thank you.
Arthur, Chair MacArthur, and members of the commission, this is Patty. I just wanted to mention that Meg Reed, who spoke yesterday about erosion, is just completing being the project manager for a grant, a coastal resilience grant. And part of it, we did fund Newport to do exactly that, to improve, their public access and the signage so that it's not only access to the beach, but it also makes it really obvious that that's the way to come if you need to get off the beach during a tsunami. So we're starting to work, as we can with local communities to do that very thing.
Thanks, Patty. That's really helpful. Other commissioners, thanks for joining us, Nick, back. Hopefully you hired somebody well qualified for the position. Any comments from you or Commissioner Warren or Commissioner Sandoval?
Oh, I can't resist. I just thought that was fantastic. I love the energy. I really appreciate the comprehensive look at all these different points of access. And I think about it both in terms of what you're experiencing on the coast as well as in other parts of the state with population growth. And it's this real balancing act of do we try to build more access points to accommodate more people? Given I thought Commissioner Jacobson's comment was right on target with parking, or do we manage the sites that we have better? And as we see in Central Oregon and we see it across the state, if we don't better utilize the sites we have, then people are going to find their own ways down to either to the coast or to the rivers or wherever they may be. And so I really appreciated your thinking about so many different aspects, from the ADA to the impacts on wildlife. And now I appreciate the comments about the tsunami evacuation. There's just so many important pieces to this. And I really appreciate that DLCD is involved in this, and nothing against parks or any other agency, but I just think it's great that you're really involved and you can think about this through the land use. And it's just, the department is involved in so many different aspects, from transportation and wildlife habitat, and you're thinking about it through the lens of population growth and all of these different aspects, which I just think is terrific. And I'd be remiss to say, my wife just texted me a few minutes ago. She just arrived in this little town named Newport over on the coast, and had a beautiful sunny picture. And so I'm going to send her this website just as soon as we're finished with the meeting. So I look forward to more work on this, and I appreciate the update. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And apparently our legal counsel, Mr. Shipsey, has his hand up probably to figure out whether or not there is a really good access to his favorite surfing area. But go ahead, Steve.
I was actually going to try to remove those from the inventory so no one else could find them. No, hey, I just wanted to thank you, Adrian, because even working at home in my wood shop, I still have the 1990 beach access on my desk in front of me because it comes up a lot between DLCD and OPRD. And so this is really exciting for me. And so thank you very much for your work.
Great. Any other
yeah, whatever you do, don't include good fishing spots on there. Yeah, to keep those. Yeah, we got to keep something secret and sacred.
Goodness, we can just stop the mics on this one.
Truth, Nick.
Any final comments then? Great work, Adrian. Just really wonderful. Thank you so much for your contribution to this, as I said, this year's inventory as well as the 2031. I'm sure it'll go much more smoothly than this one did. So I think that is the end of this agenda item.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Commissioners, for your comments, and Stephen. Yes, hopefully the 2031 goes a little smoother. Hopefully there's not a pandemic during that time.
Yeah, we hope not. Thank you. And take care with whatever you end up doing.
Thank you very much. Bye.
So I don't think that we have any place, we don't have any request to appeal, so we take that off. And unless commissioners have other business items they wanted to raise, we can adjourn. I probably presented that as a leading question, but because I'm kind of ready to adjourn. But okay, seeing none, everyone, thanks so much for a great 2 days. Thanks, staff, commissioners, really good.
Thank you all. Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. Have a great weekend, everybody.
You too.